Yu-Gi-Oh! Starting Journey of the Duel King. Chapter 1. L City. Dear viewers, fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! From all over the world, after 3 months of intense competition, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel World Cup has finally reached this exciting final moment. Standing on the red side is Li Yufeng, the strongest Duel King from Kaido who has won 4 world-class Yu-Gi-Oh! tournaments. Standing opposite him is Takuto Funadu, the strongest Dark Horse player from the Sakura country who has defeated powerful enemies from various countries and risen like a rising star. Now the game has entered the final round, and the 2 players are currently tied at 2-2. This most crucial round will determine who will be the final world champion. Judging from the current situation on the field, player Li Yufeng, who has only 50 LP left, is obviously on the brink of crisis. With only 1 card left in his hand, can he block this wave of attacks from Funadu Takuto, turn defeat into victory, and win the world-class championship for the 5th consecutive time? Let's wait and see together. Due to the advancement of science and technology, 3-dimensional electronic technology has long been popularized in this era. Therefore, after a series of fermentations, Duel Monsters has also entered a new era of electronic technology. The advancement and development of science and technology have completely revived the already popular Duel Monsters game, and at the same time, it has set off a new duel craze around the world. In the largest electronic duel competition center in L City, hundreds of thousands of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans gathered here to enjoy this tense and exciting offensive and defensive battle. On the largest battle platform in the center of the arena, Li Yufeng, dressed in black casual clothes, tapped a card covering the electronic instrument with his right index finger, looking at Funadu Takuto opposite with a sinister smile on his face. "Hey, what's wrong, Seaweed Head? There's only this one visible monster on my field, you wouldn't dare to attack even with this, right? Or is it that the Bushido spirit of your country of Sakura is just to bully the weak and fear the strong? You who only know how to fight in the underworld, your nonsense is just as much as your despicable fighting style. What's more, I have the obvious advantage with only 1700 LP left. Add on that divine declaration you just used, and your life has already been like a candle in the wind. Haha, I only have 100 LP left, so what's wrong with using 50 LP to exchange for a miracle fusion?" Looking at the Atlas Worm with only 1800 attack power on the opposite side, Takuto Funadu's mental state was obviously not as relaxed as it seemed, and a drop of cold sweat slowly fell from his forehead. "Although my LP is relatively high, I don't have any monsters on my field. Li Yufeng has a face-up card and an Atlas Worm with 1800 attack power on his field. Moreover, this damn worm has the effect of making the trap activation ineffective and activating the red pit from the hand. The reason why he left this card on the field must be that he wanted to counter my monsters during my turn and launch a fatal blow to me. Therefore, for me who has no cards in hand, the next card I draw will be the key to determining the outcome of this duel." After taking a deep breath, Takuto Funadu placed his right hand on his deck. "It's my turn, draw a card." "What? It's the elemental hero Savage. Damn, this card came too late, otherwise I would have just fused Wildman and killed people indiscriminately." Looking up at Li Yufeng who still had a calm face, Jodu Takuto secretly calculated in his heart Wildman's attack power is only 1500 points. He is no match for Atlas Worm Demon in a head-on fight, but fortunately I still have a Phoenix Demon in my graveyard. Even if he has a card that destroys monsters on the field, as long as I can activate the chain, I can still forcefully replace that damn bug. As long as the effect of Red Pit is gone, then with the effect that Wildman is not affected by trap cards, I will definitely be the final winner. Li Yufeng, I'll bet on the card in your hand, success or failure depends on this." He suddenly made up his mind, and a sharp light flashed in Takuto Funadu's eyes. At this moment, Takuto Funadu seemed to be possessed by President Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! He suddenly exuded a powerful aura from his whole body. He waved his hand and suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, "Li Yufeng! Your good luck ends here, and victory can only belong to us Sakura people. Strong! Invincible! The strongest! I hereby declare to activate the special effect of the Destiny Hero Phoenix Magic Man in the cemetery." This moment. Before Funadu Takuto could finish his words, Li Yufeng shouted with a sly smile, "When Atlas Worm Demon is on my field, I can activate normal trap cards with Hole, Cave and Void characters from my hand. Therefore, I activate a normal trap card from my hand, Dig my Hole, negating the special effect of Phoenix Magician in the graveyard and inflicting 2000 damage to my opponent." Nanny! What the hell? As an electronic sound rang out, Funadu Takuto pinched his face with both hands, and with a shrill scream, his LP dropped from 1700 to 0 in an instant. Why? Why is it like this? Looking at the dazzling red hole in Li Yufeng's hand with an incredible look, Jodu Takuto's eyes almost popped out. How dare you, a despicable person, hide such a card in your hand? Normally, shouldn't you have Worm or Inferno? You never used this card in the previous 2 duels, and I didn't even think you had this card in your deck. No, could it be that your previous 2 games were all designed to deceive me, just for this moment? Answer me. Shameless trickster Li Yufeng. Maybe, I used the improved Atlas card deck for 2 consecutive games, and I never activated this card even if I drew it. Of course, I have my reasons. Shaking his head indifferently, Li Yufeng picked up the Atlas on the game table, kissed the card lightly, and snapped his fingers with a smile. After all, people will always fall into inertial thinking when they are nervous. Besides, a duel is always about bringing surprises to the opponent. Victory or defeat is sometimes just a matter of a thought, don't you think? You shameless and despicable villain. I won't accept this. The terrifying momentum was instantly lost, and Funadu Takuto suddenly felt that his performance just now was simply a severe late-stage patient of the second-year disease. A tear of regret could not help but fall slowly from the corner of his eye. Alas, this handsome guy worked very hard for 3 months and maintained his undefeated record of winning the world-class Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel tournament for 5 consecutive years, but the prize money was only $500,000. This is too stingy. On the plane back to Kaido, Li Yufeng wore large sunglasses and a mask. After glancing at the mobile phone notification message that had just arrived, he put it back in his pocket. He frowned and looked at the blank Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel card in his hand with a depressed look. They also said that this card appeared out of thin air, and it has not been printed or displayed so far. Isn't this funny? Do you really think this is a dark game, a dual world or something? How can such an imaginary world really exist? Oh! They actually used this kind of thing to fool me. It seems that the Duelist Alliance is deliberately making things difficult for me. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the prize money from the competition is enough for me to spend for a long time. Brother, are you Li Yufeng? Just as Li Yufeng was putting the card back into his chest pocket with great interest, a little blonde girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old sitting next to him seemed to have discovered his disguise. No, you got the wrong person, I am not you. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Yufeng shook his head and replied directly. This voice, this unkempt head, you are Li Yufeng himself. Hearing Li Yufeng's voice, the little girl was more certain of her guess. With stars in her eyes, she said with admiration, Brother Yufeng, I am your loyal fan. Since you participated in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Qualifiers in the Asia region, I have watched all your games without missing a single one, especially your despicable tactics and the deck construction that messes with people's mentality. They have always been my role models. Is that so? Haha, as long as you like it. But then again, are you really praising me? Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Since he was recognized, Li Yufeng shook his head helplessly and simply stopped pretending, especially in front of this little fan who had always admired him. Li Yufeng couldn't continue pretending. Brother Yufeng, can you take a photo with me? Please, I just want a photo. Oh, by the way, if possible, can you sign my name on the chest of my skirt? Just write it to my favorite fan Lena. It would be better to draw 2 hearts, hehe. Oh, okay. Looking at the cute expression of the little girl, Li Yufeng couldn't bear to refuse. He sighed in his heart and took off his mask and sunglasses. Hehe, Brother Yufeng, come a little closer, yet. Seeing Li Yufeng approaching, Lena excitedly took out her phone and happily took a photo with Li Yufeng. Brother Yufeng, thank you. I will keep this photo as my most precious treasure. The next step is signing. I will give you my watercolor pen. Just write in my. Don't move. We have hijacked this plane. If you want to live, just sit still. Otherwise, don't blame me for my bullets not having eyes. Just as Li Yufeng was about to take the watercolor pen, something unexpected happened. 3 burly men wearing masks suddenly rushed out from the other side of the cabin. Lena trembled all over due to the sudden shock, and even the colored pen in her hand fell to the ground. Ah! My watercolor pen! Don't move! Seeing Lena trying to bend down, Li Yufeng quickly held her down, these people are not good people, I'm afraid they will really shoot and kill people. Lena, don't worry, when we are out of danger, brother will definitely give you an autograph. Really? Thank you, brother Yufeng. Hearing Li Yufeng's promise, Lena simply huddled in Li Yufeng's arms. However, just when she thought everything was fine, a masked strong man dressed as a mercenary took out a photo from his pocket and slowly walked towards Li Yufeng. Hehe, I didn't expect the news to be true, it's really easy to get it. After carefully comparing the photos, the sturdy man reached out and grabbed Lena Jinx, the only daughter of Charlie Jinx, the largest arms dealer in the United States, come with me. Brother Yufeng. Stop. Just when the sturdy man was about to grab Lena, Li Yufeng stood up from his seat and blocked Lena's body. However, in just a moment, Li Yufeng regretted his impulsiveness. Boy, you are very brave, right? In the blink of an eye, the sturdy man stuffed his pistol into Li Yufeng's mouth. You want to eat lotus seed soup, right? Do you really think I have never killed anyone? Do you look down on me? Deguo. Biao Kong Dong. Li Yufeng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and almost peed himself. Whoa! Whoa! Damn it, talk to me nicely. After pulling the pistol out of Li Yufeng's mouth, the sturdy man pressed it against his forehead with an impatient look on his face. If you can't satisfy me, you'll report to God. The other robber's words made Li Yufeng feel like he was afraid. Tisk! You troublesome boy, get out of my way. After kicking Li Yufeng to the ground in the aisle of the cabin, the robber boss once again stretched out his big hand to the trembling Lena. However, just when his hand was about to grab Lena, there was a sudden explosion. Bang! Bang! With a few gunshots, the two robbers in the cabin fell to the ground. Even the robber leader next to Li Yufeng was hit by a bullet in his hand because he was unable to react in time. Don't move. We are federal agents, Joseph, your plan has failed, surrender if you want to live. Damn it, how could I surrender? Holding back the pain in his right wrist, the robber leader named Joseph stretched out his left hand and pulled out a sharp saber from his waist. Since I can't live anymore, I'll let Charlie, the arms dealer, also have a taste of losing his loved ones. Haha. Ignoring the federal agent behind him, Yasim raised his hand and stabbed Lena, who was sitting in the seat. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly blocked Lena's way again. Puchi! With the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, the sharp saber sank directly into Li Yufeng's heart. With a few gunshots, Joseph was shot dead by the federal agent in front of an incredible look on his face, and slowly fell in a pool of blood. Puff! Unable to help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, Li Yufeng fell backwards slowly with a smile on his face. Before he lost consciousness, what came into his sight was Lena's tearful face and heart-wrenching scream. Damn it! I finally got this fan, how could you kill him? I just don't know if my hair is messy. Oh, I'm so unlucky. If there is a next life, I will never be so brave again. Just when Li Yufeng completely lost consciousness, no one noticed that the nameless card he put in his chest pocket, after being stained with his blood, suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. Chapter 2. The sun slowly rises from the horizon, and the golden afterglow gradually falls on the modern city. The street lights slowly go out, announcing the arrival of a new day. As time goes by, there are more and more pedestrians on the street, including salaried workers, housewives going to the morning market to buy vegetables, and many students on their way to school. So, did I travel through time or was I reborn? Li Yufeng sat on the curb, looking at the people coming and going on the street in a daze. He refused to accept the reality and the clothes he wore were not clean, so he acted like a lunatic all day yesterday. It was not until the next morning that the hungry Li Yufeng had to accept his current situation. After some inquiries, Li Yufeng found that the place he was in was called Tongxi, which had the same name as the classic old anime Yu-Gi-Oh on the earth where he was originally. Both were cities on an island country that should have been fictional. City. As a newcomer who didn't know the geographical environment of Tongxi, Li Yufeng wandered around like a headless fly for a whole day but couldn't find the card game store that appeared in the anime. He stopped only when he was really hungry. To be honest, if it weren't for the free drinking water in the small park in this city, he would have probably collapsed. However, it is gratifying that the popularity of duel monsters in this city is very high. Whether it is an office worker or a housewife, almost everyone has a deck of cards. Even most of the school exams are closely related to duel monsters. This is the city where the first Duel King Muto Yugi is located. I wonder if my current level can compete with the king. With a slight sigh, Li Yufeng looked helplessly at the card pendant hanging on his chest. Since coming to this world, this small and exquisite card pendant seemed to appear out of thin air. No matter what method he used, he could not take it off from his neck. After his many attempts, not only did this card pendant not respond at all, but he didn't even bring any of the cards collected by his predecessor. You must know that in this world dominated by dual monsters, this directly led to Li Yufeng not even having a way to find a good job. You must know that in this world dominated by dual monsters, if you want to live a good life, the technical level of dual games is directly linked to the treatment. However, the only thing that is gratifying for Li Yufeng is that his age of 28 in his previous life has actually returned to 16 years old. Not only is his body strong, but his appearance seems to be pretty good, at least he is much more handsome than his predecessor. Cuckoo! With the protest from his stomach, Li Yufeng was almost starving. He didn't know how long this body hadn't eaten. Anyway, if he couldn't find a job today, he could only steal the children's lollipops to fill his stomach. However, contrary to his wishes, Li Yufeng, who had been working hard for a whole morning, still couldn't find a suitable job. Even the position of a coolie in a convenience store was rejected by the boss because he didn't have a dual monster card. Looking at the provocative look on the face of the young man who was competing with him because he got the job, if he hadn't been so hungry that he had no strength, he would have summoned his right hand and thrown a big bag directly at him. At noon, Li Yufeng, who still hadn't found a job, sat down next to a flower bed on the side of the road with a bit of despair. Looking at the 3 elementary school students who had just finished school, eating taiyaki and walking towards him with a smile, Li Yufeng, who was already hungry and about to lose his mind, said that he could no longer control himself. Damn it, the brave ones will die of overeating and the timid ones will die of starvation. Let's fight! Little Penjiu! Wait a minute! Having made up his mind, Li Yufeng tried his best to make his expression look more ferocious. He blocked the 3 primary school students with a grim smile on his face. I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, leave some food for me. You, what do you want to do? Oh, this is terrible. Are we being robbed? No, no, help. Haha, this handsome guy is the local boss of this street. Seeing the 3 little ones trembling, Li Yufeng became even more proud. If he punched them, they would definitely cry for a long time. Hurry up and give me the food in your hands, or I will. Hey! However, just when Li Yufeng was getting carried away, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ears, and at the same time Li Yufeng felt someone patting his shoulder. Who is it? How dare you hinder this handsome guy? I spit. Turning around with a puzzled look on his face, Li Yufeng felt a fierce punch in the abdomen before he even saw who tapped his shoulder. The punch was so powerful that Li Yufeng collapsed directly holding his stomach, and almost knocked out the tap water he had just drunk. You don't follow the moral code. You're attacking by surprise. Humph. You scumbag, you extorted snacks from a kid, and you have the nerve to say I have no moral principles. Wow. It's his Aoi sister. My sister beat him well. This guy is a bad guy who actually tried to steal our snacks. Yes, yes. Sister Shi's Aoi, teach this bad guy a lesson. Hearing the children's childish voice, Li Yufeng was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He endured the pain in his abdomen and slowly looked up. He saw that the 3 children were hiding behind a girl in a JK school uniform at the same time, and the girl was staring at him with disgust. Wow, what a beautiful girl! It is worthy of being in the world of anime. This girl has an orthodox Yamato Nadeshiko Hime style hairstyle. Her flame red hair falls to her waist, showing the girl's vitality and enthusiasm. She is not tall, about 1.6 meters, but her delicate and lovely face reveals that she is an extremely rare beauty. The only flaw is that her hair is a bit shabby at this stage, but judging from her current clothes, as a junior high school student, she should still have the possibility of secondary development. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Fearing that he would be beaten again, Li Yufeng quickly raised his hands in surrender. Lady. You are listening to my quibbling, bah, you are listening to my explanation, I just wanted to play a joke on them. Do you need to snatch snacks from a kid just for a joke? The beautiful girl named Shi's Aoi obviously didn't believe Li Yufeng's nonsense, or do you think I'm blind and can't see what you just did? Lady, spare my life. Seeing the girl slowly approaching him with her eyes narrowed and fists flexed, Li Yufeng was so scared that sweat broke out all over his forehead. Xiao Ke is new here, my wallet and other things have been stolen, plus I haven't eaten for a day, I'm almost starving to death. And I don't even have a dual monster card on me, and no one wants to hire me even when I'm looking for a job. You can't really blame me for this. Besides, I just want their snacks to fill my stomach, and I don't mean to hurt them. Oh, so that's how it is. In this world of dual monsters, there are naturally differences in talent. Therefore, for someone who does not have a dual monster card, this means that this person does not have a talent for duel, and usually can only do some hard labor that requires effort but does not earn much. With this preconceived notion, the girl naturally thought that Li Yufeng was a person without a talent for duel. Okay, this big brother is not a bad person, you guys should go home quickly. Thank you, Sister Izayoi. Goodbye, Sister Shizayoi. Seeing the girl turned around and waved goodbye to the three little ones, Li Yufeng stealthily got up from the ground and wanted to slip away. However, just when he took 2 steps, the girl's cold voice came again, "Where do you want to go?" Well, Li Yufeng was frightened by the girl again. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying, turned around cautiously and asked, Lady, do you have anything else to say? What's your name? Answer honestly, or I'll beat you up. My name is Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng? From your name, you don't seem to be from Sakura country. Yes. I am not from the country of cherry blossoms. I don't know if you know Kaido. I am. Of course I know. Kaido is a big country, and the strength of their duelists is very strong. Since you are from Kaido, your dueling level must be high. I mistakenly thought that Li Yufeng must be involved. The girl's bag and wallet were stolen, and she immediately looked like she had found a treasure. Let me introduce myself. My name is Izayoi Kaoru. You can call me Zioxuan. Please take care of me. Hello. Please. Please take care of me. Seeing Shizuan stretched out his hand, Li Yufeng touched his head and shook it lightly and shyly. Yufeng, I see you haven't found a job yet, so would you like to come and work for me? I can pay you a salary and also arrange accommodation for you. Really? Really? Hearing that Izayoi Kaoru was willing to hire him, Li Yufeng was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. Great, I'm very willing. Miss Zioxuan, does your family own a company? Are you very rich? Well, our family's fixed industries are mainly in the medical field. When it comes to total assets, although it is not as good as Kaiba Entertainment Group, it is not too bad. Showing a lovely smile, I opened a card game store and I just happened to be in need of a waiter. I think you are quite suitable. Comparable to Kaiba Entertainment Company. The former is a global giant company that is as famous as Fantasy Society in the later period. With such strength, it is not too bad. This little girl is obviously a rich girl. No. You must hold on to this thigh tightly, at least provide food and accommodation. Hey? So that's how it is. Li Yufeng scratched his head awkwardly and asked a little embarrassedly, Miss Zioxuan, are we going back to the store now? I haven't eaten for a day and I'm almost starving to death. Hehe, this is not a problem. Reaching out of her school bag and pulling out a lunch box, Izayoi Kaoru handed it to Li Yufeng and said, This is my lunch box. I'm on a diet so you can help me eat it. We're not going back to the store now. I got reliable information that the 4th remaining super rare card in the world appeared in a game store. That's our destination. If possible, I hope to buy it as the treasure of my store. What kind of card is so rare that it can be used as the treasure of the store? Xiaoxuan's words stunned Li Yufeng, who was about to eat a hearty meal. Hehe, you have no experience, follow me, I will open your eyes today. As Li Yufeng's employer, Shizayoi Kaoru has no bossy attitude at all. Li Yufeng followed her while eating, and the two quickly became familiar with each other along the way. We are here. This is the game store. Following Shizay all the way to the door of a game card store, Li Yufeng looked at the store in front of him with surprise. Isn't this the shop opened by Muto Soraku, the grandfather of Yugi Muto in the anime? Could it be that the super rare card that Zioxuan mentioned is the blank blue eyes white dragon in Zhejiang's hand? That is also a super rare card. What a joke, I have 100 ways to prevent the opponent from playing this card, don't you believe it? Without noticing Li Yufeng's embarrassed expression, Izayoi pushed the door and walked into the shop. Grandpa Shuangliu, I'm here again, and this time I'm full of sincerity. Oh, haha. It's Xiaoxuan. With a familiar laugh, Zhejiang with his iconic spider leg hairstyle appeared in Li Yufeng's sight. I've said it many times, this card was given to me by my old friend. It is priceless to me and I will never transfer it. Grandpa Shuangliu, please have some mercy on me. Seeing that bribery didn't work, Izayoi Kaoru used the tactic of acting like a spoiled child in the blink of an eye. She shook Muto Sugoroku's arm and said in a tender voice, you also know that I just opened a card store and I'm in urgent need of some treasures. I promise you, Grandpa, that I will never sell this card. Just agree to sell it to him. Oh, haha. This won't do. The elderly Zhejiang obviously couldn't stand Izayoi Kaoru's coquettish tactics, so he could only smile foolishly. If Xiaoxuan really needs a store signing card, I still have a few rare cards here, why not give them to you? As for that super rare card, I really can't sell it. 66 Grandpa. Seeing that Muto Sugoroku was unmoved, Izayoi Kaoru had no choice but to continue pestering him. However, at this moment, the door of the game store suddenly opened. Chicken sauce. We are back. Grandpa, here we come. Zhejiang, excuse me. Turning around and seeing the four people coming in, Li Yufeng's pupils suddenly shrank. Wow, this familiar starfish head, and that gambler golden hair, they are real people. The other two must be Honda and Kyoko, the protagonists are all here, so President Kaiba should be here soon. Chapter 3. Yugi, you guys are out of school now. Are you here with your classmates today? Seeing his grandson coming to the store with his classmates, Muto Sugoroku quickly changed the subject. Ms. Kaoru, you are here again. It seems that he has known Izayoi Kaoru for a long time, and Yugi Muto smiled and said hello, you must be here for your grandfather's super rare card, right? Yes, that's right. It seems that Izayoi Kaoru and Muto Yugi have known each other for a long time, so they spoke very naturally. Because of my idle work, I also opened a card game store, but since it just opened and has no reputation, I thought of the super rare card of Grandpa Soraku. Wow, Izayoi Kaoru is actually a real person. I didn't expect that Yugi's grandfather actually knew such a celebrity. You can't judge a person by his appearance. This is incredible. Miss Sun, who debuted as an idol duelist, actually came to such a shabby little shop in person. I must be dreaming. Seeing Yanushi and Honda's pig-like faces, Li Yu. I was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that my boss was actually an idol. However, this was completely different from the original work I was familiar with. Could it be that my arrival caused the butterfly effect? You two bastards! Who are you calling a junkie shop? Hearing Yanushi and Honda slandering his game store, Muto Sugoroku was instantly displeased. I have a collection of dozens of rare cards that are not circulated on the market, and I also have the treasure of the town. You actually said that I run a junkie shop, it's ridiculous. I must teach you a lesson today. Ah! Master, we were wrong. No, don't hit the head. Haha, you two deserve it. Looking at his grandfather fighting with Yanushi and Honda, Muto Yugi could only touch his hair awkwardly and laughed. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came over. Abo. What's wrong? Another me. I feel like there's something wrong with the man next to Miss Sun. There's a strange energy in him that I'm familiar with but can't describe. According to my intuition, he must be an extremely powerful duelist. Is that so? After hearing Wang Yang's words, Xiao Biao turned his head and glanced at Li Yufeng. Miss Sun, who is this? Ah, he is my new clerk, Li Yufeng from Kaido. Seeing that Muto Yugi seemed very interested in Li Yufeng, Izayoi Kaoru was also very generous and quickly introduced him. Hello, my name is Li Yufeng, I am 16 years old, nice to meet you. Ah, hello, my name is Yugi Muto, I am also 16 years old, I believe we can become good friends. It should be said that Xiao Biao's interpersonal skills are really amazing, coupled with his gentle personality, it is easy for him to get acquainted with Li Yufeng. You two brats, okay. Today I will open your eyes and show you what a super rare card is. Seemingly annoyed by Yanushi and Honda's attitude, Muto Sugoroku turned to the counter and took out a beautifully packaged box from the bottom compartment behind him. Don't blink. After gently placing the box on the counter, Muto Sugoroku showed a smug expression. He slowly opened the box, and saw a beautiful card lying quietly at the bottom of the box. Blue Eyes White Dragon. It actually has 3000 attack points. What a terrifying card. Wow! What a beautiful card. Oh my god! This is really the fourth Blue Eyes White Dragon card left in the world. Grandpa Shuangliu, please sell this card to me, I will keep it well. Please. After seeing the real card, Izayoi Kaoru was obviously more excited. Oh, haha. I can't sell it. I will never sell it in my lifetime. Gently stroking his beard, Shuangliu Chicken Sauce's face was full of pride. So, who dares to call the game store I run a shabby little shop? You two little brats, are you convinced now? Wow! It really is this blank card. Seeing Zhejiang holding the card carefully in his arms, Li Yufeng's face suddenly showed an indescribable embarrassment. Of course, it doesn't mean that this Blue Eyes White Dragon card is not good, but in the duel environment that he is familiar with in the future, the role of this card is just a material, and most of the time it stays in the graveyard. Even in the environment of some specialized White Dragon decks, this card may not even be qualified to go to the graveyard in the first place. What's more, Li Yufeng is very sure that in that environment, except for the president, no one will throw this blank card with no resistance on the field. However, just when Li Yufeng was not interested, he suddenly felt that the card pendant hanging on his chest seemed to flicker, and at the same time, a picture frame like a game interface appeared in front of him out of thin air. A rare card has been detected. Determine the target. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Please touch the card to absorb the spirit energy to unlock the deck. What? Li Yufeng opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the information suddenly appearing in front of him. Is this the function of this pendant? Thinking that he didn't even have a card on him, Li Yufeng made a decision instantly. Walking to the counter, Li Yufeng said sincerely, Grandpa Shuangliu, can you let me see this card? Wow! Yufeng. Touching his chin slightly, Muto Sugoroku smiled and handed the card to Li Yufeng. Here, let me show you. Thank you, Grandpa Shuangliu. Li Yufeng took the Blue Eyes White Dragon with a serious face, and was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot, because the moment he touched the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the picture frame that looked like the game interface popped up again. Name, Li Yufeng. Level 1. Skills, Magic Trap Affinity, Note, limited to 1 time per game. Bonds, Atlas Worm Demon, Vampire Lady. Atla Bug Devil, Vampire Lady. Unlocked, Temptation of Bug Devil, some cards of Vampire Empire. Seeing these two familiar names again in this strange world, Li Yufeng almost burst into tears on the spot. As a heavy underworld minotaur, these two wives have been with Li Yufeng since he first came into contact with Yu-Gi-Oh! In Li Yufeng's words, anyone could betray him, but these two cards have never let him down. Seeing these two cards under the frame and some cards unlocked to be used, Li Yufeng was so excited that he couldn't describe it. He trembled and returned the Blue Eyes White Dragon to Muto Sugoroku. People who didn't know the specific situation thought that he couldn't control his emotions because he touched this Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yufeng, now you believe what I said, right? Patting Li Yufeng's shoulder seriously, Izayoi Kaoru said in a conscientious manner, well, after all, it is the only fourth super rare card left in the world, so it is inevitable that you will be excited. Maybe. Knowing that Izayoi Kaoru had misunderstood, Li Yufeng did not want to explain anything. He wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled happily. Although the Blue Eyes White Dragon is also very good, the level of attack power does not represent everything. What is important is the bond between the card, otherwise no matter how strong the card is, it will not escape the fate of defeat. Abo. Well, I understand, my other self, your intuition is indeed correct. I can now be sure that Yufeng is definitely a strong duelist. Ah, it's great that you understand. I just don't know what tactics he will use. I really hope I can fight him one day. I'm looking forward to playing against him too. Oh, boy, it seems you really know a lot. Without reaching out to take the Blue Eyes White Dragon from Li Yufeng's hand, after looking at him deeply and nodding with satisfaction, Muto Sugoroku seemed to have made up his mind. Xiaoxuan, although I cannot sell this card to you, I decided to lend it to you for the sake of this young man. You can display it in your newly opened store, which will also increase its fame. I believe that your game store will soon be on the right track. Really? Thank you, Ji-chan. Is Aoi. Kaoru, who originally had no intention of selling the Blue Eyes White Dragon, was overjoyed when she heard this. After all, Muto Sugoroku's decision was a great help to her. Hehe. Yu Feng, you are really my lucky star. Boss, you're too kind. I'm not that great. Pa. Just when Li Yufeng was embarrassed, the door of the game store suddenly opened. Li Yufeng suddenly realized that it must be the famous seahorse president who came. Yo! I've heard that Yugi's grandfather runs a card store, but what's the matter with this shabby store? Are there really cards worth buying in a store like this? The arrogant president didn't give Yugi Muto any face at all, and directly turned on the troll mode. Hey? Kaiba. Kaiba's words immediately made Yanushi a little unhappy. You actually know about dual monster cards, are you also a duelist like me? Hey! Hey! Stop kidding! Kaiba closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Do you have the qualifications to compare with me? After all, I have the strength of the Dual Monster National Championship. Maybe you still don't understand what I said, I can make it clearer, that is, you scumbags are not on the same level as me. What did you say? Veins suddenly appeared on Yanushi's forehead. You are really arrogant. Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Humph, I'm not that bored to bother with a lowly person like you. Just. When Kaiba was about to continue to taunt Yanushi, he suddenly saw the card in Li Yufeng's hand. This is it. He pounced on Li Yufeng, his eyes flashing with light. He stared at the card in Li Yufeng's hand, gritted his teeth, and suddenly put the suitcase in his hand on the counter. Boy, give me the Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand. How about I exchange it with you for the rare cards in this box? Sorry, this is not for sale. Not to mention that this card is not his, even if it is his, Li Yufeng will never hand it over. After all, for the president who already has 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, if this card falls into his hands, the consequences are definitely imaginable. Kujuo. However, Li Yufeng still underestimated the president's persistence in getting a free marriage. He slammed his hands on the counter and said with a ferocious look, I can pay, no matter how much it is, you can name any price. It seems you still don't understand. After carefully putting the Blue Eyes White Dragon into the box and covering it, Li Yufeng turned around and handed the box to Aoi Kaoru. Strictly speaking, this card was borrowed from my boss, so you've got the point wrong. Yufeng is right. Aoi Kaoru, who was almost drooling, took the box as if she had found a treasure. She held the box in both hands and rubbed it with her forehead, saying proudly, this Blue Eyes White Dragon has the power of bondage. It is the friendship and spiritual sustenance of Grandpa Soraku. I just borrowed it for exhibition. I will never sell such a treasure. Besides, our Aoi family consortium is not short of money. Kaiba-kun, you have to understand that there are some things that you can't buy no matter how much money you have. The mistress of the Aoi family? In the final analysis, she is just a superficial woman who relies on the gimmick of a duelist to attract attention. You bastard Kaiba! Who are you calling a superficial woman? I am a top 64 player in the Duel Monster National Tournament. How dare you say that to me? I want to duel with you. Duel with me? Just you? Humph, I never bully women, especially weak and pitiful women. Glazing at his Aoi Kaoru fiercely, Kaiba shifted his eyes to Li Yufeng. Boy, you actually dared to disobey my order. I will remember you. I believe we will meet again soon. Goodbye. After closing the suitcase, Kaiba Sito turned around and walked out of the door of the game store. What bullshit bond, what spiritual sustenance, only absolute power can completely destroy all enemies that stand in our way. Wait, I will never allow the 4th Blue Eyes White Dragon to appear in this world, I will definitely get it. Yufeng Jun, are you okay? It was not until Kaiba walked out of the store that Muto Yugi looked at Li Yufeng with a worried look on his face. Kaiba-kun may have set his sights on you, why don't you? Oh my! What are you talking about, Yugi-kun? It was so hard to get the Blue Eyes White Dragon, how could I give it away? Don't forget, Yufeng is not only my shop assistant, how can people's duel skills be bad? So you can rest assured, Ahem. I am Yufeng, yes, it's him, he will definitely protect this Blue Eyes White Dragon. Why is it me? Li Yufeng was immediately annoyed by Shi's Aoi Kaoru's words. I'll give you a raise. Aoi Kaoru made a gesture to raise the salary. Don't worry, boss. Leave everything to me. I promise to complete the task. The next afternoon. Lavender Card Game Shop. Since his Aoi Kairi still had to go to school, the job of looking after the shop naturally fell on Li Yufeng. After cleaning the shop, Li Yufeng made himself a cup of tea, and climbed on the counter with a comfortable look on his face to sort out the cards he had just received. Hehe, my little Atla, you are indeed the cutest in the world. Oh no, Miss Vampire, I don't mean that. In my heart you are the cutest in the world, just like Atla, and this familiar red pit, and these familiar little cuties of the insect demons, hehe. You are all my little darlings. Well, the alms of angels and pot of greed, these 10,000-year banned cards can actually be used at will. Such cards are really too abnormal. Oh, and the noble power of the Knights of Hanoi also has no restrictions on use. Such a deck will be punished by God. Li Yufeng, who had initially unlocked a small part of his previous life's deck, was immersed in a little happiness. However, just when he had just assembled a set of specialized and commonly used decks, a black car suddenly stopped at the door of the Lavender Card Game Store. As the door of the game store was roughly opened, 3 people were seen. A burly man in a black suit and sunglasses rushed in fiercely. The 3 men in black had the logo of the Seahorse Group embroidered on their suits, and their purpose was self-evident. Chapter 4. Brothers, you don't have to watch so closely. Also, is the safety on your gun? You must hold it steady, don't let it go off accidentally. Brother, please say something. I won't run away. We are just making friends. Why should we make things so awkward? In a black car, Li Yufeng was squeezed into the middle seat of the back seat by 2 bodyguards. Under the enthusiastic invitation of the 3 bodyguards and, gun, kind, finger, can, brain, dear, bag, Li Yufeng had to leave a note in a hurry and was forced by them to go to the Haima group to play cards with the president. Having lived in a peaceful society for a long time, how could Li Yufeng have imagined that someone would actually point a gun at him in broad daylight? Although the underworld is a legal organization in Sakura country, you have to know that this is an era of rule of law, a modern society with advanced technology. Is there still the king's law? Is there still law? What are these yamen runners in Sakura country doing? How can you feel at ease spending taxpayers' money on such a social security's money? You said that Kaiba Group is so powerful that even the yamen runners dare not intervene? Sorry to bother you, just pretend I didn't say anything. Carrying in his heart the dissatisfaction with the yamen runners of Sakura country and the uneasiness of not wanting to be piked by real people, Li Yufeng was escorted all the way to the office building of Kaiba Group. Although it is called an office building, in fact, the headquarters of Kaiba Group is a large-scale entertainment activity center with complete equipment, and the technological level of this place is not inferior to those 3-dimensional game consoles that Li Yufeng played in his previous life. You must know that in his original world, those game consoles were not fully popularized until 26XX. When he came to a duel machine, Kaiba Sito had already stood on the other side of the duel stage. He folded his arms and showed a hideous smile from above. Humph, Yufeng. I'm glad you didn't try to escape. Come on. Face me like a real man. The stakes are the most precious cards for both of us. As an inferior, you have to understand that you have no right to refuse me. Your suggestion is very good. Li Yufeng spread his hands and shook his head helplessly, then his face suddenly changed, de Gako to Walu. What I, Li Yufeng, like to do most in my life is to say loudly to those who are self-righteous and think they have already won the game. Snap! 2 cold pistols were thrust at Li Yufeng's forehead at the same time. Boy, my ears are not good and I didn't hear you clearly just now. I'll give you a chance to organize your words again. Brother. My 2 half-brothers. Don't be impulsive, I said yes. It's just a joke, to liven up the atmosphere, there's no need to do this, right? Fighting and killing will only hurt the harmony, don't you agree? Oh, brothers, can you please stop holding me? I can walk by myself, no. Can you 2 be gentler? I have a bad heart and I'm a little afraid of heights. Just as Li Yufeng was carried by 2 bodyguards and thrown onto the duel stage, several figures suddenly rushed out from the entrance below the game table. Kaiba! You bastard, how dare you kidnap my employees? You really don't take our Aoi group seriously. Kaiba-kun, why would you do such a thing? It is wrong to resort to violence in duel monsters. Kaiba! You bastard, if you want to fight, come to me. Yanushi, will never be afraid of you. Urasai. Kaiba suddenly shouted, and looked at Yugi Muto and others, led by Izayoi, with a sneer on his face. This duel has nothing to do with personal grudges. As a man, he has stepped onto the duel stage, which means that the duel has begun. The only way to resolve it is for one side to admit defeat or fall down. Do you want to watch him become a deserter? Or do you have no sense of honor as a duelist at all? See horse. Abo. Another me. I don't know when, Wang Yang has replaced Xiao Biao. He stood in the audience, staring at Kaiba Sito. Kaiba, don't be too proud. I firmly believe that you will never be able to defeat Yu Fengjun if you don't understand the dual monster bonds and souls. This duel will definitely end with your defeat. He he he. Ha ha ha. Wang Yang's words made Kaiba burst into laughter. You are a bunch of ignorant inferiors. You simply don't understand what kind of power I possess now. The duel adopts the latest rules of the Kaiba group. The health value is 2000 points. Anyone whose health value reaches 0 will be defeated. Virtual system started. Yu Feng. Are you ready to die? Ha! With a slight sigh, Li Yufeng's eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely obscure red light. At this moment, he was no longer the sloppy look he usually had, but the strongest duel king who had won 5 consecutive Yu-Gi-Oh! World Cup championships in the future world. Since you want to be beaten, I will grant your wish. Duel. I'll take it down if you attack first. Kaiba launched the attack first. Draw a card. I will one-eyed. Wait a minute. With Li Yufeng's shout, Kaiba Sito almost couldn't catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and stared at Li Yufeng. What do you want to do? No, I mean, how can you draw a card when you attack first? Do you understand the rules of the game? Do you know that this is a foul? Poof. Yu Fengjun, what are you doing? Oh my god. I think I am a newbie, but Yu Feng is even more of a newbie than me. Ah. It's over. My blue eyes white dragon. Li Yufeng's words stunned Wang Yang and others in the audience. Shizai Kaoru couldn't even accept the blow and fainted. Ha ha ha, you are a layman, it seems you don't understand at all. Forget it, I am too lazy to explain it to you, in this case, then just prepare to die. I attack as a Cyclops, attack 1200, defense 1000. Shoo. Newbie, it's your turn. But I guess you can't come up with any decent cards. Ha ha ha. Shit. What kind of broken rule is this? You attack first and you draw a card? You're just playing dirty and you don't even allow me to say anything? Tisk. How shameless. Li Yufeng made a contemptuous gesture towards Kaiba Sito and raised his hand to touch his own deck of cards. It's my turn, draw a card. Hey? I got the first one I drew. Is this the so-called bond value? After taking a look at the bond card displayed on his attribute board, Li Yufeng's mouth curled up slightly, and he raised his hand and slapped the card he just drew directly on the electronic instrument. I summon Atlas Worm Demon, attack 1800, defense 1000, to attack. Accompanied by a burst of electronic sound, a flash of light appeared on the duel field, and a black-clothed little girl about 1.4 meters tall and looking like a spider appeared out of thin air. She had an evil smile on her face, and a black aura slowly floated beside her. Haha, what is this? Can such a tiny thing be called a dual monster? Sure enough, the cards of lower class people are just trash. Seeing Li Yufeng summon such a harmless little loli, Kaiba Sito couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh my god, my blue eyes white dragon is really going to die this time. Seeing the skinny monster on Li Yufeng's field, Izayoi Kaoru, who had just woken up, fainted again. President Kaiba, I advise you not to underestimate others. I'm covering a card, Atla, and attacking. Kill that big fool for me. Spider hands entangling kill. After receiving Li Yufeng's order, Atlas Worm Demon's eyes flashed red, and he directly cut out a black giant claw. The Cyclops couldn't withstand such an attack at all, and turned into pieces with a scream. Seahorse LP20001400. Brother. Seeing Kaiba Sito losing blood first, Kaiba Kipi on the other side of the stands shouted nervously. Hee. You've done pretty well for a newbie. Besides, it would be boring if I got rid of you right away. Kaiba sneered, apparently not shaken by the defeat of his own monster. It's my turn, draw a card. Newbie, let me show you what kind of card can be called a rare card. Show up, Sapphire Dragon, attack 1900, defense 1600. This moment. Interrupting Kaiba's shout, Li Yufeng waved his hand. When there is an Atlas Worm Demon on our field, I can activate a normal trap card with the characters of Hole, Hole, and Hole from my hand, so I activate Hole Fall from my hand to destroy the monster summoned by the opponent with an attack power of 1000 or more. Bang! As a red pit was thrown into the graveyard by Li Yufeng, the Sapphire Dragon slowly fell from the air and fell directly into a bottomless pit before even standing firm. With a shrill scream, the Sapphire Dragon was blown to pieces without any suspense. Sapphire Dragon, there is a big pit on the ground. Who dug it? Is there anyone who cares or not? What the hell? What the hell is this? Trap cards can actually be used like this. Another me, the monster called Atlas Worm Demon, actually has such a terrible monster effect. Yes, Abo actually has the ability to activate trap cards directly from the hand. Isn't this hard to guard against? Such a monster is really too scary. It seems that we have all been deceived by the cute appearance of the monster. Yufeng Southeast Arrow. His monster entered the cemetery without even landing firmly. Kaiba Sito was almost gritting his teeth at this moment. You despicable guy. Seeing the president in such an embarrassed state, Li Yufeng pinched his nose and waved his hands and said, "Hey, what's the matter, President? You're making personal attacks just because you can't play cards? By the way, weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep smiling for me. How I wish I could see that hearty smile of yours again. You. Damn it. Don't be complacent, you just lived a few more rounds. My round is over." Although he was very unwilling, the president had no choice but to end his round. "It's my turn, draw a card." Haha, this card came at the right time. I summoned a whirlworm from my hand, 1200 attack, 1600 defense. Next, I released the whirlworm and can choose a normal trap card with characters such as Hole and Hole from my graveyard and deck and put it on the field. Fight! He dared to put a gun to my head. Atla, avenge me, rush up and beat him hard. Ding! What's going on? Atla, what's wrong with you? Don't you love me anymore? Why don't you go up and beat him up? A piercing electronic sound rang out, and Li Yufeng looked at Atla's insect demon on the field with a confused look on his face. However, what responded to Li Yufeng was Atla's extremely human and resentful look. Yufeng Jun, the rules of duel monsters are that they cannot attack the player directly. In addition to the life value being reduced to 0, if the opponent has no monsters on the field and does not summon monsters during a round, it is considered a failure. At the same time, if there are no duel monsters to summon, it is also considered a failure. You should learn more about the rules of duel. Hey? Is this the rule of the game? Well, my turn is over. After hearing Wang Yang's kind explanation, Li Yufeng smiled bitterly and quickly apologized to Atla, the insect demon on the field. "Atla, my little cutie, I'm sorry, I wronged you." Humph! As if he had heard Li Yufeng's apology, Atlas Bug Demon crossed his arms and gave him a beautiful eye roll. "My turn. Draw a card." Although he was a little unconvinced, Kaiba Sito knew that he must not underestimate Li Yufeng again. Otherwise, if the news of his defeat to a beginner due to carelessness spread, then his reputation as a national champion would be completely lost. "Haha, it's this card, Yufeng, I have found a way to crack your despicable tactics, get ready to die." I summon an evil night dragon from my hand in attack position, ATK 2350 Def 2400. At this moment, I activated the trap card Pitfall, destroying the opponent's normal summoned monster with an attack power of 1000 or more. Bang! As a bottomless pit appeared on Kaiba's field again, the evil night dragon and the previous sapphire dragon fell directly into the pit with almost the same action and turned into pieces. Even the screams were surprisingly similar. "Evil night dragon, what a jerk, President, you are so mean. You knew there was a pit on the ground, but you still let me step on it. I think you did it on purpose." "Sapphire Dragon, hey! Buddy, you are coming down too? Come on, lie down in a good position, let's think about the life of a dragon together." As expected. Yufeng. I knew you would do this. I activated the magic card Double Summon from my hand. This turn, I can normal summon a monster again. My pride, my soul, my most loyal servant, come out. Blue Eyes a White Dragon, attack 3000 defense 2500. Pause. Shit. What do you want to do? No. Wait a minute. Li Yufeng interrupted Kaiba with his hand and asked with a puzzled look, actually, I wanted to ask you just now. I won't bother with the evil Dragon Knight, but did you just slap that 8-star monster on the field? Doesn't it require a sacrifice? Not even a magic card? You should at least use a special summon to cover up the fact that you're cheating. Oh, so this is your territory. For the sake of victory, you don't even care about your dignity. Ha, what are you talking about? Kaiba looked at him with a look of idiocy. How can dual monsters be called dual monsters if they can't even summon monsters? Isn't this common sense? Now I can shoot the summoned monster directly. Fine. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything, but the moment you successfully summoned the monster, it's my turn to make a move. Open the cover card. At this moment, I activate the trap card Naraku's Fall. When the opponent summons a monster with an attack power of more than 1500, destroy it and exclude it. What? Except. Seeing Li Yufeng's red face, Hai Ma's eyes widened. Yes, that is the exception. Li Yufeng smiled sinisterly, hehe, I will cheat you without negotiation. Go, take your pride out of the machine quickly. And I'll tell you, I'm counting, don't try to cheat. You bastard. Watching Li Yufeng destroy his Blue Eyes White Dragon so easily, the president's heart was about to break. Blue Eyes White Dragon no. 1. Damn it, I can't even enter the cemetery this time, but I can go to see the stars seriously. My turn is over. What the hell? What on earth did I see? For 2 consecutive rounds, Kaiba Sito couldn't even summon a single monster on his field. I don't even understand how Yufeng did it. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. Is Yufeng really just a novice? No, Yanushi, you are not dreaming. Although Yufeng still lacks knowledge of duel rules, we have to admit that he is indeed an amazing duelist. Yanushi and Wang Yang were both shocked at the same time because they had never seen such a duel. Wang Yang quietly asked himself, if he was facing Li Yufeng, would he really be able to crack such a tactical combination? Chapter 5. When Aoi Kaoru woke up from her coma again, she saw that Li Yufeng not only did not lose, but also suppressed Kaiba Sito tightly. She was so happy in her heart. Kaiba Sito, you idiot, you actually have the nerve to call me a superficial woman, I think you are still a coward. There has not been a single monster on the field for such a long time, and your skills are not as good as mine. Haha, Yufeng. Come on, that's it, teach this arrogant guy a lesson, as long as you win this duel, I will give you a raise when you go back. Seahorse Sito, this disgusting stinky woman. Don't worry, boss. When Li Yufeng heard that he could get a raise, he was very happy. After making a victory gesture to Shizuya Kaoru, he quickly turned his attention back to the duel. Hey, it's my turn. Draw a card. I summon Tio's Insect Demon, attack 1700 defense 1100. When this card is successfully summoned, I can special summon a monster with the Insect Demon character on it in the graveyard in defense position, and revive it, Insect Demon. Next, I release the Whirlworm and activate its special effect at the same time, select a normal trap card with the characters Hole and Pitfall from the graveyard and deck respectively and place them on the field. My turn is over. What? It's a special summon that doesn't require the resurrection of the dead, and it also maximizes the recycling of trap cards in the graveyard. I have never heard of such a play. Are all duelists in Kaido so strong? Seeing Li Yufeng's operation, Wang Yang and Xiao Baiao were shocked at the same time. Yugi, what is a special summon? And I don't understand what you said at all. After looking at Yanushi calmly, Wang Yang continued, in addition to normal summons, special summons use the effects of cards to summon monsters regardless of the number of times. If used properly, you can even summon multiple monsters in one round. Yufeng used such a card effect. Awesome, really awesome. There is actually such a way to use the dual monsters graveyard. Yufeng, you are so strong. Another me, do you think Yufeng is really just a newbie? No, Abo. I think the reason why Yufeng performed like that before is probably because the duel rules of Kaido are very different from those of Sakura country. And I can feel that this is definitely not Yufeng's limit. His true strength may be even stronger than we imagined. Another me, I am increasingly eager to fight with Yu Feng. Ah, I have the same idea, but after we go back, we have to adjust our decks, otherwise we won't be able to deal with Yu Feng's tactics at all. Oh, haha. Yanushi-kun, Yugi-kun, how are you? This is our Lavender Game Store's special employee, isn't he awesome? What national champion? That's no problem at all. Kaiba, you deserve it, you've hit a wall now. Sito Kaiba, you bitch, shut up. For President Kaiba, who was at a disadvantage on the field, Yanushi and Yugi Muto's comments and Izayoi Kairu's mockery were like someone stabbing him in the heart with a knife. Brother, don't be discouraged, believe in yourself, and cheer up. Hearing these words, Deeping was also very anxious at the moment, and hurriedly cheered for his brother. Damn, 2 more covered cards. Even though he knew clearly what cards Li Yufeng had covered on the field, Kaiba knew that with the 3 cards in his hand, there was no way to break Yufeng's underworld tactics. My turn, draw a card. Seeing the card just drawn, Kaiba suddenly had a plan in his mind. I activated Pot of Greed from my hand and drew 2 more cards. Next, activate Angel's Charity, draw 3 cards from the deck, and then choose 2 to discard. Looking at the president piling up cards and drawing cards, Li Yufeng felt a pang of pain in his heart. What on earth is the purpose of banning cards twice in a row? Who made this rubbish rule? Is there any law left? There are 3 face-up cards on the field of that bastard Yufeng, but only the middle one is the one he covered at the beginning. This face-up card that has never been activated must be a magic card in my opinion. In this case, I will get rid of the 2 troublesome cave trap cards first. Having made up his mind, Kaiba Sito slammed a card on the electronic instrument. I normal summon from my hand, Demonic Dragon, ATK 900, Def 900, in attack position. Seeing the Demonic Dragon land safely, Kaiba Sito became more certain of his thoughts. Yufeng, I guessed right. The trap cards on your field can only target monsters with an attack power of more than 1000 points. I'm afraid you've miscalculated this time. I activate the spell card Crush Stomp from my hand. When there is a dragon monster on my field, I can select a spell card or trap card and destroy it, and inflict 500 points of damage to the controller of that card. What I want to destroy is naturally the trap card that you took out from the graveyard and covered on the field. Bang! With a loud bang, the trap card that Yufeng had just covered from the graveyard was directly blown to pieces because of the effect of Crush and Trample. Li Yufeng's LP20001500 found that Li Yufeng still did not take any action because the Naraku's falling hole on the field was sent to the graveyard. Kaiba laughed and said, "Despicable trash, now you can't stop my Blue Eyes White Dragon. I will activate the Resurrection of the Dead from my hand and wake up the Blue Eyes White Dragon sleeping in the graveyard. My pride, my soul, my most loyal servant. Come. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Open the cover card and the electric grid will fall. When your opponent special summon a monster from the deck or graveyard, you can activate this effect and banish that monster face down. Well, now your soul is gone too. Go ahead and take that card out. Resurrection from the Dead is a special summon, I don't need to explain this, right? Nanny. No. Watching his Blue Eyes White Dragon just jumping out of the cemetery and turning into stars in the air because of hitting an electric net, President Kaiba was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Blue Eyes White Dragon no. 2, buddy, move over there, I'll watch the stars with you. Shit. Are you deliberately messing with my mentality? Except for what? Except for what? Yufeng. You bastard, what do you mean by this? Do you think this is a duel? Coward. Face me bravely. You shameless and despicable villain. Haha, I can't play anymore, I've started swearing again. Li Yufeng scratched his ears expressionlessly, but I just like the way you hate me but can't get rid of me, come and hit me, idiot. Hee. Ha ha ha. Yufeng. Do you really think you've already won? To tell you the truth, you've been tricked. With a deep laugh, Kaiba Sito suddenly raised his head. You despicable lowlife, I guessed that you would take action on my second Blue Eyes White Dragon card. Blue Eyes White Dragon no. 2, what? After all this time, I was sold out by my teammates. But I don't think you expected that I just put 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons in the graveyard. Now I activate the second magic card from my hand, Resurrection of the Dead. What? Li Yufeng's eyes almost popped out when he saw the familiar icon. Does the current rule allow you to put 2 Resurrection of the Dead cards in your deck? How lax is this? How can you not afford to play? Are you deliberately messing with me? Are you playing tricks on me? Haha. There is no point in saying more. President Kaiba waved his hand, and roared to the sky as if he was proud of himself. My pride, my soul, my most loyal servant. Respond to my call and show up here, blue-eyed white dragon. Roar. With a loud roar, a huge white dragon finally landed safely on the field of the duel arena. Blue Eyes White Dragon No. 3. After going through untold hardships, I finally stood firm. Following such a stubborn and stupid master, do you know how difficult it is for me? The other two brothers who were excluded, don't worry, I will avenge you now. As if pouring out the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, the blue-eyed white dragon's originally blue pupils actually emitted bursts of bright red flames. Ha ha ha. Bastard, this time, you can't stop my blue eyes white dragon anymore, right? Seeing that Li Yufeng didn't activate the retention. The last card on the field made the president feel a little swelled. Ha ha ha, I knew it long ago, it really isn't a trap card. Fight. Bruazio, vent your anger to your heart's content, destroy the enemies in front of you, and bring the wine of victory to me. Explosive gale bomb of destruction. Seeing the white light waves slowly gathering from the blue eyes white dragon's mouth, Wang Yang and others below the game table were also horrified. Oh no, if the blue eyes white dragon is allowed to gain a foothold, Yu Fengjun will have no chance of winning. Wow! No, help! My blue eyes white dragon card! Miss Sun, please let go, please let go! You are strangling me to death! This moment! However, just when the president was in an intoxicated state, a voice that he least wanted to hear came out again, so that when Kaiba heard this voice, he couldn't help but shiver violently. Trap card activated. The light of the Holy Spirit shines on the earth, defeat the powerful enemy for me, bring me the light of hope and victory, wake up. The noble power of the Hanno Knights. Holy Shield. Mirror power. Comfortable. It really feels good to shout it out like this. For the extremely happy Li Yufeng, the mood of the Seahorse president is obviously not as good as before. Li Yufeng, you can't afford to play this game. With a scream from President Kaiba, the blue eyes white dragon and the demonic evil dragon simultaneously turned into ashes under the dazzling white light. Seeing that his third blue eyes white dragon card was killed by Li Yufeng again, Kaiba collapsed on the game table like a deflated ball. Blue eyes white dragon No. 3, damn, it's a trap again. I'm sorry to the two brothers who were excluded. I'll help you two get revenge next time. The two of you in the cemetery, lie down over there. I'll accompany you to think about dragon life. After killing the last blue eyes white dragon, Li Yufeng raised his eyebrows at President Kaiba in a somewhat arrogant manner. Hehe, considering that this card is your last servant, I won't exclude it. After all, I'm afraid you don't have a way to revive the blue eyes white dragon now. Why would you cover this card? Staring at Li Yufeng, Kaiba Sito asked in confusion. Hey? Isn't this obvious? Li Yufeng snapped his fingers and smiled. After all, you are the first to play, so of course I have to cover a card that can flip the table in advance, otherwise how can I counterattack and suppress you? Damn Yufeng! My turn is over. Brother! Don't give up, stand up quickly. Seeing Kaiba's decadent look, Kaiba Kipi was also very anxious, but at this time he obviously couldn't help Kaiba on the duel stage. It's my turn, draw a card. Excuse me, President Kaiba, the card I just drew. It is the blue eyes white dragon. Pop! A crisp electronic sound rang out, and Li Yufeng directly summoned the blue eyes white dragon. This does not require any sacrifices and can directly shoot 8-star monsters on the field. Whoever uses it will know the truth. Blue eyes white dragon. The only fourth blue eyes white dragon in the world. As expected, you stood against me, and you betrayed me. Staring intently at the white bride who was roaring at him mercilessly, Kaiba Sito seemed like a husband who was cheated on and abandoned by his wife. His eyes revealed deep despair without disguising it. You are wrong, Kaiba, it's not that the blue eyes white dragon betrayed you, but that you never really owned it. Shaking his head at Kaiba Sito, Li Yufeng pointed at him and said, think about it carefully. If you get this blue eyes white dragon, will you really keep it and cherish it? No, you won't, you will only destroy it ruthlessly. After all, a deck can only hold 3 blue eyes white dragons. For you who only worship power, this fourth blue eyes white dragon will only become your enemy. It is because you understand the immensely powerful power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon that you are timid. You dare not face it and are afraid to face it. In front of this fourth Blue Eyes White Dragon, you are a real coward. Because you don't understand the bond between duel monsters and duelists, you will trample on other people's most precious cards. For me, this Blue Eyes White Dragon is not only the spiritual sustenance of Grandpa Sogoroku, it is also a symbol of friendship. It is precisely because I cherish it and love it that it will resolutely choose to fight for me. Blue Eyes White Dragon will never be a unique monster that belongs to you alone in the future. After saying this, the Blue Eyes White Dragon on Li Yufeng's field actually turned around and looked at him deeply in a very human way. After nodding slightly at Li Yufeng suddenly felt the card pendant on his chest light up slightly, and then he found that his attribute panel had added some things that did not exist originally. Name, Li Yufeng. Level 1. Skills, Magic Trap Affinity, Note, limited to 1 per game, High Star starting. Bond, Atlas Worm Demon, Vampire Lady, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Unlocked, Blue Eyes White Dragon Specialized Version Primary Deck. So I have been recognized by the Blue Eyes White Dragon? This card really has an elf in it. Surprised that he got some of the cards he had treasured in his previous life again, Li Yufeng became more and more convinced that this world really has extraordinary existences like monsters and elves. So, is all this my fault? Looking at the fourth Blue Eyes White Dragon on Li Yufeng's field with a sad face, Kaiba, who had no means or methods to revive his Blue Eyes White Dragon, finally lost his fighting spirit at this moment. He put his hand on his deck, as if he had exhausted all his strength, and slowly uttered 3 words. I give up. 1 week later. Lavender Card Shop. Hehe, now I can see this Blue Eyes White Dragon card the first thing I see every morning. I am so happy. Sitting on the counter chair, I watched. The Blue Eyes White Dragon placed high in the most conspicuous place on the counter could not help but smile foolishly again. After a series of processing, this Blue Eyes White Dragon card was not only placed in a priceless exquisite photo frame by Aoi Kaoru, but also set up a double password lock in the counter. What is speechless is that the counter glass protecting the Blue Eyes White Dragon was specially customized by the Aoi group. Even if it was machine-gunned, it could not leave a trace on it. From this, it can be seen that Kaoru's parents doted on her to what extent. Thanks to the existence of this rare card, the business of the Lavender Card Store has been surprisingly good in the past few days. In addition to the increase in customers buying cards, most duelists are more willing to pay a high price to buy this Blue Eyes White Dragon, and even exchange cards for cards, but without exception, they were sternly rejected by Aoi Kaoru. Seeing Li Yufeng, who was wearing a clerk's uniform and was busy pasting posters on the wall, an idea that could once again increase the popularity of the Lavender Card Game Store once again emerged in Aoi Kaoru's mind. Chapter 6. Jumping up and down, Aoi Kaoru came behind Li Yufeng and asked slyly, Yufeng, I think it's a waste of your talent to be a clerk with your dueling skills. Do you want to be famous? I don't want to. Li Yufeng has a deep understanding of his boss's character in the past few days. As long as she shows this expression, it will definitely not be a good thing, so Li Yufeng shook his head and refused without thinking. Hey! Seeing Li Yufeng's straightforward answer, several black lines instantly appeared on Chizia Sun's forehead. Humph, Yufeng, you are such a fool. Since you defeated Kaiba, why didn't you take his Blue Eyes White Dragon? Do you really think that bastard Kaiba Sito would be grateful to you? You should know that the predecessor of Kaiba Group made its fortune by reselling arms. They are a group of lunatics who only care about profit. Boss, you think too much of me. I'm just an ordinary duelist, how can I consider those things? After wiping his hands, Li Yufeng continued, although Kaiba is not a good person, we must admit that his obsession and feelings for Blue Eyes White Dragon are not fake. I can't take away other people's most precious cards. Otherwise, what's the difference between me and Kaiba Sito? Well, what you said makes sense. Excuse me, is Mr. Li Yufeng here? As he was speaking, 2 black-clad bodyguards from the Haima group walked in from the store entrance carrying a box. 2 big brothers, why are you here again? Seeing that Haima actually sent these 2 familiar bodyguards over again, Li Yufeng couldn't help but reveal an extremely ugly smile. After all, the embarrassing fact of having a gun pointed at his head was too sour and refreshing. Li Yufeng really didn't want to experience it again. This is what President Kaiba wants us to give you. In addition, he has something else for us to convey to you. Li Yufeng took the suitcase from the bodyguard and asked in confusion, "What did he say?" The president said that he readily admitted his defeat this time, but you should not be complacent. The president only admitted that he lost to the fourth Blue Eyes White Dragon, not you who cowered in the corner and only used despicable means. It won't be long before the president will challenge you again and wash away the shame. He told you to clean your neck and wait to be bitten into pieces by the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Well, that's all the president has to say. Excuse me, we'll take our leave. Wow! As expected of the president of Kaiba, you're really arrogant. Li Yufeng, who knew the character of the president of Kaiba well, watched the two bodyguards turn around and leave with a dark face. He couldn't help but sigh that Kaiba, who was originally obsessed with being the king, actually shifted his target and set his sights on himself. This was definitely not good news for him. You know, in the original book, Kaiba Sito was a ruthless man who didn't even let the dead go, and even dared to chase you to your ancestral grave to play cards with you as a living person. It can be imagined that being targeted by such a person would definitely cause you a huge trouble. Humph, if you lose, you lose. Why are you still looking for excuses? You are not like a man at all. After complaining about Kaiba, Izao Kaoru snatched the box from Li Yufeng's hand. Let me check what's in there. Click. Since the suitcase was not locked, Izao Kaoru easily opened it. However, when she saw a pile of rare cards neatly arranged in the suitcase, even though she had seen a lot of big things and was the little princess of the Izao group, she couldn't help but become starry-eyed. Wow! So many rare cards, this one, and this one, these are cards you can only get if you participate in the national competition and win the championship. Oh, haha! That's great! I have so many precious rare cards to strengthen my deck. I will definitely win the national competition this time. Humph, when I become the champion, I'll see who dares to say that I'm just a vase for gimmicks. Humming happily, Ishiya Kaoru directly ignored Li Yufeng who was standing next to her with a frown on his face. She took out her own deck from the card bag on her waist and started to strengthen her. Boss, these cards were given to me by Haima. Yufeng, the bond between us is so deep, do we still have to separate it so clearly? Yes. Ignoring Izao Kaoru's cute tactics, Li Yufeng nodded fiercely with an expressionless face. Hey, Yufeng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but as a man you should be more generous, otherwise girls won't like you. Besides, I want to strengthen my deck and participate in the national competition to increase the popularity of our card store. From your perspective, you should also want to make your salary more generous, right? No. Li Yufeng shook his head again. If I sell these rare cards, I believe I can get a lot of money, so just increasing my salary is not enough for me. Okay. As if she had made up her mind, Izao Kaoru spoke again, I will be responsible for cooking in the store from now on, and I will also be responsible for washing the dishes. This should be fine, right? Deal. As if he was afraid that Izao Kaoru would go back on his word, Li Yufeng agreed very readily. As a deep-seated otaku in his previous life, Li Yufeng basically relied on takeout for his 3 meals a day. It's not that he can't cook, but he is often addicted to duel monsters and almost forgets to eat most of the time. Although Izao Kaoru is the daughter of a big family, the food she cooks is unexpectedly delicious. Although Kaiba gave a lot of rare cards, for Li Yufeng who has already unlocked the deck bond, there are probably not many really useful cards. In exchange for the opportunity to be lazy, such a deal is simply a good deal for a lazy person like him. Okay, my deck has been strengthened. Yufeng, come and train with me. With your help, I will definitely win the national championship. The day of the Sakura Country Duel Monster National Tournament is coming soon. After a series of special training by Li Yufeng, Izao Kaoru's strength has also improved significantly. Although in Li Yufeng's opinion, Izao Kaoru's strength is still far from the level of the national competition, Li Yufeng inferred it according to the national competition in his original world. After getting a series of rare cards provided by President Kaiba, she almost qualified in this preliminaries with a random killing attitude. In addition, under the intentional or unintentional packaging of the Izao Foundation, she debuted as a duel idol and also gained great popularity. Because Izao Kaoru used a plant monster card, some participating duelists even gave her the title of Flower Princess in private. More importantly, under Izao Kaoru's spoiled and naughty behavior, Li Yufeng also participated in this national competition with great helplessness. Seeing that Li Yufeng easily broke through the preliminaries as expected, Ise Oikeru has even begun to plan the next promotion plan. Born into a wealthy family, Ise Oikeru is not short of money. Her parents originally invested in her to open a card game store just to support their daughter's interest. Therefore, the 3 million bonus is not worth her at all as the little princess of the consortium. In the end, Ise Oikeru wanted to use the opportunity of the national competition to make her card store well known and prove her ability to her parents. However, in this so-called national qualifying competition, the most embarrassed person was Li Yufeng. To give a simple example. The opposite side. I summon my ace monster, Bipedal Winged Dragon, blank attack 1200 defense 1000, in attack mode. Li Yufeng. I summon the Orchid Bug Demon, attack 1500 defense 1300, attack display. Next, I activate the Orchid Special. What? There is such a powerful monster without any magic cards equipped. I give up. Can you let me finish my words before surrendering? In this kind of competition, if you say that the opponent is low level, he can draw his ace monster just by raising his hand. But if you say that he is high level, what do you want to do with a blank ace monster with an equipment card whose attack power does not exceed 1500? Sometimes Li Yufeng couldn't imagine what kind of awesome mentality his opponent had, so he put this kind of thing with no effect resistance on the field, and then looked at him provocatively. To be honest, if you say this situation once or twice, it's okay to accept it, but it's basically the same situation throughout the entire preliminaries. So for several consecutive days, Li Yufeng was so embarrassed that he almost made a hole in the sole of his shoe. So in the last few games, when it was Li Yufeng's turn to play, he didn't even bother to say anything. He just took a random bug magic card from his hand and put it on the electronic instrument with an expressionless face, and then in the opponent's surprised and bitter surrender, he received a lot of so strong. Too strong. In other words, and then walked down from the duel stage with an expressionless face. It's just quite speechless. What's even more troublesome is that the daughters of some consortiums are still unaware of this, and they are so proud that their noses are almost upturned. And a certain unscrupulous boss took this opportunity to advertise to people around him that this is a specially hired employee of our Lavender card game store, and our store is located at No. XX Street. There are discounts recently, and the most important thing is that the card packs sold in our game store have a very high chance of getting rare cards, and everyone is welcome to come and buy them. Then her wave of actions, undoubtedly. This greatly increased Li Yufeng's workload, which shortened the time for the latter to relax. After several days of fighting, the national competition is finally coming to an end, which is undoubtedly good news for Li Yufeng. After all, such a duel is almost the same as mental torture for Li Yufeng, who has won 5 consecutive world championships in the future world. After repeating such a duel for a long time, Li Yufeng feels that he is on the verge of mental breakdown. If it weren't for the card pendant on his chest unlocking some cards again, Li Yufeng didn't even dare to guarantee whether he could hold on. Unlike the original work, since Li Yufeng met the dinosaur Ryazaki in advance, the candidate for the national championship became him against the insect feather moth. After the deck was strengthened, Ise Oikeru was defeated by the insect feather moth and stopped in the semi-finals of the preliminaries. However, what made Li Yufeng complain was that Ise Oikeru actually met Yanushi in the quarterfinals. After defeating Yanushi cleanly, Yanushi finally stopped in the quarterfinals of the preliminaries. When Li Yufeng thought about how Yanushi actually made it to the quarterfinals after receiving special training from Muto Sugoroku, he couldn't help but think of a lot of complaints. What the hell is special training shuffling? Are you changing the position of the cards? After practicing for so long, the shuffling method is exactly the same as without shuffling? What about the president who always starts with 3 blue eyes white dragons? Real duelists really don't bother to shuffle cards? As for printing cards on the floor? This is already an off-the-board trick. Shit. I can't think about it, or I'm afraid I will really collapse. Forcibly holding back his wild thoughts, Li Yufeng stood on the game table and tried to force himself to calm down. After a brief introduction by the MC, Li Yufeng and the insect feather moth stood on the dueling machine and were teleported to the top of the dueling field at the same time. Yufeng, come on. Victory is just around the corner, you have to avenge me. Seeing Li Yufeng's appearance, Ise Oikeru immediately shouted excitedly. Coupled with her idol status as the Princess of Flowers, she immediately attracted a large number of the audience to stand on her side. He. It seems that you are quite popular. Insect Feather Moth laughed sinisterly. I heard that you defeated Kaiba Sito by despicable means, and you also have the 4th Blue Eyes White Dragon card, but I don't know if it's true. In response to the provocation of Insect Feather Moth, the expressionless Li Yufeng frowned slightly. He was about to take out the White Dragon deck, but he stopped his hand at his waist, wanting to hear what else this guy could say. What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty because I said it right? The unconscious Insect Feather Moth thought Li Yufeng was afraid, so he became even more unscrupulous. With your strength, how can you possibly control the legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon? Before you can summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon, my army of insects will eat you up without leaving any residue. So, are you ready to die? Yet. Taking out another set of spare cards from the card holder on his waist and placing it on the duel machine, Li Yufeng slightly tilted his body and extended his left index finger, imitating the movements of the owner of the invincible Platinum Star. With your level, are you worthy of me using the Blue Eyes White Dragon to deal with you? Are you qualified? I decided not to waste my time with you. I'm going to kill you in a second. What? Haha, you want to kill me in 1 second? As if hearing something funny, the Insect Feather Moth immediately laughed while holding his stomach. You idiot, are you dreaming? I am an Insect Feather Moth, you want to kill me in 1 second? Are you awake? I want to see what you can do to defeat me. Duel. I took the first attack. Draw a card. The Insect Feather Moth took the lead with a sinister smile on its face. Hehe, Yufeng. You are so unlucky, the first card I drew was an ace monster. I summon a Headless Catalpa, attack 1700 defense 1000, in attack mode. Next, I activate the Equip Magic card, Gun Cannon Armor, to equip the Headless Caterpillar, increasing its attack by 700 points. Headless Caterpillar, attack power 1700 2400. I ambush a card, turn ends. He. What do you think, Yufeng? This is my strongest combo. At this moment, the attack power of my Catalpa Worm can even be compared with the legendary Red Eyes Black Dragon, which is as famous as the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Facing such a powerful attack power, how can you kill me instantly? Chapter 7. Seeing Li Yufeng's silence, Insect Feather Moth laughed sinisterly again, but what he didn't know was that participating in this low-level and extremely embarrassing duel competition for a long time had already oppressed Li Yufeng's spirit to the limit. For Li Yufeng, who has read the original work of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Insect Feather Moth has always been one of the characters he hates the most. Not only is he bad at playing cards, but he also likes to make trouble. Although the plot of being whipped by Wang Yang was a bit violent, if you think about it, it was actually his own fault. Because he was unwilling to easily change the historical plot of the original work, Li Yufeng himself has always tried to maintain a low-key attitude towards life, but this cannot be interpreted as anyone can step on his head. Coupled with the iconic harsh and sharp laughter of Insect Feather Moth, all these factors together have undoubtedly become the last straw that broke his sanity. Skill, Magic Trap Affinity Activation. Can be used 0 times in this game. My turn, draw a card. Like a broken robot, Li Yufeng played the forbidden card he had just drawn without even looking at it. I activate the spell card Bitter Choice, select 5 monster cards from my deck, then the opponent selects 1 to add to my hand, and the rest are thrown into the graveyard. I choose Lady Bones, Princess Bones, Prince Bones, Nightmare Bones, and King Bones. Come on, it's your turn to choose one. Seeing that Li Yufeng actually sent his monster to the graveyard, the Insect Feather Moth was immediately amused. Haha, you idiot, you actually activated a magic card with such a big side effect, are you stupid? If you want to commit suicide, you can just admit defeat on the spot. I'm an idiot. Ha! So ignorant. Facing the ridicule of the Insect Feather Moth, Li Yufeng was too lazy to argue with him anymore. You know, in the dual environment of the future, this bitter choice has never come out since it entered the small black room. Just like the name of this card, Bitter Choice, do you think it really makes the person who uses this card bitter? No, if you really think so, you are wrong. The card is as its name suggests. The real meaning hidden in it is actually to convey a simple and easy to understand sentence to your opponent. How do you want to die? Choose it yourself. The Insect Feather Moth, dancing disco crazily on the edge of the cliff of the abyss, certainly did not understand the hidden meaning of this card. Based on the principle of lowest attack power, he pointed to a card in Li Yufeng's hand. I choose the Bone Prince, attack 0, defense 0. Throw your other 4 cards to the graveyard, hehe. Activate the special effect of the White Bone Roast Potato King. Before the insect moth finished laughing, Li Yufeng continued his offensive. When this card is sent to the graveyard, you can activate it by adding 2 monsters from your deck to your hand and discarding 1. Activate Angel's Gift, draw 3 cards from your deck and discard 2. Activate the special effect of the Bone Prince. When this card is sent to the graveyard, you can send 1 bone and 1 bone lady from your hand and deck to the graveyard. I normal summon Bone Princess, 1600 ATK, 0 def, from my hand. When this card is successfully summoned, I can send a Bone Prince from my deck to the graveyard. The special effect of the Bone Prince is that when this card enters the graveyard, 1 bone and 1 bone lady from your hand and deck are sent to the graveyard. The special effect of the Bone Princess is activated. This card can be released from the hand or field and sent to the graveyard until the end of this round. The attack and defense of all monsters on both sides of the field are reduced by 300 points multiplied by the star rating of this card. Headless Caterpillar attack power 2400 1200. What? It can actually directly reduce the attack power by 1200 points, how can this be? How can you have such a terrifying card? Aren't these cards just some small monsters? Because Li Yufeng's operation is too shocking for the duelists of this era, when he activated this series of effects, nearly 1 million spectators in the entire duel arena were stunned. As for the insect feather moth, he had never seen such a battle and was already sweating profusely. I activate the second effect of Bone Prince in the graveyard, which allows me to banish this card and 2 cards with the character Bone on them from the graveyard, and special summon a Bone King from my deck. According to this effect, I will exclude the White Bone Prince and the 2 White Bone Ladies. Answer my call and come. White Bone King. As Li Yufeng spoke, a skeleton in a purple robe appeared out of thin air on the field. White Bone King, attack 0 defense 0. Special summon? Skeleton King. After hearing the special summon, the insect feather moth was instinctively startled. However, when he saw the attack power of the Skeleton King, the insect feather moth wiped the sweat from his face with lingering fear and comforted himself. Hehe, Yufeng, stop scaring me. You spent so much effort to summon a garbage monster with 0 attack points. Are you trying to commit suicide? Activate the special effect of the Skeleton King. Looking at the insect feather moth with great indifference, Li Yufeng began his storytelling again. The original attack power of this card is the number of bones in your graveyard multiplied by 1000 points. There are now 10 cards with the bone character in my graveyard, so the attack power of the Skeleton King is 10,000 points. The attack power of the Skeleton King is 0 greater than 10,000. Seeing that the originally powerless little skeleton suddenly turned into a behemoth with bared fangs and claws, the completely frightened insect feather moth opened his mouth directly. Not only that, even the audience at the duel venue were stunned, and even Izayoi Kaoru, who has always been eccentric, stared with his eyes wide open. However, what Li Yufeng didn't know was that not only the audience present were shocked, but even Kaiba Sito and Muto Yugi and others sitting in front of the TV were also standing there because of Li Yufeng's series of operations. It's actually 10,000 attack points? So strong, Yufeng Jun, you are really too strong. Another me, did you see it? Yufeng Jun actually summoned a monster with 10,000 attack points. Ah! Abo! I can see clearly, my previous guess was correct, Yufeng is indeed a duelist with great power. I am not dreaming, am I? 10,000 attack points? Oh my god, facing an opponent like Yufeng, the insect feather moth is really pitiful, but the good thing is that it's not me fighting Yufeng, hehe. Hearing Yanushi's gloating words, Zhejiang hit him on the head with a knife. You have no ambition, Yanushi, you are my disciple after all, how can you say such shameful words? You should face the challenges head-on, otherwise you will never become a powerful duelist like Yufeng. Ah, I understand, old man, don't hit me on the head. At the national competition duel. No. It's okay, I still have a trap card, he can't beat it, he definitely can't beat it, as long as I can survive this round, I will definitely have a chance to fight back. Glancing at the cover card left on his field early, the insect feather moth's uneasy heart finally found a trace of comfort, but before he could recover, Li Yufeng's nightmare voice came again. It's not over yet. Li Yufeng waved his hand and continued, I discard a bone nightmare from my hand and special summon a banished bone lady. The special effect of the bones lady is activated. When this card is on the field, all undead monsters below level 3 cannot be destroyed by battle, and are not affected by the effects of trap cards and spell cards. What? Special summon to the exclusion zone? Unaffected by magic and trap card effects. After hearing the special effects activated by the White Bone Lady, the insect feather moth was completely paralyzed. Fight! King of Bones, smack that bug's face hard! Roar! As if sensing the anger of its master, the Skeleton King roared and flew directly towards the headless caterpillar. Facing the Skeleton King with 10,000 attack points, the headless caterpillar with only a pitiful 1,200 attack points just wanted to roar to the sky at this moment. Don't come over here, you bastard! Snap! A loud slap hit the headless caterpillar's head hard. The head, which was not very obvious at all, could not withstand the power of the Skeleton King at this time, and was directly slapped into pieces by the Skeleton King's skeleton hand. It is conceivable that if this card has a monster elf, how big the psychological shadow area would be. Headless caterpillar, give me a way out, so that we can meet again in the future. I didn't provoke you, why did you hit me so hard? Insect feather moth 2000 LP greater than 0. Silence, the whole audience was dead silent. So strong. Too strong. How did he do that? I feel like Li Yufeng and I are not playing the same game at all. This is a true duelist. Li Yufeng. Champion. As the electronic sound of the winner sounded, the entire venue suddenly erupted in warm cheers. Yufeng. You are so strong. Staring at Li Yufeng standing under the spotlight and receiving everyone's cheers and praises, Shize Oikeru was stunned for a moment. Tears could not help oozing from her crystal-like eyes. Her face was flushed, and her heart was beating like a deer. Oh, that's annoying. How can Yufeng be so handsome? Wow, what am I thinking? No, I'm his boss. Even if we want to date, he has to be the first to speak. Oh no, I've beaten him before, he doesn't think I'm a very violent girl, does he? It's over, Yufeng is famous now, if he quits, what excuse can I use to keep him? I can't just throw myself at him, can I? Ah, I'm so embarrassed, stupid, idiot, so annoying, why did I drag him to participate in the national competition, what stupid thing did I do? Just as I was daydreaming, Li Yufeng's game table slowly landed in the center of the duel field. Glancing at the insect feather moth that fainted on the spot due to excessive stimulation, Li Yufeng said, naughty children must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise they will destroy your house sooner or later. Yufeng, you are a truly powerful duelist. Your gorgeous dueling skills are really exciting. Congratulations! You are a true national champion. At some point, Pegasus quietly appeared behind Li Yufeng, speaking in that very distinctive Japanese English. Pegasus. Li Yufeng turned his head suddenly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Although Pegasus had a warm smile on his face, this smile was definitely not a friendly signal to Li Yufeng, who was familiar with the plot of Yu-Gi-Oh! As the big boss in the early stage of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pegasus is now dominated by the dark power, and for the Millennium Eye with the ability of perspective, this ability is almost a natural nemesis for Li Yufeng, who likes to play the underworld card. Pegasus, you cover the cards? Sorry, I can see what you cover. Hand cards, that's even more embarrassing, I even know what the next card you draw is, so I just ask you how to play this card. This is your personal trophy of honor. The prize money for the national championship will also be deposited into your account after the conference. Yufeng boy, I am very interested in your tactical skills. As the creator of Duel Monsters, this is the first time I have met such an imaginative duelist like you. Perfect, powerful, this is the best compliment I can think of. In addition to your personal trophy, I have a small gift for you in private. I hope you will accept it. Mr. Pegasus, you are so polite. Seeing that there was a square white gift box in addition to the trophy, Li Yufeng took it carefully and secretly slapped himself in the face. How could he have forgotten this gentleman? Looking at the white gift box in his hand with some depression, Li Yufeng felt that it was extremely hot. He was familiar with the original plot and of course knew what was in it. When he thought that his card style was extremely conflicting with Pegasus at this stage, his stomach felt an indescribable soreness for no reason. You know, playing cards with this gentleman is not as simple as losing. People who have seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Know that the dark game can really cause deaths. I died once because of impulse before. The pain of the sharp saber piercing my heart still makes Li Yufeng feel palpitations. Although Li Yufeng did not regret his decision, he didn't want to lose his life again because of playing cards at such a young age. Okay, Yufeng boy, now it's your personal time, enjoy the praise you deserve. After saying these words, Pegasus turned and walked towards the exit of the venue, his mouth slightly raised, and the eyes covered by his long hair were slightly shining with golden light. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Since he has decided to attack me, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Li Yufeng put away his fake smile until he could no longer see Pegasus. Yufeng! You are awesome! Just when Li Yufeng was thinking about how to protect himself next, a familiar figure rushed directly behind him. The familiar fragrance rushed into his nostrils, which instantly relaxed his tense spirit. If he had to say something was a flaw, it was that the person's capital was too shabby, and it even caused a slight pain in his back. Boss, I won! Here, this is the National Championship trophy. I give it to you. After receiving the trophy from Li Yufeng, I felt extremely happy but also felt embarrassed for no reason. Hehe, I knew you could do it. Come on, I'll take you to a barbecue dinner. Oh wow! A barbecue dinner, I won't hesitate to serve you. Well, don't be polite to me, I am your boss and I am not short of money. Chapter 8. Haima Group Headquarters Building. Yufeng. How much strength have you hidden? Did you not take it seriously when you dueled with me? Watching the video of Li Yufeng killing the insect feather moth in seconds over and over again, Kaiba Sito's anger was simply imaginable, especially the strong sense of powerlessness mixed in this anger. Such pain almost tore his proud self-esteem to pieces. The Skeleton King with 10,000 attack points is far more powerful than the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Traps and magic cards cannot stop it. Yufeng, how much are you hiding? How strong are you? Blue Eyes White Dragon, why do you like to compare with me? Bully the honest dragon. Thinking of Li Yufeng's relaxed attitude when he dueled with him, Kaiba Sito became more and more certain of his previous guess. Bro, can I come in? Kaihei? Come in. After getting the permission from Kaiba Sito, Kaiba Kaihei came in with some documents. Brother, I have contacted our subsidiary in Kaido, and these are the information they sent over. Wow! Is there news so soon? Hurry up and let me see it. Reaching out to take the information brought by Kipi, Kaiba Sito's eyes flashed with excitement. If Li Yufeng saw these documents, he would definitely be unable to complain, because the information on these documents is all about his personal information. Kaido doesn't have any information about Li Yufeng, and he has never participated in any activities related to duel monsters? How is this possible? Brother, that's the truth. Kaima Kipang's face was also quite solemn. In order to confirm the authenticity of the information, I also used some special connections, but the result is that Kaido has never recorded any personal household registration information about Li Yufeng. If I hadn't actually seen him, I would have every reason to suspect that this person appeared out of thin air in Tongxi. Did it appear out of thin air? Slowly placing the document on the desk, Kaiba Sito stared at the Skeleton King with an attack power of 10,000 points on the wall screen. Whether he came from Kaido or appeared out of nowhere, the only thing that is certain is that he is a powerful duelist and an opponent that I must defeat. Deeping, I have to leave for a while recently. I will ask you to supervise the development department to develop new cards. The new cards are my hope to defeat Yufeng. I will ask you to do all this. Don't worry, brother. Leave everything to me. I will contact you as soon as the development department has new results. The next evening. Lavender Card Shop. The afterglow of the setting sun softly sprinkled on the streets of Tongxi. As the street lights came on, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreased. After a busy day, Li Yufeng took back the billboards in front of the store one by one, and turned the sign marked open on the door frame to close. However, what Li Yufeng didn't expect was that just when he was about to return to the store, two familiar figures appeared in front of him panting. Yugi, Yanushi? Why are you two here? Oh no, Yufeng-jun, something happened to Grandpa. What? After hearing what Muto Yugi said, Li Yufeng was a little confused. Yufeng, Uxi and I are here to ask you for help, please help us. Please. Don't panic, both of you. Come in and talk slowly. Li Yufeng suddenly realized that the plot of Yu-Gi-Oh seemed to be developing in a direction he didn't know, so he quickly invited Yugi Muto and Yanushi into the card shop. It's like this, Yufeng. Seeing that Muto Yugi seemed a little embarrassed to speak, Yanushi hurriedly said, Pegasus attacked us last night, and Yugi's grandfather was kidnapped by that bastard. Ah! Damn, I may not have said it clearly. Although this is hard to believe, what I want to express is that Zhejiang's soul was kidnapped by Pegasus. Do you understand what I mean? For fear that Li Yufeng would not believe Yanushi's words, the cousin immediately explained, Yufeng, what Yanushi said is true. Pegasus sent me a videotape last night. After we opened it, Pegasus directly started the dark game with me. It was all my fault that Zhejiang's soul was kidnapped by Pegasus. What? Grandpa Shuanglia's soul was abducted by Pegasus. Izayoi Kaoru, who had just finished making dinner in the kitchen, happened to hear what Xiao cousin said. She hurried over and asked nervously, how is Grandpa Shuangliu now? Zhejiang has been sent to the hospital, but he still can't wake up. The doctor can't find out the cause, and now he can only rely on basic medical means to maintain his life. After saying these words, a painful expression appeared on the cousin's face. After hearing these words, Izayoi Kaoru looked at Li Yufeng with concern, and said hesitantly, Yufeng, Grandpa Shuangliu. Boss, you don't have to say anything, I understand everything. Li Yufeng smiled gently at Izayoi Kaoru, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Li Yufeng, who slightly changed the plot, thought that Pegasus would change his target, but he didn't expect that he would still attack Muto Yugi. Looking at the Millennium Brick hanging on Xiao Biao's chest, Li Yufeng suddenly realized that Pegasus and Muto Yugi were both owners of the Millennium Artifact, and there didn't seem to be much room for reconciliation between them. As a symbol of the dark game, it can be said that the entanglement between the two will erupt sooner or later. In addition, Pegasus gave him an invitation card and dual gloves, which means that he is now invincible. There is no way to escape. After getting rid of Yugi Muto, the next target will definitely be me. Publicly, Pegasus will not let me go. Privately, the reason why I can open the hidden function of the card pendant is because of the Blue Eyes White Dragon collected by Zhejiang. So publicly and privately, Li Yufeng can no longer stay out of it with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Li Yufeng was rarely angry. I acted low-key, so you think I'm a soft persimmon, right? Pegasus, right? Peeping cards, right? I'm hiding from you not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. If my concession gives you the courage to bully me, then I can only make you pay the price for your arrogance. Thinking of this, Li Yufeng's mind moved, and he directly opened the attribute frame that only he could see. Because he won the national championship, his attribute frame also changed a little. Name, Li Yufeng. Level, Level 2. Skills, Magic Trap Affinity, Note, limited to 3 per game, High Star Start, Low Star Start. Bond, Atlas Worm Demon, Vampire Lady, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Unlock, some general magic trap and bond monsters of the same race core monster cards. After checking his existing inventory, Li Yufeng gradually gained confidence. Looking back at Muto Yugi, Li Yufeng asked, Yugi, what are you going to do now? That's it. Xiao Biao took out the dual gloves and 2 star pieces. Tonight there will be a cruise ship heading to the Dual Kingdom, and the soul of Zhejiang is imprisoned there by Pegasus. Dual Kingdom is actually ahead of schedule? Is it because of my appearance? Upon hearing this news, Li Yufeng was also slightly stunned. Xiaoxuan. Ah? Yes. Hearing Li Yufeng calling her so intimately, Shixiasun's face instantly flushed with shame. I'm going to rescue Grandpa with Yugi and the others. We'll leave our card shop to you during this time. Yufeng. Xia Yesun lowered his head slightly, Grandpa Shuanglu has been kind to me, I want to go with you. No way. Not to mention that he was not sure of beating the card Peeping King, with his Aoi Keiru's card playing skills, wouldn't it be a sure kill if he really went there? Thinking of a lame excuse, Li Yufeng smiled and said, our card shop has just got on track. If you stop business now, all your previous efforts will be in vain, and Grandpa Sugoroku also needs someone to take care of him. I remember you once told me that your Izayoi group runs a medical institution. If you stay, we can go to rescue Zhejiang with peace of mind. Well, okay then. Looking at the serious Li Yufeng, Izayoi Keiru slowly revealed a reluctant smile, Yufeng, you must pay attention to safety when you go to rescue Grandpa Shuangliu this time. This card shop cannot be without you, I will always wait for you. Ah, don't worry, I will be careful. Farewell to Izayoi. Li Yufeng, Muto Yugi, and Yanushi rushed to the dock of Domino without hesitation, and as Aoi Kaoru said that she would place Muto Sugoroku in the nursing home of her own group and take care of him together with Kyoko and Honda. What has changed from the original is that when Li Yufeng opened the gift box given by Pegasus, he found that there were 2 dual gloves and 4-star pieces in it. However, it was also because of this that Yanushi was not kicked off the cruise ship like in the original. Li Yufeng, who was still a little confused, suddenly remembered that Pegasus at this time seemed to have also made a move on Kaiba Entertainment Group. He immediately realized that this glove and 2-star pieces were probably prepared for his Aoi Kaoru, and its purpose was simply obvious. Pegasus, your dark personality is really a bit too crazy. You actually dare to touch the people around me. Just wait, I will give you a big surprise at the risk of your smile for the rest of your life. After boarding the cruise ship, the duelists who came to participate in the Duel Kingdom competition were so scared that they immediately gave way when they saw the trio headed by Li Yufeng. There was no other way. The Skeleton King with an attack power of 10,000 points was too terrifying. Not only did it slap the insect feather moth into a sand dollar with one slap, but it also broke the courage of these minor duelists into pieces. Hello, Mr. Yufeng. Just as Li Yufeng and the other 2 stepped onto the deck, a black-clad bodyguard on the ship came over and said, Mr. Pegasus has specially arranged a special suite for you who won the national championship. Please follow me. Oh wow! I didn't expect the national champion to receive such treatment, Yufeng, we are really benefiting from you now. When he heard that he didn't have to sleep on the deck, Yanushi immediately became happy. Well, we can take this opportunity to adjust the deck in the room. It should be said that he is a gentle cousin indeed. In order to save Yanushi's face, he wanted to send cards in the name of adjusting the deck. Please lead the way. Thinking of this classic part in the original book, Li Yufeng was of course happy to see it happen. He glanced at the insect feather moth that was hiding in the corner and never dared to look at him, and immediately sneered in his heart. It seems that the slap in the face has left a huge psychological trauma on this poor kid. It will probably take at least 10 days or half a month for him to recover. Wow, it's worthy of being a first-class cabin. This sofa is so comfortable to sit on. Sitting on the sofa, Yanushi picked up an apple and started to eat it. Well, this fruit is also very delicious, Yufeng, thank you so much this time. Yanushi-kun, don't just focus on eating, we have to hurry up and organize the deck. Putting down his backpack, Yugi Muto pulled out a rare card with a special effect from the deck. Li Yufeng took the opportunity to take a look. As expected, the card Yugi Muto gave was really the Magician of Time. Yanushi-kun, this time Magician has a very special. I believe you will need it in the future. Looking at the harmless expression on the cousin's face, Li Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly. People who have read the original novel basically understand that it is because of this card that the gambling card deck of Yanushi was completely opened. The Runfa brother in the gaming world, the legendary gambling god, started because of this small card. It has to be said that the card sent by the cousin seems to be awesome, but in fact it is called thick-faced and black-hearted. If you don't believe it, look at how Yanushi lost the duel with Wang Yang later. I activated the Magician of Time, oh yeah, it worked. Sorry, Yanushi, because 1,000 years have passed, my black magician has evolved into the Great Sage in Black. Let me ask you, who among the audience who saw this scene didn't kneel on the ground and make a 666 with their toes? My mother asked me why I was kneeling on the ground watching Yu-Gi-Oh! I answered that Xiao Biao was too insidious. He had already dug a trap for Yanushi 20 episodes in advance. He dug a trap without distinguishing between friend and foe. He dug traps all over the 3 realms. Who dares to mess with me? This is the power of Xiao Biao. Seeing Xiao Biao using words of friendship and bond to trick Yanushi into adding this card to his deck out of gratitude, Li Yufeng couldn't help but frown. No, if I hadn't seen it, it would be fine, but now that I have encountered it, I can't just watch Yanushi go down a road of no return. Thinking of the card that Yanushi was about to get in the plot, Li Yufeng immediately thought of a rare card that was extremely suitable for Yanushi at this stage. This card, combined with the game rules of the Duel Kingdom, can be said to be able to easily solve a considerable number of opponents once it is in hand. Its strength can even compete with Wang Xiang, who currently has no decent magic cards. Chapter 9. Zhao Naoki, I have a card for you too. In order to conceal the secret that he had a storage space, Li Yufeng pretended to take out a card from the card pocket on his waist and placed it on the table. Red Eye's Dark Iron Dragon, attack 2800 defense 2400. What is this? What a beautiful, powerful card! Seeing this card on the table, Yanushi and Muto Yugi exclaimed in amazement at the same time. This! Such a precious card, are you really going to give it to me? Am I dreaming? Compared to Xiao Biao, after seeing this card, Yanushi was already a little incoherent because of being too excited. That's right, Yanushi, you are not dreaming, accept it. Looking at Li Yufeng with a sincere face, Yanushi was so excited that he trembled all over. No. I can't take it. What's wrong, Yanushi, why did you say that? Don't you like this card? After closing his eyes and shaking his head fiercely, Yanushi clenched his fists and continued unwillingly. I liked this card when I first saw it, but now I don't have the strength to control the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon. This card will only shame it in my hand. Seeing that Yanushi had such an awareness at this stage, Li Yufeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He really deserves to be the man who slaughtered gods with his mortal body. Yanushi must have his reasons for becoming a first-class duelist in the end. You are wrong, Yanushi. In order to make Yanushi accept this card, Li Yufeng directly started the mouth cannon mode. This Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon is not only a token of my love, but also a symbol of our friendship and bond. You have great potential, and I believe that you will grow into an outstanding duelist in the future, and this Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon will be your most loyal companion and witness on your growth path. This card will become your spiritual sustenance. It will help you all the way and grow with you. My only hope is that you will not desecrate the friendship between us, and will not do anything to disappoint Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon. Thinking that Yanushi might be controlled by a mentally retarded child in the future, Li Yufeng also prepared a vaccination for the former in advance. Coupled with Yanushi's own strength, Li Yufeng believed that this card might really be bred into a dual spirit by his unyielding fighting spirit in the near future. Yufeng. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Yanushi carefully took the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon in his hand. As if he was taking an oath, Yanushi stared at the card in his hand and said firmly, I swear, even if it costs my life, I will never violate our friendship, and I will never do anything to let down the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon. Great, Yanushi-kun. With the help of this card, I believe you will be able to achieve a good result in this game. Ah, thank you for your kind words, Yugi. To be honest, I can't wait to find someone to see the powerful power of Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon. And I can assert now that with this card, I dare to fight Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon head-on. Blue Eyes White Dragon, damn, I'm innocent again. Game, I have a card for you too. Hey? Even me? Yes, it is this card, Black Magic Wand, attack 1600 defense 100. Seeing this card being placed on the table by Li Yufeng, Yugi Muto was immediately attracted by it. This card? Another me, do you see it? Ah, Abo. This card is so powerful, and its special effects are perfectly in line with our existing deck tactics. It can be said that this card is just like it was tailor-made for us. How about it? Yugi, as a symbol of our friendship and bond, do you like this card? Seeing the undisguised excitement on Yugi Muto's face, Li Yufeng was also very proud. As a card that appeared ahead of time, the Black Magic Wand, which has the ability to retrieve cards and jump to graves, can be said to be one of the must-use cards even in the future duel environment. Even in some specialized decks, it is not an exaggeration to have 3 of this card. It is conceivable that in the current duel environment, if this card falls into Wang Yang's hands in advance, what kind of power will it explode? I like it, I really like it. Nodding vigorously, my cousin said happily, Yufeng Jun, I have received your kindness. As a symbol of friendship, I will cherish and use this card. Well, I won't say so much thanks. I just heard from the bodyguards on this ship that we will arrive at the Duel Kingdom tomorrow morning. The real battle is still waiting for us. We should hurry up and adjust our decks to face tomorrow's game with the strongest attitude. Ah, Yufeng is right. This Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon is incredible. I think I should rebuild my deck around it. Haha, the effect of this Black Magic Wand is also very powerful. With its help, some of my tactics can be greatly expanded. I will adjust the deck now. Seeing Yanushi and Yugi busying themselves with their heads down, Li Yufeng secretly showed a fatherly smile in his heart. For Yugi Muto, who runs through the entire storyline, as the protagonist, he is the real son of destiny. Although he doesn't know how big a wave this butterfly has stirred, it is always right to build a good relationship with the protagonist group in advance. Besides, if the sky falls, there is someone higher to support it. The stronger the protagonist group is, the safer he will be, right? If such a good tool person is not used well, how can he complete his beautiful retirement plan of lying down peacefully? Haven't you seen in a certain theater version, a bear child who has never been beaten by society beat up his cousin, and ended up making Wang Yang, who has returned to the underworld, run away on the spot? The consequences, tut-tut, are terrible. Wang Yang, you dare to hit my abo, even Jesus can't stop you, I said. The night passed quickly, and after building their own decks, the three people living in the luxury stateroom also had a good sleep. The next morning, the cruise ship arrived at the private island of Pegasus, the so-called Duel Kingdom, as scheduled. The only thing that surprised Li Yufeng was that although everything had been discussed, Anzi and Honda still smuggled to this island as in the original book. You promised to take care of Zhejiang's body before, but the two of you said one thing and did another. How can Zhejiang, who loves you, feel embarrassed? Fortunately, I was smart in advance and kept Aoi Kaoru at home, otherwise what would you do with Zhejiang who has lost his soul and become a vegetable? Do you really think that a vegetable doesn't need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate? Chicken sauce, you two unlucky kids, you are so filial to me. Without any more accidents, after Pegasus's brief opening speech, the Battle of the Duel Kingdom chapter officially started. As the earliest chicken-eating game in the history of anime, Li Yufeng couldn't help but call Pegasus an expert at this series of operations. 40 players are gambling on this island. There is no limit to the number of bet stars. The time limit is 48 hours. Those who have 10-star pieces can enter the castle and participate in the semi-finals. It sounds very high-end, but if you actually participate in it in person, it is really full of problems. No daily necessities are provided for 2 days, perfunctory duel rules, unstable and unclear venue buff bonuses, etc. Which make the entire Duel Kingdom chapter highlight 4 big words: mess. However, what makes Li Yufeng collapse the most is that the key to determining the outcome of the game is not the duelist at all. Technical ability and card strength, but nonsense. In a word, whoever can talk nonsense can win in the end. It's pretty speechless. Although he has read the original work, Li Yufeng, who has no confidence in his nonsense, decided to let the 2 seniors around him try the waters first. After all, with his help, Yanushi and Muto Yugi have also strengthened their decks. He also took this opportunity to systematically learn the skill of nonsense from the 2 big guys, so as to avoid encountering emergencies when it is his turn to play and being unable to deal with them. After joining Apricot and Honda, this 3-person team became a 5-person team. Fortunately, this is a dual beast, otherwise they can really go to fight a certain king pesticide. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Li Yufeng, I am here to seek revenge on you. I will repay all the humiliation you have brought upon me today. Follow me if you have the guts. With an abrupt shout, a young man dressed like a cabbage worm appeared in front of Li Yufeng and others. After saying the harsh words, the young man turned around and ran away decisively, which made Li Yufeng, who had just picked up a stone from the ground, couldn't help but call him an expert. Li Yufeng and others quickly chased after him without thinking too much. After passing through a jungle, 2 huge game battle arenas appeared in front of them. The insect moth, as the provocateur, ran swiftly onto one of the arenas, while the other arena was occupied by the cannon fodder player in the original book, the dinosaur Long Chi. It can be said that fate is so wonderful. The 2 were killed by Li Yufeng one after another in the national competition, and therefore the seeds of hatred were planted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, in the Duel Kingdom, the 2 cannon fodder players actually united together. Li Yufeng, I was careless and didn't dodge in the national competition, so you had the opportunity. This time the duel is on my home court, and a miracle won't happen again. Are you ready to die? Hey, you moth, it's agreed that Yufeng is my prey, so don't snatch it from me. He glanced expressionlessly at the location of the duel arena where the 2 were. Sure enough, it was the forest and wilderness terrain that was extremely favorable to them. Looking at these 2 annoying flies, Li Yufeng, who was quite annoyed, immediately reached out to touch the card set on his waist. However, before he could take out the card set, the insect moth and the dinosaur Long Chi who were already on the duel arena actually shouted at the same time in panic. Muto Yugi, do you dare to fight me when I call you? Haha, you coward are no match for me, but who made you get so close to Yu Feng? You deserve this fate. Yanushi, you are a fourth-rate duelist with a third-rate deck, do you have the guts to fight me? You little rubbish, I guess you don't dare. Hey! X5 was scared. Yes. You read that right. At the moment when Li Yufeng stretched his hand to his waist, the insect feather moth and the dinosaur Lonki were scared at the same time. Based on the principle that if I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed, the insect feather moth and the dinosaur Lonki did not think that there was anything wrong with their actions. The two of them put on an attitude of who else but me, but they tacitly did not dare to say a word to provoke Li Yufeng. Insect feather moth, how dare you desecrate the friendship between Yufeng and I, it is unforgivable. I will not forgive you. After the Millennium building blocks emitted a burst of light, the angry Wang Yang appeared. I bet on the bond card between Yufeng and I will definitely defeat you. Dinosaur Ryazaki, you dare to look down on me. Today I will let you see how powerful your uncle Yanushi is. Duel. The angry Wang Yang and Yanushi walked away. The duel arena started their respective battles. With a serious attitude of learning, Li Yufeng naturally began to observe the two people's fighting styles. Well, the fighting styles of these two people, what the hell do I have to learn? Let's talk about Wang Yang first. After the battle started, the insect feather moth first summoned the unicorn beetle, attack power 1500 defense power 2000, and then used the field advantage to increase the attack power by 30%, making it directly become a big monster with an attack power of 1950. Then Wang Yang was not vague and directly summoned the small horned demon, attack power 1300, and then put on a unicorn horn with an attack power of 700 and hit it directly. The result was good. The insect feather moth directly said nonsense that because my monster was in the forest terrain, it was magic immune and did not eat equipment cards, and then killed Wang Yang's monster in the backhand. Wang Yang sighed when he saw this, and immediately began to defend silently and draw cards. Seeing this, Li Yufeng actually wanted to remind insect feather moth that Wang Yang now had Exodia in his hand. Under the rules of this game where players cannot be attacked directly, you are going to fight with Wang Yang to consume him? Can you afford it? Sure enough, when insect feather moth was gloating because he had summoned the big moth and could release poison and reduce attack power, Wang Yang was too lazy to talk back to him. Without any nonsense, he gathered all 5 sealed cards of Exodia and slapped them directly on the console. Because of this, insect feather moth became the first victim to be blasted to pieces by the Egyptian Grand Mage since Wang Yang debuted. Chapter 10. Turning back to Yanushi, it was even more eye-catching. This duel made Li Yufeng's stomach churn and his face dumbfounded. Dinosaur Ryazaki first summoned the little Tyrannosaurus, attack power 1100, Yanushi was immediately happy when he saw it, and clapped his hands to send out the Dragon Warrior, attack power 1500, and slashed it. Who knew that after killing the little Tyrannosaurus, Dinosaur Ryazaki said that because you killed the little Tyrannosaurus, its mother was very angry, and I can special summon the two-headed Dinosaur King, attack power 1600, from the deck. To be honest, Li Yufeng, who was watching the battle under the ring, almost burned the CPU in his brain, and he couldn't figure out how these two blank cards looked like a mother-son relationship. In the blink of an eye, his Dragon Warrior was killed by Dinosaur Ryazaki. Yanushi was not happy, so he played Flame Swordsman, 1800 attack power, and equipped with Legendary Sword card, plus 300 attack power, which directly increased the attack power of Flame Swordsman to 2100 points. According to common sense, such a blank attack power is not weak, right? After all, your two-headed Dinosaur King only has 2080 attack power with the terrain advantage, and the Flame Swordsman here has 2640 attack power after the terrain bonus. But who knew that Dinosaur Ryazaki actually said nonsense that the two-headed Dinosaur King has wings and can fly, and your Flame Swordsman can't hit it? Hey! I just want to ask you if you are angry? Then I saw the two-headed Dinosaur King hit the Flame Swordsman who was armed to the teeth with a whirlwind, and the latter exploded on the spot. Yes, you read it right, the two-headed Dinosaur King with 2080 attack points easily beat the Flame Swordsman with 2640 attack points. Flame Swordsman, damn it! Sorry Lang. Who can accept this? What is the meaning of attack points? However, what made Li Yufeng almost vomit blood on the spot was that Yanushi actually accepted it like this. What was even more surprising was that he said at the end, Samata, I was careless. Li Yufeng wanted to ask at that time, which link in this made you careless? What was even more infuriating was that even the damage judgment system of the battle arena actually recognized the words of Dinosaur Ryazaki, and it really passed like this. Just when Li Yufeng thought that Yanushi would temporarily fall into passive defense due to the loss of the flame swordsman, who could have expected that he would raise his hand and shoot a monster hunter with only 1500 attack points, saying that the monster hunter was an expert in hunting dinosaurs, and casually shot a bow and arrow to blow up the two-headed dinosaur king in mid-air. Li Yufeng, how come I didn't know that this blank card had this ability? Dinosaur Ryazaki, whose life value was greatly reduced, was also angry at this time, and said directly, "You are quite capable. Next, I will get serious." Then he played his trump card monster, the blank red eyes black dragon. Yes, a dragon monster has been living in the dinosaur card group for a long time, and Dinosaur Ryazaki didn't think there was anything wrong. Seeing that Dinosaur Ryazaki played his strongest trump card, Yanushi simply stopped pretending. With a wave of his hand, Red Eye's Dark Iron Dragon appeared directly on the duel arena in a crushing posture. "That's right, stop pretending. I'm going to show my cards. This is my strongest trump card monster." After killing Dino Ryazaki's Red Eye's Black Dragon without any suspense, Yanushi announced another special effect of Red Eye's Dark Iron Dragon. As the strongest Dragon King of the Black Dragon clan, he can revive a dragon monster from the graveyard to his field. Then, Dino Ryazaki's Red Eye's Black Dragon jumped ship without hesitation. "Red Eye's Black Dragon, hello, big brother, I will follow you from now on." After seeing this scene, not only did Dino Ryazaki kneel down to Yanushi on the spot, but even Li Yufeng, who was below the duel arena, followed Dino Ryazaki's steps and knelt down. After watching this shocking duel intently, Li Yufeng, who was squatting on the ground with his head in his arms, fell into deep self-doubt. "After all, I have played this card for so many years, how come I didn't know that it has such an awesome effect?" Just like in the original novel, the Red Eyes Black Dragon naturally fell into Yanushi's hands because the time magician Dinosaur Ryazaki set the rules for gambling cards before the game. After handing over the card reluctantly, Dinosaur Ryazaki looked at Yanushi with anger, and repeatedly said that he was tricked by Yanushi. If he knew that Yanushi had this card in his deck, he would never take the initiative to come forward and give himself a head. Yanushi was very excited to beat Dinosaur Ryazaki. He held Li Yufeng's hand tightly and announced loudly that this victory was thanks to the card Li Yufeng gave him. This is the power of friendship and bond. Li Yufeng, who was almost mentally collapsed, complained in his heart, "How did your nonsense ability connect to the power of bond? There is no direct relationship between the two." However, before Li Yufeng could reply, Wang Yang on the side actually said with approval, "You are able to use the power of bond so well, Yanushi-kun, you have really become stronger." Li Yufeng said that this sentence really sounded very wow. After all, this word is profound in culture, and it can be used as a compliment to express admiration. Seeing the two of them so happy, Li Yufeng, who had completely fallen into autism, really didn't know how to interrupt, so he could only try to keep smiling to show respect. He secretly opened his board deck and repeatedly checked if there was anything he had overlooked, in case he was hit by their nonsense tactics when he faced these two masters. What a beautiful dragon! Apart from the Red Eyes Black Dragon, this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful dragon that can rival the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon, so, why are you comparing it to me again? Following a pleasant voice, a woman with long wavy golden hair and fashionable clothes appeared in front of Li Yufeng and others. The one who came was Peacock Dance, the official CP who had been entangled with Yanushi in the original work. After introducing each other, Peacock Dance looked at Li Yufeng with great interest and asked, "So you are Li Yufeng who defeated Kaiba Sito and killed the insect feather moth in seconds in the Sakura Country National Competition to win the championship? I only heard your name on the boat. It's really exciting to see you up close like this." In response to Peacock Dance's compliments, Li Yufeng quickly replied angrily, No, it was just luck." "Haha, you are really modest." "Modest?" Li Yufeng said that I am really not modest, especially after watching the duel between these two great gods. Through these two duels, Li Yufeng said that the most direct reason why President Kaiba couldn't beat Wang Yang was because of this. Throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, how many times has the president lied, and how many times has Yugi Muto lied? Isn't it clear from this comparison? Remember what Wang Yang said when fighting against the 5 dragons? As long as you believe in the existence of the card, then this card must exist. The ordinary bone player said that he couldn't afford it. After a round of greetings, Peacock Dance, who already had 6 stars, joined the team very familiarly. Looking at her gentle and amiable appearance, Li Yufeng knew clearly that if it weren't for the change in the plot that made her not completely sure, this woman would probably have attacked Yanushi long ago. In fact, this is indeed the case. Seeing the red eyes dark iron dragon in Yanushi's hand, Peacock Dance, she was really shocked. As a second-rate duelist, she naturally knew the value of this card. However, after measuring her own combat power, Kong Kuo immediately chose to be patient for a while. After all, she didn't know if there were any other cards hidden in the city. Things like capsizing in the gutter were not her dueling style. Time soon came to noon. Because they were afraid of Li Yufeng, the champion of the national competition, many duelists with unknown reputations did not dare to take the initiative to challenge. This also led to Li Yufeng having only 2 star pieces in his hand. After cooking the fragrant rice with local ingredients, Li Yufeng took out some pickled vegetables from the backpack given by Zaoi Keiru as a side dish. After all, everyone came to rescue Muta Sugoroku, and they didn't prepare so many things in a hurry. This was also thanks to Li Yufeng's extra care to take some more ingredients when getting off the boat, otherwise, they might not even have rice to eat. Pickled vegetables and rice, oh, I really want to eat meat. Yanushi complained while picking at the rice in his hand, that bastard Pegasus didn't even prepare food for us, how can he hold a duel contest like this? Yanushi-kun, just be content. Thanks to Yufeng-kun for making preparations, otherwise, we might not even have rice to eat. Yes, Yanushi, this pickled vegetable rice is actually quite delicious. Didn't you see the envious looks on the faces of those duelists passing by when they watched us cook? To Yanushi's words, the gentle cousin and Anzi immediately refuted. Well, I didn't mean that pickled vegetable rice is not delicious, hey. What's that smell? It smells so good. Holding his bowl, Yanushi's nose suddenly moved, the smell is coming from over there, let's go over and take a look. Before he finished speaking, Yanushi ran towards the beach with excitement on his face. Don't go to Yanushi. Looking at Yanushi's agile steps, Li Yufeng said that he really couldn't afford to get hurt. I've brought food with me, and you're still going to cause trouble. Within the city. Wait for us. Fearing that something might happen to Yanushi, Xiao Biao and the others followed him. Seeing this, Li Yufeng knew that he really couldn't escape this time. Yes, because he was really not used to this legendary mouth-nonsense style of play, Li Yufeng, who didn't want his wisdom to be ruined, said that he was really scared this time. Thinking of the fact that Xiao Biao finally rescued Shuangliu chicken sauce in the original work, Li Yufeng's idea changed from taking action at the beginning to waiting and watching. Anyway, what the protagonists can do, why should I be in the limelight? Isn't it better to be a waiter in a game store and spend his life in peace? Why do you want to risk your life? Do you think I'm stupid? Following everyone to the edge of the cliff near the sea, Yanushi, who ran a step ahead, had already grabbed a grilled sea fish and ate half of it. Xiao Biao, who was originally going to persuade Yanushi, couldn't resist the temptation of Yanushi, and also picked up a grilled fish and ate it, which made Li Yufeng, who had cleaned up the tableware and arrived late, have a black line on his face. Hey! You thieves, you stole my fish! At this moment, a man with a tanned body and a big hair with a lot of hairspray climbed up from the cliff, holding several fresh sea fish strung with seaweed in his hands. What? This is the fish you caught? Yanushi was stunned when he found something wrong. There was only half a fish head left and you didn't say anything. How do you want me to return it to you? Wait a minute, there must be some misunderstanding here. Knowing that he was in the wrong, the cousin immediately jumped out to smooth things over. I recognize you, your name is Kajiki Yuta, and you, like Yanushi, are both among the top 8 in the national competition, right? Just like Yanushi, that sentence is redundant. Putting the fish in his hand next to the campfire, Kajiki fisherman laughed and sat down. It was just a joke just now, don't be polite, everyone please sit down, and I have some fish I just caught, let's grill them together. Really? Great, thank you, Kajiki-kun. Wow, such delicious grilled fish, I am in for a treat. Seeing his companions happily sitting around the campfire, Li Yufeng could only sigh and sit down as well. Hey, Yufeng Jun, we meet again. Looking at Li Yufeng sitting opposite him, Kajiki Yuta smiled faintly with ill intentions. I still remember that you were the one who eliminated me in the quarterfinals of the national competition. You didn't use your full strength when you dueled with me, right? Do you think I'm not as good as the insect feather moth, so it's not worth it for you to summon the Skeleton King. Wow! Aren't you supposed to be picking on the game? Why are you picking on me? Li Yufeng secretly complained in his heart, but he kept a warm smile on his face. What are you talking about? I just simply felt that the deck didn't match yours very well, and I was afraid that it wouldn't work. Haha, is that so? So you admit that I am better than the insect feather moth? Well, you could actually say that. I am very happy to get your recognition. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat something together? He handed a grilled fish to Li Yufeng, and Kajiki Yuda's face was full of fighting spirit that could not be concealed. No, I'm full just now. After a faint smile, Li Yufeng waved his hand slightly and said, besides, not all fish are so easy to catch, right, Kajiki-kun? That's right, you are right. Kajiki Yuda did not change because of Li Yufeng's attitude. He took a big bite of the grilled fish in his hand and then said, but for an excellent fisherman, if you want to catch the strongest and fattest fish, you need to take the initiative. So, this time I also plan to take the initiative. Chapter 11. The meal was quickly finished. With Kajiki Yuda's grilled fish, everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Of course, for Li Yufeng who knew the inside story, he didn't even eat a bite of Kajiki Yuda's grilled fish. Kajiki-kun, thank you for your hospitality. We should leave now. After eating and drinking, Xiaobiao immediately stood up and expressed his gratitude to Kajiki Yuda. No way, the rice you cooked is also very delicious, and it is quite delicious with the sea fish. I am also very satisfied with it. Waving his hand slightly, Kajiki Yuda glanced towards the cliff calmly, but his action did not escape Li Yufeng's eyes. Are you waiting for the tide to rise? Kajiki Yuda may seem rough, but he is actually very careful. However, his opponent this time is a game after all, so it is understandable that he is cautious when facing the son of the world. Following the steps of Xiaobiao and others, Li Yufeng quietly hid in the crowd. However, at this moment, a sharp harpoon suddenly pierced in front of Xiaobiao. Kajiki-kun, what are you doing? The surprised cousin turned around and asked. Hey, you guys, you want to leave after you're full? It's not that easy. He stood up slowly and grinned without hiding his face. For a first-class fisherman, how could he let the fish he caught get away? Especially such a big and plump fish, don't you think I'm right, Yufeng Jun? Kajiki-kun, why are you doing this? Aren't we friends? Seeing Kajiki Yuda's attitude change drastically, Xiaobiao couldn't understand it at this time. Friends? Haha, stop kidding, I have never admitted that you are my friends. Kajiki Yuda waved his hand, and a duel monster arena on the edge of the cliff slowly rose from the sea. I am Kajiki Yuda, the duelist of the sea, and you are just prey that has walked into my trap. Li Yufeng, I will completely defeat you today to wash away the shame of the national competition. Come on, come and face me like a real duelist. Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. Reaching out to interrupt Kajiki Yuda's laughter, Li Yufeng said woodenly, I didn't eat your grilled fish. If you want to find an opponent, you shouldn't look for me. Yufeng, you are wrong. Kajiki Yuda walked to the duel arena and slowly raised his deck. After all, fishermen don't just use fishing rods when hunting, they sometimes also cast nets depending on the situation. Ha! So that's how it is. Knowing that he couldn't escape anymore, Li Yufeng handed the backpack to Xingzi and jumped onto the duel arena. Since you insist on causing trouble for me, I won't be polite. I'll bet on my dignity as a Hell Ryu. Let me use you to test the power of this new deck. Really? Although I have never heard of the so-called Hell style, I feel very honored to be taken seriously by you as the national champion. With a strong fighting spirit on his face, Kajiki Yuda took off 2 star pieces from his wrist. I'll bet the only 2 star pieces in your hand, this time I will definitely defeat you completely. Ah, the star pieces are fine, but if you think you can beat me, then go ahead and give it a try. Duel. This is my home court, so I'll take it first. Kajiki Yuda smiled excitedly and launched an attack directly. It's my turn, draw a card. I normal summon this monster in attack position. Everyone, what the hell is going on? Where's your monster? At least show me your head, right? Look, there's a shadow in the water. Following the direction Yanushi pointed, everyone saw something. Oh no, Kajiki-kun's monster is hiding under the water. If he can't find the target, Yufeng Jun's attack will be blocked. This duel is too disadvantageous for Yu Feng-jun. Li Yufeng _ Xiao Biao's words almost made Li Yufeng, who was about to draw a card, fall off the duel stage. So, despite all my calculations, I still couldn't defend against my teammates' backstab? Haha, that's it. As if because of Xiao Biao's reminder, Kajiki Yuta laughed immediately. My water area occupies 60% of the total area of the venue, so the attack power of the monsters I summoned has been greatly improved. Next, how will you fight back if you can't find your target? Yu Feng-jun, I'm really looking forward to seeing how you will respond. Although I knew that this duel would turn out like this, no matter how many times I have watched it, it is still so outrageous. Looking at the empty field opposite, Li Yufeng was extremely annoyed at this moment. Even if you activated the field magic, you can't just let me look at your face when you attack, right? This is no longer a foul, but you can't afford to play anymore, right? Pegasus, your grandma's leg. Look at what kind of crap is this duel competition you organized? Is it really the kingdom of Cao or who? I really don't have the energy to complain about Kajiki Yuta anymore. Li Yufeng, who had already made a plan, had a plan in an instant. Isn't it just that I can't attack? What's the big deal? Do you really think that my title of fraudster is for nothing? Do you really think that those predecessors of my underworld school who have been studying day and night are joking? We may not be the best at playing cards, but how can we talk about the ability to make things happen? Haha, it's time for you to experience the fear of being dominated by the underworld people. There is a group of people in Yu-Gi-Oh who are not obsessed with winning, but are obsessed with disgusting their opponents and constantly developing their lofty belief in the ability to make people laugh. This group of card players who are dedicated to bringing smiles to their opponents are collectively called the Hell People. It's my turn, draw a card. Activate the special skill Magic Trap Affinity. Skill, Magic Trap Affinity is activated. The skill has 2 uses left in this game. As a green card was drawn into his hand, Li Yufeng's mouth immediately revealed a slightly sinister smile. I activate Angel's Gift, draw 3 cards from the deck, and then choose 2 to discard. I summon this monster in defense mode, covering 2 cards at the same time, and my turn ends. Knowing that it would not cause any damage, Li Yufeng did not make a tentative attack like the king in the original book. Yu Feng-jun. It's bad, the situation is really unfavorable for Yu Feng. Kajiki Yuta, you are such a despicable guy. Despicable? What do you know? Hearing Yanushi's words, Kajiki Yuta immediately shouted, the sea is so terrifying. Those who don't understand the sea can only be swallowed by the endless waves. During my turn, I summon this monster in defense position. Fight. Kill that monster for me. Strangle with tentacles. Following Kajiki Yuta's order, several thick tentacles rolled towards Li Yufeng's card. At this moment, Li Yufeng briefly saw the true appearance of this monster. It turned out to be a demon squid, attack 1200 defense 1400. After the field's blessing, the monster's attack power should be 1560 points. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Yufeng's cover card was directly blown to pieces. Defeat the 3-eyed monster. Haha, Yufeng, now you know how terrifying the sea is. The special effect of the 3-eyed monster is activated. Ignoring Kajiki Yuta's silly smile, Li Yufeng continued, when this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, I can add a monster with an attack of less than 1500 points from the deck to my hand. Open the cover card at the same time, fellow traveler. When your monster is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can choose a monster to destroy. Devil Squid, be destroyed together with my 3-eyed monster. Impossible, with the protection of the sea, my monster will not be destroyed so easily. Seeing that Kajiki Yuta wanted to talk nonsense, Li Yufeng certainly would not indulge him. Kajiki-kun, what I just activated was a trap card. As a fisherman, you should understand that no matter how strong a fish is, once it enters a fisherman's trap, it will never escape. Tisk! Damn it! Yufeng, it seems that I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Kajiki Yuta naturally had no way to refute this explanation that hit the mark. He could only watch his demon squid turn into pieces. It's not over yet, open another continuous trap card, Abacus of Death. The effect of this card is that every time a monster on the field is sent to the graveyard, the owner of that monster will receive 500 points of damage for each monster he has. Kajiki-kun, lose blood with me. Chain order, Death's Abacus Fellow Traveler 3-Eyed Monster. Kajiki Yuta LP2000 greater than 1500. Li Yufeng LP2000 greater than 1500. Great, nice job. Yufeng Jun. So awesome. Seeing that Li Yufeng, who was supposed to be at a disadvantage, instantly launched a strong counterattack, Yanushi and Wang Yang, who had transformed again, exclaimed in admiration at the same time. Game, Yufeng is so awesome, I really didn't expect that he could fight back in such a bad situation. Ah, Yanushi-kun, Yufeng's strength is beyond doubt. Frowning slightly, Wang Yang shifted his gaze to Kajiki Yuta's field with some worry, but Kajiki Yuta is not a mediocre person, this move may only work once. Damn it, Yufeng, are you trying to drag me into the abyss with you? Kajiki Yuta, who suddenly understood, was furious, I won't fall into your trap again. Don't forget, I'm an excellent fisherman, and traps are my forte. Okay, my turn is over, it's your turn next. Is that really the case? Li Yufeng shook his head and smiled slightly. It's my turn, draw a card. At this moment, I activated the effect of the fallen angel Mary in the graveyard. When this card is in the graveyard, every time we are in the preparation phase, only one turn will restore 200 LP points. Li Yufeng's LP 1500 greater than 1700. Everyone what? You can restore 200 LP points every turn. Seeing Li Yufeng restore his LP, everyone present was stunned. You must not underestimate these 200 points of life value. In this environment with only 2000 health points, what does the extra 200 health points every turn mean? For Kajiki Yuta at this time, it is obvious. Is this Li Yufeng's strength? He is indeed a man who can summon a monster with an attack power of 10,000 points. He deserves the title of national champion. No, I can never defeat such a man. It seems that I have to give up those unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. Kong Ku, who was completely stunned by Li Yufeng's strength, couldn't help but secretly rejoice. I put a monster in defense mode. Okay, my turn is over. Humph, no backcourt blocking this time? You're smart. Glancing at Li Yufeng's backcourt, Kajiki Yuta couldn't help but look at the cyclone in his hand. The continuous trap card on Yufeng's field has an effect on both of us, but for Li Yufeng who cannot attack, the current situation is still more favorable to me. Humph, Yufeng, I have to say that you made a fatal mistake. If a third-rate fisherman casts a net rashly, sometimes the net will hurt himself. Since you don't know yourself, I will let you lose to your own trap card today. Haha, it's my turn, draw a card. Looking at Li Yufeng's failed look, Kajiki Yuta couldn't help but laugh. Yufeng, it seems that you also know that I will not be hit by the same trick again, but facing the horror of the sea, you still choose to escape. Well, actually, this is understandable. But you will not be so lucky next time. I summon the Sea Dragon God, attack 1800 defense 1500, to attack. In addition, due to the venue, the attack power increased by 30%. Sea Dragon God 1800 2340. Attack power 2340? What a terrifying monster! Oh no, facing such a terrifying monster, Yufeng can't resist it. Yufeng Jun, danger! Shocked by the attack power of the Sea Dragon God at this time, Peacock Dance, Yanushi and Wang Yang exclaimed at the same time. Fight! Never underestimate the ocean. Come experience for yourself the consequences of angering the ocean. Sea Dragon God, let your enemy feel despair, tear that monster to pieces. Bang! With a bang, the Sea Dragon God flicked his tail and smashed Li Yufeng's cover card into pieces. Haha, Yufeng, I haven't forgotten the trap card on your field. A fisherman who has never been out to sea is only a third-rate fisherman. Now, reap what you sow. Humph, is that really the case? Facing Kajiki Yuta's ridicule, Li Yufeng smiled calmly. Activate the flip effect of the Snowman Devourer. When this card is flipped over, you can select a face-up monster on the field and destroy it. Sea Dragon God, go to the graveyard with my monster. The effect of Death's Abacus is activated. For each monster card that enters the graveyard, the card's owner receives 500 points of damage. What? Li Yufeng's LP is 1700-1200. Kajiki Yuta's LP is 1500-1000. Having such a big advantage, but being suppressed by Li Yufeng again and again, coupled with such a frustrating playing style, Kajiki Yuta felt a nameless fire rushing to his forehead. Li Yufeng, you bastard, you can only fight in such a cowardly way? Are you still a duelist? Stand up and face me bravely. In response to Kajiki Yuta's ridicule, Li Yufeng just shrugged indifferently. Damn it, don't be so complacent. Secretly regretting that he didn't destroy the death abacus right away, Kajiki Yuta no longer hesitated and slapped the cyclone in his hand on the electronic table. I activate the magic card cyclone to destroy the death abacus. Seeing the bright red trap card enter the graveyard, Kajiki Yuta's anger finally subsided a little. Yufeng, your despicable tricks end here, the next round will be your death. No, you don't have the next round. After declaring victory to Kajiki Yuta, Li Yufeng snapped his fingers pretentiously, the puzzle pieces of victory have been assembled, and I will kill you in this round. Ha ha ha. Stop trying to scare me. Look at your empty field. How can you reduce my LP without any offensive means? Come and try if you can. My turn is over. Chapter 12. Hearing Li Yufeng's confident declaration of victory, the people watching the duel in the arena were also shocked, especially the duelists Kong Kei-Wu, Yanushi, and Muto Yugi, who kept thinking about what they should do to make a comeback if they were in this situation. In the game, there is nothing on Yufeng's field. Does he really have the ability to defeat Kajiki Yuta in this round? I don't know, at least I can't do it. Wang Yang shook his head solemnly, but I believe in Yufeng Jun's strength, let's wait and see. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I can guarantee that this kind of thing is absolutely impossible to do. You know, due to the terrain, Yufeng can't attack Kajiki Yuta at all, and don't forget that in that sea area, Kajiki Yuta has a monster in defense mode. Even if Yufeng can attack, he can't cause any damage to him. Peacock Dance, who is also a duelist, looked at Wang Yang and gave a negative attitude. Skill, Magic Trap Affinity Activation, 1 time left in this game. It's my turn, draw a card. Looking at the magic card that was just drawn by activating Magic Trap Affinity, Li Yufeng couldn't help but smile at Kajiki Yuta. Tisk, stop scaring me, you bluffing guy. Dahai's defense is perfect, your attack is ineffective. Although he was very unconvinced, Li Yufeng's ordinary smile was extremely terrifying in Kajiki Yuta's eyes. A drop of cold sweat slowly fell from his forehead. At this moment, the effect of the fallen angel Mary in the cemetery is activated, and I recover 200 health points. Li Yufeng LP 1200 greater than 1400. Next, I activate the magic card. Hieroglyphic Slate. By paying 1000 LP points my hand limit becomes 7 cards. Li Yufeng LP 1400 greater than 400. Yufeng. Do you want to commit suicide? What exactly is Yufeng doing? Is he planning to give up? Oh my god, why would Li Yufeng reduce his LP for no reason? Is he crazy? Wang Yang and others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at Li Yufeng's actions. After all, Li Yufeng, who had sacrificed a lot of life points, actually activated a magic card that seemed so meaningless at this stage. Even a man of destiny like Yugi Muto, who had a high duel talent, couldn't understand what he meant by doing this. Next, I activate the magic card from my hand, Friendship. Come on. Kajiki-kun, let's shake hands. Seeing Li Yufeng extending his right hand towards him with a smirk on his face, Kajiki Yuta, who didn't understand what was going on, was a little upset at the moment. Get the hell out of here. Are you sick? Who the hell wants to shake hands with a despicable person like you? Alas, what a pity, Kajiki-kun, you are really ruthless. I thought we would become good friends. Yes, all duelists of the Hades flow often feel that they can become good friends with their opponents at any time and in any place. Suppose, if not, then force him to be your friend. Retracting his right hand with some regret, Li Yufeng spread his hands and shook his head. On his seemingly helpless face, there was a smile that could not be concealed no matter what. But it doesn't matter, broken voice. Since you don't want to drink my toast, I will immediately show another magic card from my hand, and it's over. Li Yufeng, don't get me wrong, I just want you to relax. By showing this card to your opponent, you can force the effect of friendship to apply. Reduce the LP of both parties to half of the total value. Because our total LP is now 1400, the split is 700. Really? Death Grip. Li Yufeng 700 LP. Kajiki Yuta 700 LP. What? Oh. Seeing himself become friends with Li Yufeng and share his health points against his will, and seeing the latter being smug after reducing his health points, Kajiki Yuta's eyes almost popped out of his head. He grabbed his hair tightly with both hands, with a look of disbelief on his face. Crazy. Not only Kajiki Yuta went crazy, but even Yugi and his crew couldn't stand it anymore. Is this the legendary power of friendship? Is there any inexplicable misunderstanding between Li Yufeng and us in his understanding of the word friendship? Let's not talk about the outcome of this duel. At least, Li Yufeng is really talented in messing with people's mentality. However, what Li Yufeng didn't know was that during his duel with Kajiki Yuta, Pegasus, who had been secretly monitoring him, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of wine when he saw Li Yufeng asking for a handshake and forcibly fulfilling his wish. Ahem. Yufeng boy, I have to praise you, you are really a genius. He swore. Even a cultured man like Pegasus couldn't help but swear. As if he didn't see Kajiki Yuta's face gradually twisted due to excessive anger, Li Yufeng continued his storytelling. I put a monster face down on the field. My turn. Kajiki-kun, why are you so anxious? My turn isn't over yet. But haven't you already built and placed the monster? I did put it away, but did I say it was over? Okay, I'll let you continue. I want to see how you can still struggle to the death. Next I activate the spell card Book of the Sun, select a face-down monster on the field, and change it to face-up attack position. Ha ha ha. Li Yufeng, you coward, finally face me. Wait, I will definitely. Seeing that Li Yufeng finally attacked the monster that showed his power, Kajiki Yuta was overjoyed. I said, why are you in such a hurry? Do you think you will have another round? Activate the reverse summon effect of the Flame Assassin. Remove the top 3 cards from your deck and activate, dealing 800 LP damage to your opponent. Kajiki Yuta LP 7000. No, this is not true. This sudden ups and downs has completely driven Kajiki Yuta crazy. Li Yufeng, you played dirty on me, didn't you? Damn. Anyone can say I'm dirty, but you, a bastard, are not qualified to do so. In response to Kajiki Yuta's questioning, Li Yufeng said, I will never be wronged by this. You put the monster in attack mode into the water. After this battle, I don't even know what the monster you summoned looks like. And you still have the nerve to call me dirty. This is my tactic within the rules of the game. You can't afford to play this game. You can't afford to play. If you lose, you lose. What excuses are there? Hurry up and give me the 2 star pieces. You dirty bastard. Get out of here after taking the star piece. I don't want to see you again in my life. Seeing that Li Yufeng and Kajiki Yuta were spraying each other in the duel arena, and there was a tendency for a real-life PK if they disagreed, Xiao Biao and others who were watching the fight below the arena immediately tried to smooth things over. This was also thanks to the timely intervention of everyone, otherwise, Kajiki Yuta, who had lost his mind, would definitely use his harpoon to poke Li Yufeng 10,000 transparent holes. After Xiao Biao and others patiently persuaded, the cursing Li Yufeng was still carried away by Yanushi and Honda. This duel ended with Kajiki Yuta's defeat. The only thing worth mentioning is that since this duel, Kajiki Yuta has suffered from a rare card covering rage disorder. In layman's terms, he can't stand seeing others cover their cards. Of course, this is a later story. Duel Castle. Beautiful, very beautiful. Seeing Li Yufeng's final victory, Pegasus, who was sitting in front of the monitor, couldn't help but applaud. Yufeng boy, you are truly an amazing duelist all the time. But through this duel, you also made me realize that the current game rules do have big problems. But it doesn't matter. When you enter this castle, I will treat you well with new dueling rules. Hey! You are not the holder of the Millennium Artifact, but you still have such power. Yufeng boy, you claim to be from Kaido but you are nowhere to be found. It seems that you appeared out of thin air. I am really looking forward to you more and more. Notify me immediately of any duels involving Yufeng boy. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Go and help me investigate what Yufeng boy said. There is a school called Hell Style. If possible, I hope all the descendants of this school can be used by me. As you command, Master Pegasus. What kind of person is this? Oh, he is the only one who can play dirty and he doesn't allow me to fight back. When he has all those unreasonable advantages in terrain, why doesn't he say that he is dirty? Oh, he swears when he can't win? He actually has the nerve to say that I am dirty? How dare he say these words? Okay, calm down, Yu Feng-jun. It's all over. That's right, Yu Feng, Yuxi is right. In fact, you should also understand that he had such a big advantage but you still overturned the situation. No one would feel comfortable. Seeing that Li Yufeng was still cursing along the way, Xiao Biao and Yanushi tried their best to comfort him. As for Peacock Dance, who had already seen the strength of Li Yufeng and others, she parted ways with everyone halfway. After all, Peacock Dance, who was only 4 stars away from advancing, still had enough time. There were still many cannon fodders on the island. She didn't need to fight Li Yufeng and others to the death now. Just as everyone was walking aimlessly, a masked dwarf in a red shirt suddenly jumped out of the bushes. Li Yufeng, I want to duel with you. Go play with the mud. I'm in a bad mood and don't have time to mess around with you. If you don't want to cause trouble for your brother, you'd better leave this island as soon as possible. Don't stand there like an idiot. I'm talking about you, Kaiba Kipi. Everyone hey! Hearing what Li Yufeng said, not only Yugi and others were stunned, but even Kaiba Kipi himself was stunned and at a loss. You? How do you know it's mine? Surprised that Li Yufeng recognized him at the first sight, Kaiba Kiping took off his mask a little depressed. Nonsense, you haven't worn the same clothes for years and you've changed into new ones. Plus with your spiky hair, it's hard not to recognize you. How could this happen? I always thought my disguise was perfect. I'm afraid you're the only one who thinks so. Li Yufeng, who was too lazy to complain, shrugged helplessly. Kipi-kun, why are you here? Are you also a contestant? Seeing that Kaiba Kipi seemed a little embarrassed, the gentle cousin immediately came up to change the subject. Feeling that the cousin's concern was not fake, Kaiba Kipi finally couldn't bear it anymore. He burst into tears, tightly grasped the cousin's sleeves and cried, Brother Yuxi, Brother Yufeng, please help me, my brother is in trouble. Hearing Kaiba Kipi's words, Li Yufeng, who was already familiar with the plot, said that with Kaiba Sito's amazing skills that even Newton couldn't hold down the coffin lid, who could force him to get into trouble. He might have already touched the island at this moment, and who knows where he is looking for Pegasus's D-disc. Although he didn't have a good impression of Kaiba Sito, seeing Kaiba Kipi's appearance at this time, Yanushi, who was always hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, immediately came up. Deeping, don't be nervous. If you have any questions, just tell us slowly. We will definitely help you. Well, Yanushi-kun is right. The gentle cousin smiled, as the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. As long as you speak up, we will definitely find a way, right, Yufeng-kun? Li Yufeng, so you guys just made the decision for me without permission. Ha! Sighing softly, Li Yufeng slowly asked, so, what do you want to do? Duel with me? Even if you beat me, what can I do? Will your brother come back? Will your company be okay? Since he dared to kidnap you, do you think Pegasus will really let you run away so easily? If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid your every move is now under his surveillance. After all, this island is his home court. Everyone ah! Brother Yufeng, why do you know so much? Could it be that? Yufeng, are you in the same group as Pegasus? Otherwise, why do you know so much about it? As if he had thought of something, Yanushi grabbed Li Yufeng by the collar. Yanushi-kun, don't be impulsive. I believe Yufeng-kun will never betray us. There must be some misunderstanding here. Looking at Yanushi helplessly, Li Yufeng pointed at the hand that was grabbing his collar and said, the dual gloves and 2-star pieces on your hand originally belonged to my boss. I think it might be because of some reasons that Pegasus did not catch my boss. I think you should understand what I mean. I understand. Without waiting for Yanushi to speak, Kaiba Kaihei spoke first. The Azaoi family where Sister Zioxuan belongs is the largest joint consortium in Sakura country. They operate and integrate all the medical and healthcare institutions in Sakura country. Since this dual glove and star piece belong to Sister Zioxuan, it means that Pegasus not only attacked the Kaiba group, but also the Azaoi consortium. Did you hear that? Yanushi, even a kid like Kipi knows more than you. Is that so? Hearing Kaiba Kipi's words, Yanushi was suddenly embarrassed. Yufeng, I'm sorry, I was impulsive, you hit me. I'm sorry for you. Come on, I don't have the habit of attacking my friends. Li Yufeng straightened his collar and turned around and said, after all, the real trouble has already come to me. Chapter 13. Following the direction Yufeng turned his head, he saw two bodyguards in black running towards him with ferocious faces. Seeing the aggressive look of the newcomers, Li Yufeng immediately said with a guilty conscience, Zhao Naoki, Honda, I think Pegasus may have known that Qipeng is with us. If anything happens later, you two should protect Xingzi and Qipeng first and escape. Hey? Escape? Yufeng, you underestimate me, aren't they just two big idiots? Just wait and see how Honda and I deal with them. Haha, Yanushi is right. Yufeng, I may not be as good as you in duels, but Yanushi and I are experts in fighting. Seeing Yanushi and Honda eager to try, Li Yufeng didn't say what was on his lips. It's not that Li Yufeng is not kind, but he really doesn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of these two people. After all, the two bodyguards are carrying guns. Hippocampus Geepan, every move of this island is under the control of Mr. Pegasus. No matter where you run to, you can't escape from our palm. I advise you to be honest. If you don't want to get hurt, just follow us. After all, you are a guest specially invited by Mr. Pegasus, and we don't want to use force on you unless it is necessary. In a blink of an eye, the two bodyguards came to Li Yufeng and others, and judging from their expressions, they were about to start fighting if they disagreed. Hey, hey! I say, you guys are going to arrest someone right in front of Mr. Yanushi. Don't you think too highly of me? That's right, it seems that you two still don't know what Uncle Honda's nickname is. Why don't you go and find out? Is the killer Honda so easy to bully? Kaka. Wow, it is true. With the sound of two triggers being loaded, two cold pistols were pointed at the foreheads of Yanushi and Honda respectively. Seeing these two losers raise their hands and kneel on the ground in tacit understanding, Li Yufeng, who had a black face, felt a little happy in his heart. Well, finally someone has understood my pain, I am not alone. Brother! Don't be impulsive. I am a serious duelist who came to participate in the competition. I am also a guest invited by Pegasus. You can't kill me. Yes, I am this guy's fan club, and also a good friend of the guest invited by your master. You can't be violent to me. You two, get out of here, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. After spitting fiercely, a black-clad bodyguard glanced at Haima Geeping who was hiding behind Li Yufeng and said with a sneer, Mr. Yufeng, you are a distinguished guest that Lord Pegasus has specifically asked to treat well. If possible, we don't want to use force with you. I hope you won't make things difficult for us. Shit. I'm not the holder of a 1,000-year-old artifact, why is Pegasus staring at me? After complaining in his heart, Li Yufeng pretended to be calm and said, since we are all duelists, let's solve the problem in the duelist way. You can take Kaiba Geeping away as long as you defeat me. Li Yufeng was quite nervous when he showed his deck to the two black-clad bodyguards. He thought that this was a world where playing cards was respected, and he had already asked for a duel. Even if the two bodyguards would not accept it, they would have no reason to be rough with him. Humph, it's a pity that the two of us are not duelists, but since you have asked for a duel, we certainly have no reason to refuse. As Li Yufeng expected, the two bodyguards put away their guns immediately after hearing this. Mr. Li Yufeng, we will introduce you to a special opponent. As long as you can defeat him, we can promise you not to fight with Kaiba Qipeng again. As he spoke, a huge duel arena slowly rose from the ground not far away. At the same time, a dark-faced figure who looked like Kaiba had already stood on the duel arena. Hehe, Mr. Yufeng, let me introduce you to your opponent, the ghost of Kaiba Sito. Everyone what? Impossible, my brother will not die, you are lying. Seeing this figure who looks very similar to Kaiba Sito, Kaiba Kipi was also confused for a moment. Gui Ping, don't believe him. Grabbing Kaiba Gui Ping's shoulders, Li Yufeng couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he was not good at fighting, as long as the problem could be solved by dueling, it would not be a problem for him. Do you think you can scare me by finding such a fake? I will make you regret your decision soon. Turning to walk towards the duel arena, Li Yufeng kept sneering in his heart. What is Kaibasito's identity? The reincarnation of an Egyptian priest, as a paradoxist of Newtonian mechanics, how can such a contestant be a normal person? Have you ever seen a normal person jump from a plane dozens of meters high and still be safe? I'm afraid that at this moment when you are bragging to me, the president is performing a flying stool kick, a suitcase blocking bullets, and then flying out of the window of a cliff about 50 stories high, and finally escaping from the dead. To be honest, with the president's operation, even Jackie Chan, who was famous for dangerous stunts in Li Yufeng's previous life, would not dare to act like this. That leg will really be broken. Senior brother Xiunian, he is brave enough to travel all over the world and shock the world's dreams. Standing on the duel arena, looking at the person opposite him who is in the dark, Li Yufeng felt an irresistible atmosphere of middle school students coming towards him. This atmosphere was familiar and strong, which gave Li Yufeng goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't help but think of the embarrassing thing he did in the class when he was in the 5th grade of elementary school because of his impulse. That day, he was discovered by the teacher who was giving a lecture because he was obsessed with comic books. Just after a piece of chalk hit his forehead accurately, Li Yufeng jumped onto the desk with his plastic gourd in his hand because of impulse. In front of the shocked classmates, he pointed his finger at his teacher and shouted, "Teacher, I call your name, do you dare to answer?" As for what happened in the future, I guess everyone here can imagine it with their buttocks. The final fate of Li Yufeng, who was called the Parents, was so miserable that it was horrible. Yufeng Southeast Arrow. Just as Li Yufeng was lost in his memories and feeling embarrassed, the dark-faced figure spoke. "I am the ghost of the seahorse, I have come back from hell to find you." Listening to such a childish words, Li Yufeng, who thought he had graduated, would not indulge him. "So, how many years have you been mining in Africa?" Hearing Li Yufeng's words, the man who claimed to be the seahorse ghost couldn't help but burst out with a curse. It was because Li Yufeng didn't play by the rules and caught him off guard. "Ahem! Yufeng, I didn't lie to you. I am indeed dead, but endless hatred has brought me back to life. I came back from hell just to take you back with me. But stop it." Li Yufeng, who had known the true identity of this buddy for a long time, waved his hand with disgust. "The environment in Africa is indeed not very good. I understand when I see you are so tanned. But I really can't do mining, and I am not short of money now. If you want to conscript men, you'd better find someone else to fool them. You are courting death. Duel. Duel Castle. Poof." As expected, Pegasus, who was watching all this in front of the monitor, burst out without any preparation after hearing Li Yufeng's conversation. "Yufeng boy, you really will never make people feel bored. Well, from now on, don't pour me wine when there's a match involving Yufeng boy. It's such a waste. It's my turn, draw a card." "Wait a minute." Reaching out to interrupt the conversation of the blackened seahorse, Li Yufeng took off 4-star pieces from his dual gloves. "I am the specially hired mimicker of the Illusion Society. I don't have the time to play house with you. These 4-star pieces are all my belongings. I'm betting it all with you." "Tisk. I don't understand what you are saying, but since it is your request, I will agree. I summon by attacking." "Wait. Damn, what do you want to do again?" Being interrupted again, even the best-tempered mimicker couldn't stand it anymore. For the mimicker who did not disrupt Li Yufeng's emotions but was already a little mentally broken by the latter, it was not until this moment that he understood why there was always something wrong in the look of Pegasus when he accepted this task. Slowly hugging his arms, Li Yufeng said with a gloomy face, "Because you, the bastard, reminded me of some very unpleasant past events, so I decided to kill you in the most cruel way possible. I advise you not to test me, otherwise, I will really kill you in seconds. Hehe. Stop scaring me, you can't kill me in 1 second." The death imitator had heard about Li Yufeng's duel deeds a long time ago. In addition, the global broadcast of the Sakura Country National Competition was no secret, so that the Skeleton King with an attack power of 10,000 points is still talked about today. Although he was very tough on the outside, a drop of cold sweat slowly fell from the imitator's forehead. Seeing that Li Yufeng, who had just smiled at him, suddenly changed his face, the assassin from the Illusion Society immediately trembled uncontrollably. It was because Li Yufeng's aura was too strong at this time. That feeling was as if he was being stared at by some peerless beast. "I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack 3000 defense 2500, in attack position." Activate the equipment magic card Dragon Secret Treasure. My Blue Eyes White Dragon's attack power increases by 300. Blue Eyes White Dragon 3300. Next I cover both cards. My turn is over. Hehe, what do you think, Yu Feng? This is my strongest combo. You are dreaming if you want to kill me instantly under my iron wall defense. Hey! Li Yufeng sighed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seems that you have ignored what I said. Looking at his current hand, Li Yufeng was quite satisfied with his high star starting skill. Skill activated, Magic Trap Affinity. Note, there are 2 remaining duels in this game. It's my turn, draw a card. Pot of Greed is activated and I can draw 2 cards from my deck. Then I activated Angel's Charity, drew 3 cards from the deck, and chose 2 to discard. I threw the White Spirit Dragon and the Pig Bone into the graveyard. Unlike the uncultured president of Kaiba, Li Yufeng was very considerate and announced the 2 cards he put into the graveyard. He did this not only to make the death mimic die clearly, but more importantly, it was the first time in his life that he used a banned card so recklessly. If he still didn't feel good at this time, he would be too sorry for himself who had already died once. Activate the effect of the Magic Dragon Temple. According to the effect of this card, I can send a dragon-type monster from my deck to the graveyard. If the dragon sent to the graveyard by this effect is a normal monster, I can send another dragon-type monster from my deck to the graveyard. I sent the normal monster Sapphire Dragon and the legendary dragon monster White Stone to the graveyard. Legend of the White Stone Effect. Activate, when this card is sent to the graveyard, I can add a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck to my hand. By showing my opponent a Blue Eyes White Dragon, I can special summon a Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon, 3000 ATK, 2500 def, from my hand. Next, activate the magic card, the Good News of the Dragon's Resurrection. Depending on the effect, you can revive a 7-star or 8-star dragon monster in your graveyard. Revive, White Spirit Dragon, attack power 2500 defense power 2000. The special effect of White Spirit Dragon is activated. When this card is summoned and special summoned successfully, you can banish a magic card or trap card on the opponent's field. I choose to exclude one of your cover cards. It's not over yet. I normal summon from my hand, Dragon Ruler, ATK 1200 def 1100. While this card is in the monster zone, it is considered a Dragon Ruler. Activate the effect of the magic card Dragon Summoning Flute. You can summon 2 dragon monsters from your hand. Come out, Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack power 3000 defense power 2500, White Spirit Dragon, attack power 2500 defense power 2000. Since the White Spirit Dragon was successfully summoned, I banish another covered card on your field. Seeing that the 2 trap cards on his field were all banished, Death Mimic was completely panicked, especially after watching 5 monsters inexplicably appear on Li Yufeng's field. Death Mimic recalled the expression on Pegasus' face when he boasted in front of him. Chapter 14. Mercy, yes, mercy. No, it's impossible, all of this is not true. Looking at the Blue Eyes White Dragon on his field, the Death Mimic began to tremble all over. He thought those rumors were just exaggerations, but after fighting with Li Yufeng, he personally experienced the latter's horror. My Blue Eyes White Dragon now has 3300 attack points while the highest attack point of the monsters on his field is only 3000 points. Even if I don't have the 2 trap cards, Explosive Armor and Attack Neutralization, I can't beat him with the attack power of the 5 monsters on his field. That's right. He can't kill me instantly. The people watching the game under the ring saw Li Yufeng fill his field with monsters in an instant, and they were all stunned by his dreamlike operation. Hey, Yugi, no matter how many times you watch it, Yufeng's duels are always so shocking. You are right, Yanushi-kun. Yugi Muto, who had already transformed into a king, also stood there in a daze. He nodded and said in agreement, I have long known that Yufeng-kun is a true duelist, but I did not expect that he could exert the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon to such an extent. It was not until now that I finally understood why Zhejiang lent him the only 4th Blue Eyes White Dragon in the world. No. This is impossible. Affected by his brother, Kaiba Kipi, who also used a dragon monster, knelt on the ground with his eyes blank, watching everything that happened on the duel arena. His heart was like a stormy sea. All this is not true. Only my brother is the strongest dragon user. I don't admit it. I will never admit it. On the duel arena, As if noticing the slightly relaxed expression of the other party, Li Yufeng snorted coldly, and then said, "Do you think 3,300 attack power is the limit of the Blue Eyes White Dragon? Humph, then you are totally wrong. Now, I will let you experience for yourself how powerful the Blue Eyes White Dragon that I control can be. I activate the power of unity. Equip it to the Blue Eyes White Dragon." The effect of this card is that the equipped monster's attack and defense are increased by the number of monsters on our field multiplied by 800. There are a total of 5 monsters on our field, so the attack of Blue Eyes White Dragon is 7,000 up. Everyone attack power 7,000. How could this happen? How could this happen? They. Death Mimic, who could no longer hold back, was so frightened that he turned back into his original ugly appearance. It was not until this moment that he deeply realized how insignificant he was, and secretly regretted why he tried to provoke Li Yufeng. Fight! Blue Eyes White Dragon's attack. Seeing the white light waves gathering in the Blue Eyes White Dragon's mouth, the Death Mimic was so scared that he immediately held his head and shouted, "Ah! No!" At this moment, I activated the special effect of the pig bone throw in the graveyard. Banish this card in the graveyard to negate one attack by the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Everyone what? Everyone present, including Kaiba Sito and Pegasus, who were watching all this in the dark, exclaimed in disbelief at Li Yufeng's mysterious operation. "Yufeng! What are you doing? Why did you stop your attack? Calm down, Yanushi." He quickly reached out to stop Yanushi. Wang Yang had cold sweat on his face and said solemnly, "I can feel that Yufeng Jun's attack is not over yet. The next attack will definitely be beyond our imagination. Just watch it patiently." "Stop! It stopped? Haha, you idiot actually made it stop. The ups and downs like this are just like riding a roller coaster. It's too exciting." The mentality of the Death Imitation Master has been completely defeated by Li Yufeng at this moment. The joy of escaping death fills his heart, making the Death Imitation Master laugh wildly. "Haha! Li Yufeng! Because of your arrogance and conceit, you missed this chance to defeat me. Do you think I will be grateful to you? Don't dream, your pedantry will only lead to your death without a burial place. I will never let you go. Who told you that my attack is over?" An emotionless voice interrupted the laughter of the Death Mimic. Everyone looked up and saw Li Yufeng slowly raising the last card in his hand. "I cast a quick attack spell from my hand, doubling my chances. When a monster on your side of the field has its attack negated, you can activate this effect by targeting that monster. During this battle phase, that monster can attack once more. This effect doubles the attack power of that monster during the damage step. According to this effect, the attack power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon on our field is doubled. Hope King Hope, friendly reminder, this trick can have a good benefit when combined with my effect. If you play it well, you can even kill the opponent in seconds." Blue Eyes White Dragon's attack power 700014000. What? 14,000 attack points. Shocking! Surpassing the Skeleton King's 10,000 attack points, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's power soared to 14,000 points. Absolute power filled the Blue Eyes White Dragon's white body, and its blue dragon eyes flashed with a dazzling light that was impossible to look directly at. Yugi and others who felt this power up close were shocked by it and could hardly breathe. The strong air pressure turned into substance, forcing them to retreat again and again. At this moment, not only was the Death Mimic dumbfounded, but even Pegasus, who always had a smile on his face in front of the monitor, couldn't help but feel a trace of regret at this moment. On his face, a very rare solemn expression appeared. As for Kaiba Sito, he was extremely excited in the secret room and shouted out the 3 words, "Strong! Invincible! The strongest!" Especially when he saw Li Yufeng give the attack order, Kaiba Sito in front of the monitor even shouted out the Blue Eyes White Dragon's iconic attack move with pride. Explosive Gale Bomb of Destruction. Ah! It seems that because Li Yufeng's Blue Eyes White Dragon card contained the power of the elves, it deeply felt that its master was angry and sad because of the enemy in front of him. The anger of the Blue Eyes White Dragon seemed to become real. This extremely violent force not only smashed the Blue Eyes White Dragon in front of the Death Mimic, but also hit him solidly. The huge impact force blasted the Death Mimic directly out of the duel arena. He screamed in midair and fell into a coma after falling heavily to the ground. Death Mimic LP2000 greater than 0. In a secret base in the Duel Kingdom, Kaiba Sito, who hacked into Pegasus's surveillance system and witnessed all this, now had bloodshot eyes. 14,000 points. There are actually 14,000 points of attack power. Surpassing the 10,000 points of attack power of the Skeleton King, this is the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Is this the true strength of the Blue Eyes White Dragon? For Kaiba Sito, who has a very high self-esteem and has long regarded the Blue Eyes White Dragon as his lifelong forbidden delicacy, the appearance of any White Dragon Master is undoubtedly a provocation to his dignity. However, what made him feel powerless was that he could never have imagined that Li Yufeng, who he regarded as only playing tricks in secret, could exert his power to such a powerful level with just one Blue Eyes White Dragon after using the White Dragon deck. Such strength is not something that he can do now anyway. Blue Eyes White Dragon, I was right. Yufeng, I didn't lose to you, but to the fourth Blue Eyes White Dragon. This is a provocation, a joy, and at the same time a sorrow. Angry because Li Yufeng took away the white marriage that belonged to him. Joyful because Kaiba Sito saw the infinite potential that the Blue Eyes White Dragon could bring out. Sad because the person who could bring the power of the white marriage to its limit was not himself. Yufeng. As expected, you are my nemesis, an enemy that I must defeat with my own hands. I swear, no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will definitely defeat you with my own hands. The strongest White Dragon user can only be me, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon can only belong to me, ha 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 ha. Kaiba Sito, who was laughing excitedly because he saw the tip of the iceberg of the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, was so involved that he completely forgot where he was. It was not until he was hit hard on the forehead that he realized in a daze that someone seemed to have broken into the room. However, when he found out something was wrong, he no longer had the ability to resist. The scene in the original book that was comparable to a Hollywood action blockbuster did not appear, and President Kaiba was taken to the castle of Pegasus. Fortunately, the 5 giants of Kaiba Company gave the condition that only by defeating Li Yufeng could they obtain 50% of the company's shares. So this is equivalent to Li Yufeng indirectly saving Kaiba Sito again, but this time being caught was so embarrassing that it became one of the few black histories of President Kaiba, and he was often teased. Li Yufeng, who had just won the game, never thought that it was because of his little butterfly's momentary unhappiness that President Kaiba was caught. Of course, even if this was the case, he would never admit it. After all, who can you blame for your own confusion? It is not uncommon for people to be struck by lightning when they pretend to be cool. President Kaiba is certainly not the first one, and he will certainly not be the last one. Li Yufeng walked down from the duel arena without saying a word, and his face was even a little gloomy. Seeing Kaiba Kipi coming to beg him again, Li Yufeng directly gave the most pertinent advice. Deeping, this island is full of surveillance cameras, you can't escape at all, so I advise you to give up this idea. And you are not a duelist, so instead of following us, you might as well follow these 2 bodyguards back to the castle of Pegasus. We will definitely go to the castle to find you in 1 day at most. After all, there will be a battle between us and Pegasus. In the end, Kaiba Giping listened to Li Yufeng's advice and followed the 2 bodyguards back to the castle. Li Yufeng was alone looking at the sky in the distance. At this moment, there was only deep sadness in his eyes. That night, after dinner, Li Yufeng lay alone on the grass on a small hill, staring blankly at the stars in the night sky. Seeing Li Yufeng so lonely, a thin figure slowly walked towards him. Yufeng-jun, these are the 4-star pieces you got when you defeated the impostor. I got them for you. As for the Blue Eyes White Dragon in his hand, it's also here. I think it must have been dropped by Kaiba-kun. I got it here as well. You can return it to him when the time comes. Ah, it's Yugi, thank you. With a gentle look on his face, he took out 4-star pieces and the Blue Eyes White Dragon card, handed them to Li Yufeng, and then Yugi Muto sat next to him. Yufeng-jun, I see that you don't look very well. Are you homesick? It should be said that Xiao Biao's talent for understanding is really full. As soon as he opened his mouth, he knew why Li Yufeng was so disappointed. Yes, I miss home. With a slight wry smile, Li Yufeng replied calmly. In that case, after we rescue Zhejiang, we can go to your hometown with you. I am also very interested in Kaido and have been looking for a chance to go there for a long time. Shaking his head gently, Li Yufeng said a little sadly, games are not like that. How should I put it? I am afraid I can never go back in this life. The reason why I lost my composure during the duel this afternoon was because I suddenly remembered my parents. I don't know how they are doing, and I don't know if they will be sad because of my leaving. But the good thing is that my younger brother should have graduated. With him taking care of our parents, I don't need to worry about him anymore. Anyway, in their eyes, I am just a nerd who plays games every day, so they shouldn't miss me too much. At this point, Li Yufeng was already crying. At this moment, he finally had someone to confide in. Yufeng Jun, I understand everything you said. It should be said that my cousin is really gentle by nature, and he always gives people a sense of closeness. I have lived with my grandfather since I was a child, and I have never seen my parents. But I believe that there is no parent who doesn't love his or her child. Yufeng Jun, no matter where you came from the moment we met, you are our best friend. Our friendship is eternal and will never change because of time. Is that so? Li Yufeng, whose mood gradually improved, suddenly looked at Yugi and asked seriously, if I shake hands with you, will you agree? As if he had heard another layer of meaning in Li Yufeng's words, Muto Yugi stretched out his right hand without hesitation. Yufeng Jun, even if we have a duel, I will still choose to shake hands with you without hesitation. It has nothing to do with the outcome of the duel, just because you are my best friend. Ah! You too, Yugi. Looking at the bright starry sky, a brilliant smile slowly appeared on Li Yufeng's face. You are my best friend. Chapter 15. Yufeng, Yugi, you're back. Seeing Li Yufeng and Muto Yugi walking over together, talking and laughing, Yanushi and the others who had been worried about them immediately stood up from the campfire. I'm sorry, everyone, for making you worry. After putting down the burden in his heart, Li Yufeng returned to his usual self. What are you talking about? When I wrongly blamed you before, didn't you blame me? I understand now. We are friends, and there is no need to apologize between friends. Yes, Yanushi is right. I couldn't help at all in this competition. Now that I think about it, I feel so useless. Yufeng Jun, if you have something on your mind, you can tell us. Although we may not be able to help you, we will always be with you. Honda, Kyoko, thank you. Although these two people have always been dispensable and even always caused trouble in the original work, but at this moment Li Yufeng completely understood why Muto Yugi would always rescue them no matter how dangerous it was. If he had to say the reason, it was because of this friendship. Oh, everyone is here. I have been looking for you for a long time. I also won a lot of snacks during the duel just now. Do you want to eat together? A pleasant voice sounded, and Peacock Dance came over with a lot of delicious food. Mai-chan. I want to eat. Haha, thank you, Mai-chan. You're welcome, we're all friends. Based on the principle of joining if you can't beat them, when Peacock Dance heard that Li Yufeng summoned a Blue Eyes White Dragon with 14,000 attack points, she immediately gave up the idea of competing for the championship. You know, as long as you can successfully pass the preliminaries of this Dual Kingdom tournament, you will get more or less some monetary rewards. Getting this bonus has become Peacock Dance's current goal. After all, the championship is good, but you have to have the strength to get it, right? The biggest advantage of Peacock Dance is that she can recognize the gap between herself and her opponent. To put it bluntly, that is bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yufeng Jun, I heard that you already have 8-star pieces. I just won the duel and now I also have 8-star pieces. This shows that we are still very destined to be together. No. I'm just lucky. As a person in the underworld, it's not shameful to be humble. After all, he offends people every day. Otherwise, when he participated in the World Duel King competition in his previous life, Li Yufeng never dared to step out of the dormitory door except for the competition. He was simply afraid of being hoodlummed. Hey, Yufeng Jun, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? If so, you wouldn't mind me pursuing you, right? Everyone hey! Awesome! Seeing Peacock Dance being so proactive, Yanushi was immediately envious. Mai-chan is such a cute girl who would confess in public. Damn, Yufeng is such a lucky guy, but foreigners are so open-minded, they can even say such words in public. Yanushi, I think you are just jealous, ha ha ha. Seeing Yanushi's sour look, Honda said that he would not indulge him. Miss Wu, please stop teasing me. This joke is not funny at all. If Li Yufeng didn't know the details of Peacock Dance, he would have believed it on the spot. Ah! I was rejected, what a pity. I will be very sad if you do this. Chi! Yufeng you bastard! Putting his arm around Li Yufeng's neck, Yanushi whispered, My Chan is such a good girl, but you rejected her so cruelly, are you a man or not? You know nothing, get out of here. Li Yufeng pushed Yanushi's face away with a look of disgust and said unhappily. Yes, although Peacock Dance seems to be shy now, in fact, no one would believe Peacock Dance at this stage except herself. In the original work of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Peacock Dance was born in a wealthy family when she was young. Later, her parents died in a car accident, and she became an orphan. Just because she is not the protagonist of this world, the beginning of parents offering sacrifices to the sky and boundless magic power does not apply to Peacock Dance, and her childhood was spent in sadness. When she was young, Peacock Dance worked as a shuffler on a luxury cruise ship. Because she saw some men who wanted to bribe and use her with money, she was quite distrustful of others. Peacock Dance, who thinks that words like partner and bond are very childish, will ruthlessly defeat any man who tries to approach him, so at this stage, she still follows the survival rules of the strong woman, so how can she easily commit herself to a man? At best, she just wants to use you. Ah! It seems that I am really old and ugly, sister, I am so sad. Pretending to shake her head, Kong Kuo patted her buttocks and stood up. My Chan, where are you going? Yanushi, who still had evil intentions towards Kong Kuo, asked nervously. Glancing at Yanushi, Kong Kuo said unhappily, I'm going to pick some flowers. What? Are you going to follow me too? Sorry to bother you. Yanushi immediately became scared. After seeing Peacock Dance walking away, Honda, as a good friend, pulled Yanushi with a lewd look on his face and asked, Hey, Yanushi, are you interested in Miss Mai? That's not the case, don't talk nonsense. As if his secrets were revealed, Yanushi's face turned red all of a sudden. Yes, due to the appearance of Li Yufeng, Peacock Dance did not attack Yanushi. At this time, Yanushi still believed that Peacock Dance was just a simple and innocent person. Seeing Yanushi's current appearance, Li Yufeng did not remind him. On the contrary, as an official CP, due to Peacock Dance's insincereness and Yanushi's cowardice, there was no clear explanation for the ending of the two in the original book. Now that Li Yufeng has met him, as a loyal fan of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Li Yufeng will naturally not leave any regrets in his heart. Crash! Just as everyone was talking and laughing, a figure suddenly walked out of the bushes behind Li Yufeng. The startled Ugi and others looked back quickly, only to see a young man with long white hair and a gentle appearance slowly walking out of the woods. Taper? Why are you here? Could it be that you also came here illegally? Okay. Haha, so that's how it is. Never mind, it's a good thing to have more people supporting it. Seeing Yanushi pulling Taper to sit down with a familiar look on his face, a strong feeling of discomfort immediately surged into Li Yufeng's heart. Too powerless to complain. Yes, just too powerless to complain. Just imagine, how could a normal 16-year-old student do such a thing as smuggling? You walked out of the woods like a ghost in the middle of the night, and no one present doubted it. What's even more infuriating is that Taper is not even qualified to participate in the competition. How did he appear here for no reason? Isn't all this worthy of people's defense? Just like in the original work, under Taper's deliberate guidance, everyone quickly showed their favorite cards. Yugi is the Black Magician, Honda is the Commander, in the original anime, and Kyoko is the Holy Magician. The only change is that Yanushi's favorite card has changed from the Flame Swordsman to the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon. Seeing that everyone showed their favorite cards, but Li Yufeng was slow to act, Yanushi immediately asked with some confusion, Yufeng, what's wrong with you, don't you have a favorite card? Yes. Mo Yang keenly noticed that Li Yufeng seemed to have been staring at him, and immediately chimed in, a real duelist will have his favorite cards, and I think Yufeng is no exception. Haha, there really is one of my favorite cards. Li Yufeng, who already regarded Yugi and the others as his friends, naturally would not let them fall into danger again. He immediately took out a deck of cards from the card holder on his waist. Well, let me see. After a quick search, Li Yufeng directly took out a continuous trap card from the deck. Everyone looked up and saw 4 big words written on the card. Brainwashing removed. This is Yufeng's favorite card? No way. This card seems useless, right? Yufeng, why would you like such a card? Haha, Yufeng Jun's taste is just like his duel skills, always so unexpected. Just as the gamers were laughing, a hint of viciousness flashed across Mo Yang's eyes, and only Li Yufeng, who was staring at him, could see this change clearly. Okay, Taper, now it's your turn to show your favorite card. I remember it should be called Heart Change, right? As for the biggest villain Zork throughout the entire Yu-Gi-Oh anime, Li Yufeng said that he would not give him any good face. Or, you don't plan to keep pretending. He. What? Beiliang you. Following Li Yufeng's words, Beiliang immediately let out a cold laugh. The crowd, who finally realized something was wrong, immediately moved away from him and looked at Beiliang with a wary look on their faces. Your name is Li Yufeng, right? I'm really surprised. Although I don't know how you found out, do you think you can change anything? As expected, with the sound of a strange and piercing bell, the container of the great evil god Zork, the Millennium Wheel of Wisdom, appeared out of thin air in front of Beiliang's chest. Everyone present, including Li Yufeng, was involved in the duel called the Dark Game without exception. As everyone turned into their favorite card characters and appeared on the duel stage, something happened that almost shocked Beiliang. That is, Li Yufeng, who was not protected by the Millennium Artifact, did not have his soul extracted by him. Instead, he sat opposite him with the transformed Wang Yang. What's going on here? Seeing such a strange situation, even the great evil god Zok couldn't hold back any longer. Li Yufeng, are you also the holder of the Millennium Artifact? No, you don't have the aura of a Millennium Artifact. Who are you? This power is not the power of darkness, but full of light and warmth. Yufeng Jun, who are you? In the Dark Game, the breath that Wang Yang had accidentally felt also appeared on Li Yufeng again at this moment. It was precisely because of the protection of this mysterious power that Li Yufeng was not affected by the Dark Game and turned from a chess piece to a chess player. Wow, how did I become like this? Is this the shell of Red Eye's Dark Iron Dragon? That's Bakura? So big. Wow, Yufeng and Yugi have also become so big, am I the commander? Mo Yang, Yufeng, these are 2 games? What is going on? Another me, Yufeng? Mo Yang, who are you and why did you do such an outrageous thing? Humph, I have no obligation to explain what I do to ordinary people like you, but since the Dark Game has already begun, it is better for those who are not involved to leave early. As Beiliang spoke, the Millennium Wheel of Wisdom on his chest emitted a burst of light again. Except for Li Yufeng and the transformed Wang Yang, everyone's soul turned into white light and flew into Wang Yang's deck. Okay, let's start the game. Pudding. His deck on the duel stage, Baku Yang said gloomily. He glanced at Li Yufeng and said, although I don't know the reason, I don't plan to attack you this time, so just be a spectator. Bakura, I don't know what caused you to become like this, but since you want to duel, I won't back down. Wait a minute, Yugi. Reaching out to stop Yugi who was about to duel, Li Yufeng leaned close to his ear and whispered, if I beat Mo Yang, can you save everyone's souls? Of course. Wang Yang looked at Li Yufeng and nodded. In the Dark Game, the defeated party's soul will suffer irreversible damage. The initiator and the participants will be treated the same, without exception. I feel relieved after hearing this. With a bright smile on his face, Li Yufeng placed a deck of cards on the duel table. Yugi, your deck contains the souls of Yanushi and others, which are not suitable for fighting. Leave this to me. After I defeat Bakura, I will rely on you to rescue everyone. What? Looking down at his deck, Wang Yang suddenly understood, Beiliang, you actually sealed everyone's souls into the cards. Haha, did you just notice it now? Damn it. Mo Yang, don't be too proud. You actually dared to attack my companions. I will never let you go easily. Yufeng, I leave this duel to you. Knowing the importance of the matter, Wang Yang immediately agreed to Li Yufeng's proposal. After all, it was related to the souls of his companions. Wang Yang, who was familiar with the horror of the Dark Game, would not gamble with the lives of his companions. Li Yufeng? I don't know how you saw through me, but it doesn't matter anymore. After I defeat you, I will devour everything about you, including your soul. If you have finished your nonsense, can we start now? Licking the corner of his mouth, Li Yufeng was full of anticipation. The great evil god Zork, I wonder what kind of expression this ultimate big boss will have when his mentality collapses. I am really looking forward to it. Chapter 16. As you wish. Duel. I'm the first to attack, draw a card. Seeing the card just drawn, Bai Liang smiled sinisterly. I summon this monster in face-down defense position. Okay, it's your turn. It's my turn, draw a card. I also summoned this monster to defend inside, indicating that my turn is over. Stretching out his left hand, he made a slight gesture of invitation. The two underworld people smiled at the same time, as bright as the sun. However, this smile was so terrifying to Wang Yang that he shuddered uncontrollably. It's my turn, draw a card. I summon the White Thief, attack 1000 defense 700, and attack. Fight, kill that monster for me. The imagined effect of battle destruction did not appear. When the white-clothed thief punched the covered card, the card suddenly flipped over, and a spherical red mechanical monster, like a spider, grabbed the back of the white-clothed thief with lightning speed. The special effect of the limited-time spherical bomb is activated. This face-down card will not be damaged when attacked, and it can be equipped to the attacking monster as an equipment card. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so capable. The Underworld man was tricked by the Underworld man, and veins suddenly appeared on Taper's face. But the attack power of your monster has obviously exceeded that of my monster, but you are still on guard. It seems that your dueling skills are not that good. Oh? So you have a problem with my duel strategy? Li Yufeng smiled without any concern, and his eyes looked at him as if he was a fool. Think whatever you want, the result won't change. Okay, my turn is over. It's my turn, draw a card. After taking a look at the card he just drew, Li Yufeng smiled faintly and slapped it directly on the duel stage. I summon this monster, still in face-down defense mode, and my turn is over. You. Seeing Li Yufeng imitating himself and stamping a card again, Bai Liang's face was already a little ugly. Haha, you dare to learn from me without knowing your own limitations, you will definitely regret it. It's my turn, draw a card. This moment. Ignoring the surprised look on Taper's face, Li Yufeng said with a smile another special effect of the limited-time spherical bomb is activated. This card can be activated during the opponent's next preparation phase, destroying the equipped monster and dealing an equal amount of attack damage. Bang! As the explosion sounded, the white-clothed thief on Taper's field didn't even have a chance to scream, and was directly blown to pieces. Taper LP 2000100. Ah! At the same time when the white-clothed thief was destroyed, Taper also screamed at the same time. You know, the damage caused by the dark game directly affects the soul. Such pain is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. As if being poured with water, beads of sweat kept flowing down Taper's forehead. The pain of losing half of his life in an instant made Taper feel extremely sour and even more painful. It was only because of this time period that the great evil god Zork had just awakened. Even though it was born from darkness, it could not withstand the severe pain like cutting flesh and scraping bones. Li Yufeng. You are very good. His eyes were full of bloodshot. Mo Yang never thought that he, a person from the underworld, would suffer first. But what he could not have imagined was that Li Yufeng, who was sitting opposite him, was also a person from the underworld. What do you think, Mo Liang Jun, are you still questioning my decision now? Which is more fun, 400 points of damage or 1000 points of damage? Do you think I can't tell the difference? Li Yufeng, you bastard, don't be so proud. Looking at Li Yufeng's smirk, Mo Yang's teeth were almost broken. Looking at his hand, Mo Yang said, I summon this monster in inside-out defense position. At the same time, flip and summon another monster. The special effect of the transformation pot is activated. When this card is turned over, you can activate a special effect, and both players discard all cards in their hands. After that, both players draw 5 cards from their decks. Ah. Li Yufeng shook his head helplessly, pretending to have a headache and threw the cards in his hand into the graveyard. While drawing 5 cards again, Li Yufeng secretly activated the skill of Magic Trap Affinity. Looking at the Magic Trap Affinity skill that had been cleared 3 times and the 3 identical cards in his hand, Li Yufeng immediately looked at Mo Yang with a mocking look on his face, and his eyes flashed with a smile that he could not hide. Bastard! You are such an infuriating guy. I will make sure you never laugh again. After saying this, Bai Liang played a magic card. I activate Book of the Moon, changing a face-up monster on my side of the field to face-down defense position. Hehe. What do you think, Yufeng? Has my iron wall-like defense made you feel desperate? But don't worry, since you have completely angered me, I will not let you die so easily. I will torture your soul and make you suffer endless pain for eternity. My turn is over, it's your turn. Li Yufeng, who had wanted to end the battle quickly, got a little angry after taking a look at the 4 cards left in Mo Yang's hand. Big evil god, hey? Zork, hey? Torturing my soul, hey? If I don't show my power, you really think I'm giving you a face, right? I thought you were awesome, but you used the whole card-cutting style? Are you really a sucker and yet you're addicted? You played the card-cutting style under the game rules of 2000 health points and unable to attack players directly. In this situation, wouldn't you die instantly when you encounter my blood-cutting style? Since you're so arrogant, I'll send you off today and give you a thorough and complete life so that you can have a good time. Repressing a smile, Li Yufeng began his own operation. It's my turn, draw a card. At the same time, I activate the special effect of the fallen angel Mary in the graveyard, recovering 400 LP. What? Saw Li Yufeng recover 400 health points with a comfortable look on his face. Not only Baku Liang, but even Yami Yugi was also surprised. Haha. Li Yufeng couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Mo Yang's confused look, Li Yufeng laughed exaggeratedly while holding his stomach. I had 2 fallen angel Marys in my hand just now, and I was just thinking of how to throw these 2 cards into the graveyard, and you turned around and helped me solve it. Your operation is really unique, especially the way you said such harsh words just now. Oh my god, this thing made me laugh for a whole year. Ha ha ha, this. Yufeng Jun, you are so mean. Although it was a bit inappropriate, but knowing the truth of the matter, An Yugi couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. You 2 bastards. Don't laugh. The defense was broken. The great evil god Zok said that he was really a little broken this time. If the rules of the game did not allow it, he would have slapped Li Yufeng in the face with a big dick. I activate the magic card Ace Holy Grail. When this card is activated, I flip a coin. If you roll heads up, your opponent draws 2 cards from their deck. If you roll tails down, your opponent draws 2 cards from their deck. Humph. Stupid. Seeing Li Yufeng casually throw the coin that was transformed from the card, Mo Yang immediately had an idea. Ding. It seemed that because of a little bad luck, the coin fell on the duel stage with the back facing up. Haha, Yufeng. It seems that the goddess of luck is not on your side. Luck always has good and bad moments. Looking at Mo Yang drawing 2 cards from the deck, Li Yufeng shrugged indifferently. But it doesn't matter, broken voice. You didn't expect that I still have an Ace Holy Grail. Haha. While speaking, Li Yufeng threw another coin. Looking at the coin floating in the air and slowly falling, the corners of Bai Liang's mouth suddenly rose slightly. Ding! The coin fell on the duel stage again. Just as Li Yufeng expected, the back of the coin was still facing up. How could this happen? Seeing that Bakura's hand reached out to his deck of cards, Yami Yugi was already a little panicked. Haha! Looking at Wang Yang's panicked face and Li Yufeng's incredible expression, Mo Yang, who was holding 8 cards, laughed out loud. That's right, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Li Yufeng, you idiot, you actually played the coin-tossing game with me in my territory. Even if you toss the coin 10,000 times, it will never land on heads once. Taper. You are cheating. Hearing this, Yami Yugi, who had already understood, immediately flew into a rage. How can this be considered cheating? Do you have any evidence? Even Dark Game didn't find me cheating, so is your questioning useful? Seeing Dark Game's frustrated look, Taper was even more proud at the moment. No. I don't believe it. This can't be true. Li Yufeng seemed quite angry when he heard this, and immediately showed another Ace of Holy Grail from his hand. Yes, you read that right, the game environment at this time did not limit the number of Ace of Holy Grails, and even some banned cards with abnormal effects were also in a state of no restrictions on use. Yufeng Jun, don't do that. Li Yufeng, who was quite angry out of shame and had lost his mind, ignored Wang Yang's dissuasion and threw the coin in his hand directly. Haha! You idiot! You won't cry until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you die knowingly. The series of ups and downs had already made Mo Yang lose his usual calmness, so that he didn't even notice why there were 3 identical cards in Li Yufeng's hand. Ding! As the coin fell onto the duel stage again, the coin with the reverse side facing up seemed to laugh at Li Yufeng's overestimation of his own abilities, and suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha ha ha, tails, I draw 2 cards again. It's over. Seeing that the number of cards in Bakura's hand had reached an extremely terrifying 10, Yami Yugi immediately collapsed on the grass like a deflated ball. Li Yufeng, how are you? Now you should understand the consequences of resisting me. Idiot who overestimates his own abilities, I will make you pay for your stupidity. Haha. Seeing the dead look on Yami Yugi's face, Baku Liang at this moment seemed to have won the duel and began to laugh unscrupulously. Well, in that case, I'll also turn over the monster on the field. Li Yufeng lowered his head deeply, as if trembling with fear, and slowly reached out to the monster card on the table. However, to an Yugi, who was sweating coldly, he looked like he was holding back a laugh. I flip and summon Death Koala, attack 1100 defense 1800. This card is also known as Death Koala, a common card in the Autism style. Activate the special effect of Death Koala. When this card is turned over, for each card in the opponent's hand, you can deal 400 points of damage to the opponent's number of cards. Because you have 10 cards in your hand. Ha ha ha. He couldn't hold it anymore. Thinking of how complacent Mo Yang was just now, Li Yufeng said that he couldn't hold it anymore. So you will receive 4000 points of effect damage. Mo Yang. LP 1000-3000. Are you kidding me? At this moment, not only Bai Liang was confused, but also Wang Yang who was watching the battle was confused. So, you son of a bitch, what the hell were you doing to me just now? Looking at the Death Koala that was gradually growing bigger due to absorbing the dark power, Taper said that he was completely numb. That's right, you are very smart and finally saw the truth of the matter. But unfortunately, I can only reward you with a super big pocket. Laughing, at this time Li Yufeng had already laughed out loud on the spot in a very unkind way. I will summon my right hand right now to give you a big slap. The great evil god Zok said that his mentality has completely collapsed. As a great evil god born from endless darkness, Zok said that I have never suffered such grievances in the past few thousand years. Great evil god Zok, who had lost his mind and was furious, had completely ignored the punishment he would face for breaking the rules of the dark game. He raised his hand and slapped Li Yufeng hard. However, what he didn't expect was that a giant palm that was bigger and faster than his had already come to his face. Oh day! Seeing that the evil god Zork dared to attack his master in front of him, the Death Koala immediately said that Master Bear would not tolerate him. Mixed with a scream like a little dragon, the Death Koala's paw, which was several times larger than Taper's face, came first and slammed Taper's face without any hesitation. Bang! With a bang, a transparent soul was directly pulled out of Taper's body by the Death Koala. Under this terrifying power, this soul emitting bursts of black mist did not even have time to scream. This black soul spun rapidly in the air like a gyroscope, and there was no need for the king to attack. This soul emitting a black ominous aura was smashed into pieces by the Death Koala's paw mixed with the power of darkness, and turned into a little starlight that dissipated in the air. Chapter 17. As the dark soul that occupied Taper's body completely dissipated, the dark game also collapsed. Looking at Taper who had fainted on the ground, Li Yufeng knew in his heart that he could never completely send the great evil god Zok back to the underworld with his current strength. 4000 points of damage may not seem too much, but according to the current rules of the game, this is the damage of 2 lives. In addition, the rules of the dark game were violated. These kinds of punishments combined together would definitely make the great evil god Zok, who had just awakened, drink a pot of water. Am I asleep? No, I feel like I've had a long dream. Yes, it seems to be a terrible nightmare, but now I can't remember what the dream was. Speaking of which, I seem to have dreamed of 2 games. What is going on? Is that so? But was it really just a dream? Except for the little cousin who had merged with Wang Yang again, Yanushi, Honda and Kyoko all woke up due to the end of the dark game, but without the protection of the Millennium Artifact, they had forgotten everything that had happened before, and at best they just felt that it was a nightmare. Hey? Why am I here? Mo Yang, who had just woken up, was also confused. However, due to Li Yufeng's full suppression, he had no chance to wake up, and therefore he also forgot what happened before. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly a scream came from the woods not far away. This voice is Mai-chan. Hearing this shout, Yanushi's face changed drastically, and he didn't even have time to care about everyone else. He hurried to the scene of the incident. Li Yufeng, who followed closely behind, naturally knew what happened next. Thinking of the regret in his heart, Li Yufeng had begun to secretly plan what method to use to push Yanushi hard. As expected, when Li Yufeng and others arrived at the scene of the incident, the defeated peacock dance was coming down from the duel arena with a decadent face, and just like in the original book, she had lost all 8 star pieces at this time. "My, what are you doing?" Jionachi, who arrived first, came to Kongquo's side as soon as possible, his eyes full of worry. "Yanushi." With a look of pain on her face, Kongquo lowered her head and gritted her teeth and said slowly, "I lost the duel and I'm eliminated now." "What? Don't you have 8 star pieces? How come you were eliminated so easily?" Jionachi asked in disbelief. "My-chan." At this moment, Li Yufeng and the large group of people also rushed over. Everyone surrounded Kongquo and asked what happened. "Yufeng, game, everyone." Feeling the genuine concern of the crowd, and thinking of the time when she tried to find an opportunity to attack Li Yufeng and others, Kong Kwu felt ashamed for no reason. "Everyone be careful, I was defeated by the player hunter, he." "Haha, that's it." Just when Kong Kwu wanted to explain to everyone, a 2-meter tall burly man in black appeared behind her. "It seems that you are all here, so I don't have to look for you one by one. Especially you, Li Yufeng." After a slight pause, the player hunter smiled and said, "Lord Pegasus has offered a high price to reward your star piece. I am honored to meet you here." "Player hunter?" Damn, it turned out to be the Night Raider. Seeing this familiar face, Li Yufeng couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. "You know, in the original book, this guy kidnapped Peacock Dance from behind in the middle of the night, and once made Li Yufeng and his underworld friends, who were extremely impure in thought, have wild thoughts, but the facts proved that they were still too young. How could you have imagined that a 2-meter tall and muscular wretched strong man kidnapped a young and beautiful woman in the middle of the night, and his real purpose was just to play cards? Such a picture is really too funny. It should be said that it is worthy of being a world where playing cards is respected." "Player hunter, what a joke, women only affect the speed at which I play cards. Damn it, what is going on, my-chan, did he bully you?" Li Yufeng, "No, he just asked your sweetheart to play cards with him." "Yes, and it was a very serious kind of cards." Yanushi, who was not backstabbed by Peacock Dance, naturally thought that the former was still the simple girl, so when he saw Peacock Dance's sad face, a burst of anger rushed directly into Yanushi's heart. "You despicable bastard, I want to duel with you." "Just you? Do you have the qualifications?" After a cold smile, the player hunter pointed at Li Yufeng and said, "Come on, Li Yufeng, your bounty will be paid by me." "Well said, Yanushi." Li Yufeng suddenly shouted, interrupting the player hunter's words. Seeing Li Yufeng's appearance at this time, not only the player hunter was stunned, but even Yanushi, who had just opened his mouth to speak up for Kongquo, was also frightened. "You mean player hunter? Since you look down on Yanushi so much, I'll bet everything on you." Reaching out and taking off all 8 star pieces on his gloves, Li Yufeng turned his head and looked at Yugi Muto. "Ah, Yufeng-jun, these are all my star pieces. I give them to you too." Without any hesitation, Xiao Biao took off all the star pieces on his gloves. "Yufeng, Uxi, what are you two going to do?" Li Yufeng's actions not only frightened Yanushi into a cold sweat, but even Peacock Dance was stunned by Li Yufeng's actions. "Player hunter, you have a total of 16 star pieces in your hand now, and I have a total of 12 star pieces in my hand, plus the 4 in Yanushi's hand, so I'm going to bet with you." "Haha, Li Yufeng, you are just like what they said, really arrogant, but since you want to die, you can't blame me." Although he didn't give in, Li Yufeng's confident expression still made the player hunter who had heard many rumors a little panicked, and a few drops of sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. "Don't make a mistake." Handing all the star pieces in his hand to Yanushi, Li Yufeng crossed his arms and said with a faint smile, "Your opponent is Yanushi. So, as long as you beat Yanushi, you can kill me and Yugi at the same time. This deal is very cost-effective, right?" "Haha, it turns out to be this guy." When he heard that it was Yanushi who would fight against him, the player hunter turned around and walked towards the duel arena as if he was afraid that Li Yufeng would regret it. "I promise, you will regret it. Yu Feng, holding the 12 star pieces in his hands, Yanushi felt that these star pieces were so hot. Just when he was about to say something, Li Yufeng handed him a card. Yanushi, don't underestimate yourself, your power is far more than this. Please accept this card, I believe it can help you at the critical moment. This duel is not only to seek justice for Miss Wu, but more importantly, it is also a good opportunity for you to prove yourself. Yugi and I believe in you, and the rest depends on whether you believe in yourself. Seeing that Yanushi, who was originally a little guilty, suddenly became determined, Li Yufeng said that Yanushi, who was already favored by the world and had great luck, would find it difficult to lose with this bowl of chicken soup for the soul. Yufeng, I understand the game. Just watch me. I won't let you down. Yanushi, you don't have to do this, I don't need your help. Seeing Yanushi walk towards the duel stage without hesitation, Kong Kuo was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. Since losing her parents, Kong Kuo felt for the first time that someone cared about her so much, and Yanushi's back at this moment, it severely stimulated Kong Kuo's heart that had been frozen for a long time. My Chan. Standing on the duel stage, Yanushi had a faint smile on his face. Yu Feng is right, this duel is not just about seeking justice for you, it's also a chance for me to prove myself. In this duel, I have reasons to win no matter what. Please wait a while. Just look at him carefully, Miss Peacock Dance. Standing next to Peacock Dance, Li Yufeng looked determined but actually panicked. After all, the plot had changed because of him, and this kind of unknown duel was naturally the one with the most variables. As a man, at this moment, the city. He is not only fighting for himself, but also fighting for the girl he loves. I believe that you with your rich experience should understand that Yanushi's feelings are by no means false. Regardless of whether you accept his friendship or not, at least I hope that you don't say anything more now. Watching him silently is your best reward. Yu Feng Jun. Seeing Kong Kuo staring at Yanushi on the duel stage with tears in her eyes, Li Yufeng's heart was already blossoming with joy. The seeds of love had already been planted in their hearts. With his encouragement and after going through the ups and downs together, I believe the most beautiful flowers will bloom in their hearts. Thinking that my opponent is actually a nobody like you, this duel is really boring. I'm going to be rich this time. Although there is no obvious change on his face, the player hunter's heart has already blossomed with joy. He is an assassin trained by the Illusion Society at a high price, how can an unknown person compare to him? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. The woman he loved was staring at him intently below the duel stage. Now Yanushi felt that his body was filled with endless power. I'm betting on the trust of my friends and everything I have. I will beat you until nothing is left. Duel. I'm the first to attack, draw a card. In order to show off in front of Peacock Dance, Yanushi, full of confidence, took the lead in launching an attack. I summon Red Eyes Black Dragon, ATK 2400, Def 2000, in attack mode. Hey, how about this? This is a super rare card I just got. Is it really a Red Eyes Black Dragon? Interesting. With a sinister smile on his face, he pulled out a card from the deck, and the player hunter slowly pulled out a card from his hand. I want you to know how terrible the real darkness is. I summoned the Dark City, attack 920 defense 1930, and the defense indicated that due to the location of the Dark Field, the Dark City's ability has increased. Attack 1196 defense 2509. Here we respect the original explanation of the anime card. As the Dark City appeared on the field, a layer of black space like a veil fell from the castle. This layer of black curtain instantly enveloped the player hunter's field, and with it, a darkness like an abyss. Hehe, how about that, Yanushi? Now you can't see anything on my field. Next, how are you going to attack? Okay, my turn is over. It's my turn, draw a card. Damn it, the Red Eyes Black Dragon's attack power is not enough to break the City of Darkness. I can only defend here. I summon Axe Monster, attack 1700 defense 1150, in defense mode. My turn is over. It's my turn, draw a card. After taking a look at the card he just drew, the player hunter immediately said with a smile, Zhao Naoki, do you think that the Red Eyes Black Dragon with 2400 attack points is so powerful that you didn't change its representation? Hey? What do you want to say? After hearing the player hunter's words, Yanushi immediately became furious. Haha, what I want to say is that you have to pay the price for your arrogance. I summon this monster. Count Sword attack 2000, defense 7000, terrain bonus attack 2600. Attack, darkness invades. With the player hunter's order, a dark aura instantly surrounded the Red Eyes Black Dragon. After a wail, the Red Eyes Black Dragon was dragged into the darkness. Yanushi LP 200018000. Red Eyes Black Dragon. Damn it, I was careless. Yanushi immediately regretted losing the Red Eyes Black Dragon with an attack power of 2400 points. Yanushi, there's no need to be in a hurry to regret. Things that will make you even more desperate are still to come. My turn is over. Don't be so proud, it's my turn, draw a card. Damn it, I can't attack with the cards in my hand now, so I can only continue to defend. With an angry look at the dark city floating above the field, Yanushi raised his hand and played another card. I summon Jera's Warrior, attack 1600, defense 1600, defense display. My turn is over. It's my turn, draw a card. Yanushi, are you trying to stall for time? Oh, I remember, there seems to be an ace monster in your deck. I remember it should be called Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon, right? What do you want to say? Jiaonachi's expression became increasingly ugly as he found that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable to him. What I want to say is that even the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon, whose attack power is comparable to that of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, can't break my defense. The reason is this card I just drew. Chaos Shield activated. The defense of all monsters on my field increases by 300 points. Based on this effect, the defense of the Dark City increases to 2809 points. What do you think, Yanushi? This is my strongest combo. Chapter 18. Shit. Pills. Seeing the current situation on the field, Li Yufeng, who had been keeping calm, began to panic, only because in his impression, there was still a card in the player hunter's deck that had not been used. Although this card is usually rarely used, under the rules of this game where players cannot be attacked, if he uses this card, then it is very likely that the player hunter can kill the game in advance before Yanushi finds a way to capture the Dark City. Seeing that Yanushi was already a little panic, Li Yufeng's mood at the moment was even colder. It doesn't matter if he fails to show off, but if Yanushi loses this duel, there will be a big mess. Just when Li Yufeng was thinking about it, the player hunter launched an attack again. After summoning a monster again, the player hunter took advantage of the terrain and defeated the sword and axe monster and Jera's warriors at the same time. Seeing that Yanushi was already in a state of panic, before Li Yufeng could speak, it was Peacock Dance who couldn't sit still first. Yanushi, come on. Aren't you going to vent your anger for me? Don't you have a reason to win? Cheer up. Mai-chan. Glancing down at Li Yufeng and Muto Yugi who were smiling all the time under the ring, Yanushi's decadent eyes were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Thank you, Mai-chan, don't worry, I haven't given up yet. Yanushi. In order to make sure Yanushi could win this duel, Li Yufeng said rather unkindly, think carefully about how I defeated Kajiki Yuta. Your situation now is much better than mine. Kajiki Yuta. Hearing this name, Yanushi suddenly thought of something. Since I can't attack his monster, then I will just attack him directly, that's right. So that's how it is, I understand. It's my turn, draw a card. Really, Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon? It really is my strongest bond card. Did you come to help me because you saw that I was in trouble? Looking at the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon in his hand with gratitude, Yanushi gritted his teeth and said to the card, but now is not the time, we must survive this round. I summon the legendary swordsman. Attack 1100, defense 1100, in defense mode. My turn is over. Hehe. Yanushi, you're just wasting time. It's my turn, draw a card. Haha, Yanushi, do you think you can keep defending? Stop dreaming. Slapping the card in his hand on the electronic instrument, the player hunter laughed wildly and said, I activate the magic card defense seal and change the legendary swordsman into attack position. Not good. Seeing the player hunter play this card, Li Yufeng's face changed immediately. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I actually let this guy draw this card, but fortunately, the player hunter's attack power should still be a little short. Fight. Attack the legendary swordsman. Darkness is invading. Yugi Muto and others danger. X5. As the black mist smashed the legendary swordsman to pieces, there was a cry of surprise from the audience. The only one who didn't react was Li Yufeng. It's not that Li Yufeng didn't care about Yanushi, but he had already calculated everything in his mind. The reason is very simple. Although the monsters in the black mist cannot be seen, from the moment the player hunter's first monster defeated the Red Eyes Black Dragon, Li Yufeng had already calculated that the monster with the highest attack power in the black mist was only 2,600 points. In order to defeat the legendary swordsman with 1100 attack points and defeat Yanushi, the player hunter must have a monster with an attack power of more than 2,900 points. However, it turned out that Li Yufeng did make the right bet. Yanushi LP 1800300. Ha ha ha, what do you think, Yanushi? Your life is now like a candle in the wind. Are you regretting challenging me? What a pity. I will never pity you. With my next strike, I will send you and your companions to hell. My turn is over. Wow, he said the forbidden words and locked Yanushi's health. This guy is going to be in trouble. Seeing the player hunter's smug look, Li Yufeng couldn't help but secretly shook his head in his heart. You know, there is a recognized common problem among the protagonists, which is also a point that countless anime fans can't complain about, that is, they can't play cards unless they are at low health. Yanushi. Although Li Yufeng himself knew everything, Kong Kuo knew nothing about these things. Seeing Yanushi lying on the duel stage with sweat all over his forehead, Kong Kuo, with tears streaming down her face, grabbed the edge of the duel stage and shouted to Yanushi, "It's all my fault, Yanushi, it's my fault, you shouldn't have stood me up. Miss Wu, please don't say that. This is all Yanushi's choice." The gentle cousin walked to the side of Peacock Wu. "Game, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." "No, there is no such thing as dragging down companions." Looking up at Yanushi on the duel stage, Xiao cousin smiled and said, "Look, Miss Mai, Yanushi has not given up yet, his eyes are still full of fighting spirit, and we should not give up easily before the last moment. What's more, he is fighting for you now." Castle. Castle. Woohoo! The defense was broken. It should be said that it was worthy of the cousin. Just a few words completely broke the defense of Peacock Dance. Looking at Peacock Dance crying with her head bowed, Li Yufeng's eyes were full of smiles. In his heart, he secretly gave a thumbs up to the cousin's great assist. "Mai-chan. Damn it! How dare you make Mai-chan cry! I will never forgive you. It's my turn, draw a card." Raising his hand and reaching for his deck, Yanushi took a deep breath and suddenly pulled out a card. "What? It's this card." Seeing the card he just drew, Yanushi's mouth curled up slightly. "I cover a card and summon the Magician of Time from my hand. Everyone, the Magician of Time. You bastard who can only hide in the dark, I will now let you see the power of the bond between me and the game." Phew, it's settled now. Seeing the Time Magician appear on the duel field, and seeing Yanushi's health locked, Li Yufeng felt a sense of relief for no reason. After all, in the anime Yu-Gi-Oh!, as long as it involves words like blood lock and bond, it means the victory of the protagonist group. I activate the special effect of the Magician of Time. The original effect of the anime does not require the sieve to be turned at this time. From now on, 1,000 years will pass here. Your monsters will lose their power due to aging, and the Dark City will collapse due to decay. As a flash of light passed, the Dark City did not collapse as expected. Looking at the player hunter's field, there was no movement. Not only Yanushi, but even Dark Yugi, who had transformed into a king, widened his eyes due to excessive surprise. How could this happen? Why didn't the Dark City collapse? Looking at the castle still floating in the sky, Yanushi was stunned for a moment. "Haha, you idiot!" Pointing to the inside of the city, the player hunter laughed out loud. "The Dark City is the castle of the Demon Clan, and even my monsters belong to the Demon Clan. Time magic has no effect on the Demon Clan. Even after 1,000 years, my demon monsters will not be affected at all." Li Yufeng, damn it! Hearing the nonsense of the player hunter, Wang Yang was instantly terrified. "I never thought that there were demon monsters hidden under those dark curtains. I miscalculated. Yanushi is in danger now. Yanushi, sorry Lang. Game, you cheated me. Li Yufeng. Crazy." Li Yufeng said that he was going crazy. This damn demon monster actually has such an explanation? Doesn't this card blow up the opponent's entire field when facing forward and blow up your entire field when facing backward? Could it be that I am not well educated and remembered it wrong? There is no reason. Li Yufeng, who had already fallen into autism, immediately opened his void deck. After finding this card, he compared it with the time magician on the field for a long time, and then he was very sure that he was fooled. Just as Li Yufeng collapsed on the grass with a dejected look on his face, Yanushi, who had already ended his turn, fell into crisis again. The time magician in the attack indication had only 500 attack points. If this is a direct slap in the face, is there any need to consider the consequences? This is exactly the case. After drawing a card, the player hunter immediately ordered his monster to attack. Haha, goodbye, Yanushi. Darkness invades. Shit. This time it's really over. Li Yufeng didn't dare to look anymore. He said that he really didn't dare to look anymore. However, just when Li Yufeng fell into despair, he heard Yanushi suddenly shouting, "Open the cover card." The attack is ineffective. When the opponent's monster declares an attack, this card is activated targeting that attacking monster, and that attack is invalid. After that, the battle phase is forced to end. After a cold snort, the player hunter said impatiently, "Tisk, you saved my life, but the result will not change. My turn is over. My turn." Reaching out to his own deck of cards, Yanushi's whole body was already soaked with sweat due to excessive tension. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "My deck, respond to my fighting spirit. I bet on the friendship and bond between me and my partners. Draw a card." Swish! As if a red meteor streaked across the sky, a card flashing with dark red starlight was drawn into Yanushi's hand. Seeing this scene, Li Yufeng, who had given up hope and slumped on the ground, was already in tears. Oh my god, Yanushi is doomed to fail. Did I push him too hard? Turning over the card, Yanushi saw a green magic card. This magic card was the one that Li Yufeng had secretly given Yanushi before the duel. "Yufeng, I didn't expect that you would save me at the last moment." After exhaling a breath of foul air, Yanushi felt that he was extremely relaxed at the moment. He raised his hand and pointed at the player hunter, gritting his teeth and said, "Player hunter, this game is over." What? Hearing what Yanushi said, the player hunter immediately looked incredulous. "Impossible, you can't break through my defense at all, you can't defeat me. Is that really the case?" Not wanting to talk nonsense anymore, Yanushi directly slapped the Red Eyes Dark Iron Dragon onto the electronic device. "I normal summon Red Eyes Dark Steel Dragon, activating Red Eyes Dark Steel Dragon's special effect. You can revive a dragon monster from the graveyard during your main turn. I choose Red Eyes Black Dragon. Player hunter, this is the final blow. I activate the magic card from my hand, Black Flame Bullet. This card can only be activated when Red Eyes Black Dragon is on the field. During this turn, Red Eyes Black Dragon cannot attack and directly inflicts 2400 damage to the opponent player." What? Directly attack the player? 2400 damage? There is such a card. The Red Eyes Black Dragon seemed to have been holding back for a long time. Under Yanushi's command, he opened his mouth and sprayed a fireball. The player hunter screamed miserably when he saw this. "No, I will fail. This is impossible, ah." Player hunter LP2000 greater than 0. Seeing that the player hunter fell from the duel stage because of the 0 life value, Li Yufeng said that this black flame bomb was too shameless. Ignoring the front field defense monster and acting directly on the player, 2400 damage without bargaining, this thing, in terms of the current game rules, really makes whoever is hit pregnant. Even if the first player cannot attack in the first round, it is useless, just because this is a magic card. To put it bluntly, as long as Yanushi is lucky and gets these two cards at the beginning, it can really be said that God will kill God and Buddha will kill Buddha. Pegasus? Peeping card? I will kill you directly with the first hand. Just ask if you are afraid. Although he won the duel, such intensity is indeed a little early for Yanushi now. The sweaty Yanushi looked extremely embarrassed at this time, so that when he came down from the duel arena, he even felt a little exhausted. "Yanushi, these are the star pieces you won." As Yanushi's best friend, Honda took the initiative to take on the job of searching the corpse. He took out 8 star pieces. Yanushi walked in front of Kongku, and looking at Kongku with tears in her eyes, he said awkwardly, "My chan, these are your 8 star pieces, I helped you win them back." Not sure if it was an illusion, looking at Yanushi who looked weak and sweaty, Kong Kuo felt that he was extremely handsome now. Looking at Yanushi's face, she even felt that her heartbeat was a little faster. After a slight pause, Kong Kuo wiped away her tears and shook her head and said, "I'm sorry Yanushi, I can't accept these star pieces." Chapter 19. Mai-chan. Kong Kuo's answer made Yanushi stunned. However, just when Yanushi lowered his head and was about to give up, he suddenly felt someone kick his butt. Yanushi looked back and saw Li Yufeng looking at him with a look of disappointment. The meaning of his eyes was obvious. "Ah, so that's how it is. Thank you, Yufeng." With Li Yufeng's encouragement, Yanushi was no longer timid. He stepped forward and forcibly stuffed the 8-star pieces into Peacock Dance's hands. "Mai-chan, don't rush to refuse, just listen to me." Before Peacock Dance could speak, Yanushi expressed his feelings first. "I know that I am still very immature and not a man you can rely on. The reason why I have to have this duel is that it hurts me when I see you sad. Although it may be a little early to say this, I think we can start as friends first. As for these star pieces, I have no other intentions. If you are willing to accept me as a friend, then you can accept them. If not, then you can throw them all away." After saying this, Yanushi did not bother Kong Kuo anymore. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Li Yufeng and Yugi with a look of relief. Seeing Yanushi's free and easy appearance, Kong Kuo just stood there, just because since she was sensible, no man has ever treated her so seriously. Looking at the 8-star pieces in her hand, and thinking of Yanushi fighting for her, Kong Kuo fell into silence. In fact, as Li Yufeng expected, whether the two of them admitted it or not, the seed that had been planted long ago finally sprouted secretly in the depths of their hearts at this moment. In Li Yufeng's opinion, Yanushi's courageous move was just right. After all, women, you always have to save face in such matters, be reserved, it's not shameful. Especially for a woman like Kong Kuo who has been injured, she needs the warmth of time even more. The road ahead is long and arduous. Nodding repeatedly at Yanushi, Li Yufeng looked like an old father who was worried about his good-for-nothing son. But to be honest, in the original book, Yanushi was indeed an extremely responsible man. Whether he risked his life to participate in the competition for his sister, or risked his life for the game many times, or was even willing to give up his life for Kong Kuo, all of which proved that Yanushi had the potential to be a warm man. It can be said that if Kong Kuo and Yanushi really got together, the person who took advantage would definitely be the former. "Yufeng, Yugi, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your support, I wouldn't have won this duel." After returning the star pieces to Li Yufeng and Xiao Biao, Yanushi took out the last 8-star pieces. "Also, these 8-star pieces can be divided between the two of you. I don't want any. Yanushi, you won these star pieces with your own strength, I just want to get back my rent." While speaking, Li Yufeng took out 2-star pieces from Yanushi's hand. "Anyway, 10 pieces are enough to enter the castle, and more is useless, right? Yanushi-kun, I will only take 2-star pieces." After a gentle smile, the considerate cousin also took 2-star pieces. "You two guys." Tears instantly flowed from Yanushi's eyes. He wiped his eyes vigorously and then showed a hearty smile. "I really can't do anything with you." That night. Duel Castle. "How's that, Kaiba boy, do you have any other opinions on my proposal just now?" Sito Kaiba, who was too focused on Li Yufeng's game and had a second-year syndrome, was knocked unconscious by the bodyguard because of his carelessness. He was directly escorted to Pegasus's castle. However, unlike the original book, Pegasus did not make things difficult for Sito Kaiba. Instead, he generously arranged for him to live with Kaihei Kaiba. At this time, Sito Kaiba was sitting on the other side of the long table, glaring at Pegasus fiercely. "What is your purpose? Also, why did you ask me to participate in such an important matter as formulating new rules for duel monsters?" "Hee. Seahorse boy, you think things are too complicated." After taking a sip of wine, Pegasus said with a smile, "First of all, I am very interested in your new invention, and I am willing to fully support you in promoting the development of duel monsters. After all, in terms of electronic technology, I admit that you are more talented than me. Although I do not deny that I have other ideas about Kaiba Group, the premise of these things is to defeat Yufeng boy. Before that, I want to clarify that Duel Monsters was created by me, and I also consider myself a duelist." Pegasus' answer made Kaiba Sito look sideways slightly, what good can I get from helping you to rewrite the rules of the game? Chance. A chance to challenge me. Pegasus put down the wine glass in his hand, put his hands on the table to support his chin, and looked at the hippocampus with a smile. The prerequisite for me to gain honor is, of course, to defeat all my opponents as a duelist. The loser is not eligible to enjoy rights. As a duelist, you should understand what I mean, right? Hearing this, Kaiba stood up from his chair with gritted teeth. In this case, I will duel with you now, risking everything I have. No, no, no. Pegasus shook his head slightly. Seahorse boy, not now. You are not qualified to challenge me now. After all, isn't this unfair to other challengers? What's more, you should be missing a blue eyes white dragon in your hand right now, right? I will give you one identity, a seed player to participate in the competition with Yu Feng and others. Only if you defeat other players, you will be qualified to challenge me. What do you think of my proposal? Participate in the competition, and then defeat Yu Feng first. Thinking of the power that Li Yufeng exerted when he used the blue eyes white dragon, Kaiba Sito's eyes were instantly filled with anger and fighting spirit. Okay, I accept your proposal. Give me a day, and I will give you some ideas for the new rules as soon as possible. By the way, Kaiba boy, when formulating the new rules, I hope you can increase the current 2000 LP points to 4000 points. This is the only request I want to make. Kaiba smiled disdainfully. Why do you want to increase the life value? Or do you have any other conspiracy? Conspiracy? Haha. As if he had heard something funny, Pegasus shook his head helplessly. Since you asked, I might as well tell you that Yanushi boy got an extremely rare magic card. The effect of this card can directly cause 2400 points of damage to the player. Under the current game rules, the conditions for achieving a combo with this magic card are extremely simple. I don't think you want to be killed instantly by him at the beginning, right? Yanushi. That fourth-rate duelist? 2400 damage. Hearing this name and the damage points that the magic card could cause, Kaiba Sito's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. The air was filled with awkwardness. After a few seconds of silence, Kaiba Sito turned around and left without looking back. At the same time, his extremely arrogant voice was heard in the corridor. I will seriously consider your proposal. After hearing what Hippocampus said when he left, Pegasus picked up the red wine glass on the table with a smile on his face. I am very satisfied with our conversation tonight, Seahorse boy. I look forward to your activeness. The next morning. Ah, it's daybreak. I had such a good sleep. Yanushi-kun and Yufeng-kun have already collected 10 star pieces, so we both have to work hard today. Of course I understand this. After all, I don't want to fall behind Yufeng too much. After a simple breakfast, Li Yufeng helped Xingzi clean up the dishes and said with a smile, Yugi, Yanushi, I plan to leave for Pegasus's castle soon, so I won't follow you today. Why? Why not act together? Yanushi-kun, Yufeng-kun is probably trying to find the way for us in advance. As if seeing through Li Yufeng's thoughts, Xiao Cousin said, and now Giping is also in the Duel Castle. I am also worried about him being alone there, so Yufeng-kun should go there earlier so that Giping can be taken care of. That's right, since I promised Giping, I will not break my promise. Li Yufeng, who had packed his things, slung his backpack over his shoulders and nodded slightly at Yu, then I'll go first, and you two must catch up as soon as possible. Haha, don't worry Yufeng, I have 8 star pieces now, I won't. You've been waiting for a long time. I also have 6 star chips now, and I will try my best to catch up with everyone else. Then let's meet at the Duel Castle. After saying goodbye to everyone, Li Yufeng walked towards the Duel Castle alone. The reason why he chose to leave the protagonist group was not entirely for Kaiba Kipi, but the more important reason was that he did not want to easily change the plot of the original work. Due to his own reasons, the strength of the protagonist group is now greatly different from the original work he is familiar with. Li Yufeng, who had not paid attention to these things, suddenly realized after watching the duel between Yanushi and the player hunter that too much interference in the growth of the protagonist group may not be a good thing for them. I still took it for granted. After all, this is not anime, but the real world. Walking on the mountain road to the Duel Castle, Li Yufeng was also very clear that he would encounter a duelist named Giguzuka in the city, and the Labyrinth brothers would still stand in front of Yugi and others. Although there would be some twists and turns, these experiences would definitely make Yugi and others stronger. Hey! Yu Feng! You are so slow! After arriving at the gate of the Duel Castle, a familiar figure in a white windbreaker appeared in front of Li Yufeng. Shaking his head slightly, Li Yufeng replied with a smile, hee. I don't need to participate in the preliminaries like you, of course I will come a little slower. Am I right, President Kaiba? That's right, just as Li Yufeng expected, the man in the windbreaker exuding a strong middle school atmosphere who appeared in front of him was Kaiba Sito. This is for you. Opening the suitcase at his feet, Kaiba Sito threw a round object like a frisbee towards Li Yufeng. Snap! Li Yufeng couldn't help shrinking his pupils after catching the white frisbee. Damn! Isn't this a dual disc? How come it came out so early? As if to demonstrate to Li Yufeng, Kaiba Sito took out another dual disc from his suitcase and put it on his left arm as slowly as possible. After doing all this, President Kaiba said proudly, Pegasus asked me to modify the new duel rules. I thought about it all night and made some preliminary modifications to the existing rules. Since I met you by such a coincidence, please do your best to help me test the strength of the new rules. What a coincidence! I don't believe you. You told me it's a coincidence that I'm blocking the gate of the castle so early in the morning? There are Pegasus surveillance cameras everywhere on this island. I'm afraid you have been eyeing me for a long time. Forget it, it's a blessing in disguise. Since the president wants to block you, you can't escape no matter what. After all, the man in front of you is a more brutal and perverted person than the player hunter, just because this guy is a ruthless man who dares to run to your ancestral grave to play cards with you. Pulling out a card from his card bag, Li Yufeng threw it to President Kaiba. This is the Blue Eyes White Dragon that you lost. I got it back for you. Don't lose it again next time. Humph. Mind your own business. With a proud look on his face, he took the card and inserted it into his deck. After shuffling the cards at an extremely fast speed, President Kaiba inserted the entire deck into the deck terminal of the dual disc. The speed was so fast that Li Yufeng, who saw the president shuffling the cards for the first time, exclaimed that he was an expert. Now the entire dual castle has been installed with a holographic stereo system, and this dual disc in my hand will become the greatest advancement in the dual monster world. After unfolding the dual disc in his hand, President Kaiba's aura changed instantly. His white windbreaker moved without wind, and his whole body exuded a strong white fighting spirit. As the tester of the first-generation dual disc, Yu Feng, you should feel very honored. And today, Yu Feng, I will defeat you completely for the title of the strongest white dragon master in history. Looking at the murderous look on President Kaiba's face, Li Yufeng was immediately stimulated to the point of almost spitting out blood. Didn't you just say test? Is this the right attitude for a test? You are obviously already risking your life now, okay? Do you really think I'm stupid and can't see it? Wait, Pegasus, please? What the hell? The plot has been changed again? Chapter 20. Thinking that something seemed amiss in the plot, Li Yufeng couldn't help but ask, why are you involved with Pegasus? Did you two team up? Humph. Will I join forces with him? Stop talking in your sleep. As if he had thought of something, President Kaiba's old face turned slightly red. He invited me here in the form of a fair duel. By the way, we also plan to innovate the existing duel rules. He can't handle it alone, so he thought of asking me for help. And for me, Pegasus is also an enemy that I must defeat. After I get rid of you, it's time to settle the grudge between me and him. Oh. So that's how it is. Knowing that this battle was inevitable, Li Yufeng threw his backpack aside, took out a set of cards from the card holder on his waist and inserted it into the system terminal of the dual disc. Then the dual disc quickly unfolded, and Li Yufeng looked up at Kaiba Sito. At the moment of looking at each other, the two of them showed a hideous smile at the same time. The same idea also appeared in the minds of the two people at the same time. After confirming with each other's eyes, they were the people they wanted to kill. Duel. Li Yufeng LP4000. Kaiba Sito LP4000. I got the first attack, draw a card. With white fighting spirit emanating from his body, President Kaiba raised his hand and drew a card from the dual disc. Let the strongest dragon after evolution. Let it be imprinted deep in your eyes. Fusion summon. Now, let you see the strongest and most ultimate dragon in history. Transcend the boundaries of time and space. A fall. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Attack Power 4500, Defense Power 3800. What the heck? Seeing that the president had directly lost 4 cards to fuse such an unknown thing, Li Yufeng couldn't help but burst out a classic swear word. However, this is not the point at all. The point is, I just saw the president shuffling the cards with my own eyes. Did he really start with 3 blue eyes in a fusion? Li Yufeng's stunned look naturally fell into the president's eyes. Looking at Li Yufeng's constantly twitching expression, it was obvious that the Kaiba president was not going to end it. I normal summon Dragon Controller from my hand. ATK 1200 Def 1100. You should be very clear about the effect of this card, which is that when it exists in the monster zone, the card name can be used as a dragon ruler. But now I want to activate its other effect, discard a fusion from my hand, and then add Rhapsody of Dragon Resurrection from my deck to my hand. Oh my god! Fusion! Seeing President Kaiba throw fusion into the graveyard, Li Yufeng instantly felt a stomachache. It turns out that the rumor that the president built fusion in the backcourt is true. What kind of start is this? It seems that my thinking is too narrow. Who would have thought that the president's real hand is actually 2 fusions and 3 blue eyes white dragons? I activate the Rhapsody of Dragon Resurrection. The effect of this card is that when there is a spellcaster type monster on our field, you can activate it to revive 2 dragon type monsters from your graveyard. My soul, my pride, my most faithful servant. Come now. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Humph, Yufeng, do you think this is the end? It's not over yet. This monster can send the above-mentioned cards in its monster zone to the graveyard, and then special summon it from the extra deck without fusion. I send the 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons on the field to the graveyard. Yufeng, now I will let you see the most perfect and powerful creature in the world. Come on. Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. Attack 3000 Defense 2500. Under the new rules, fusion summoned monsters cannot attack immediately, and Rhapsody of Dragon Resurrection also has the huge side effect of not being able to cause damage to players this round. However, since I attacked first, I perfectly avoided these 2 extremely unfavorable rule penalties. Yufeng, yo! How about that? Now what you see is the new power I just got. Go! My turn is over, it's your turn. Looking at the confident face of the president who had no more cards in his hand with his arms folded across his chest, Li Yufeng immediately lowered his head and carefully checked his existing cards. Li Yufeng licked the corner of his mouth slightly. Li Yufeng couldn't help but think that a pure love party like President Kaiba would be more likely to collapse than ordinary people if he encountered the next thing. But isn't it a bit too much to do this? After all, President Kaiba and I don't seem to have any deep hatred. As the saying goes, leave a line for each other so that we can meet again in the future. To be honest, the dual disc made by Kaiba Sito is really not covered, especially the shocking feeling when these monsters appear in front of you, which is definitely not something that can be experienced in ordinary games. So it is absolutely certain that Kaiba Group will become the world's top company in the near future. As the president, Kaiba Sito will definitely be powerful in the future. If I really make him angry now, will my future life be? What's wrong, Southeast Arrow? A sudden shout interrupted Li Yufeng's wild thoughts. Li Yufeng looked up and saw the president of Kaiba laughing proudly. Are you afraid so you dare not take action? That's true. After all, it's normal for a despicable villain like you who can only use dirty tricks to be timid after seeing such a powerful force. Humph. A rat like you who can't stand the light should stay in the dirty sewer. That place is the most suitable place for you. Your sister's manhole. I gave you a little sunshine, so you swelled up, right? You really think I have no temper, right? What, the world's largest and richest multinational company? Afraid of your grandmother's legs? I'll beat you first. Li Yufeng, who had been thinking of giving President Kaiba some face, immediately had a few blue veins on his forehead after hearing this. Demon Trap Affinity activated. The remaining number of times in this duel is 2. It's my turn, draw a card. I activate the field magic from my hand, Vampire Empire. Yufeng, I didn't expect you to be right. You abandoned the white dragon deck and chose a filthy creature like a vampire. It seems that you are just a rat in the gutter, as I said. Seeing Li Yufeng activate this magic card, the contempt in Kaiba Sito's eyes became even stronger. Humph, is that really the case? Li Yufeng sneered in his heart, but said nothing. After all, this card has another nickname. How can someone like you understand the fierce reputation of the Minotaur Empire? In that case, I won't be polite. I activate Bitter Choice, select 5 monster cards from my deck, and then the opponent chooses one, and the remaining 4 are put into the graveyard. I choose the Vampire's Servant, the Vampire's Followers, the Vampire Baby, the Vampire Red Baron, and the Vampire's Ghost. President Kaiba, please choose one. Is it the card that was used to kill the insect feather moth in the national competition? Seeing that Li Yufeng took him so seriously, Kaiba Sito's mouth slightly raised a curve. Very good, Yufeng, I accept your challenge. I choose the vampire. Okay, throw the other cards into the graveyard. I activate a magic card from my hand, snatch it. The effect of this card is to equip a monster on the opponent's field and gain control of the equipped monster. At the same time, the price I have to pay is that every turn during the opponent's preparation phase, it will be activated to restore 1000 LP of the opponent's player. The card I want to choose to equip is Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. What? Watching his Blue Eyes Double Exploding Dragon running to Li Yufeng's field, Kaiba Sito's face darkened instantly. It felt like he had just left for work, but in the blink of an eye his wife ran to the home of the single old man next door. As for restoring 1000 LP points, nonsense. No one will bother you to pay your taxes at night, so you have to restore some LP. Yufeng. You bastard, I really underestimated your shamelessness. I normal summon a monster in face-down defense position. Fight, Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. Attack the Dragon Ruler. Explosive Gale Bomb of Destruction. Bang. A huge beam of white light wave hit the Dragon Ruler, who was smashed to pieces on the spot without any suspense. Kaiba Sito LP 4000 greater than 1700. It's not over yet. Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon can attack the opponent's monster on the field twice in one turn, and fight. Keep attacking the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. No. Why do you know the special effect of Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon? Seeing Li Yufeng decisively give the attack order, Kaiba Sito's face suddenly turned livid. After all, this card was a new card that was just developed by the R&D department of Kaiba Corporation. Today was the first time that he showed this card in front of Li Yufeng, but now Li Yufeng gave him the feeling that his opponent already knew the effect of this card. I have said before that in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, no one will take the initiative to explain the effects of their monsters to you unless they are activated. People who have read the original work understand this. Bang! Along with the wind pressure caused by the powerful shock wave, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon crushed the attack of the Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon. Li Yufeng LP 40002500. No, it won't happen. Yufeng must not know the other special effect of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. With a glimmer of fantasy in his heart, Kaiba Sito clenched his fists tightly. However, to his despair, the voice of Li Yufeng still came over. The monster effect of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon is activated. This card cannot be destroyed by battle. If a monster attacked by Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon is not destroyed at the end of the damage step, you can activate this card to banish this opponent's monster. Ouch! A scream full of resentment and unwillingness came from the mouth of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and its huge body turned into dots of white light and disappeared on Kaiba Sito's field. Yufeng! You bastard! Why do you know another special effect of Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon? Facing the betrayal of his wife, oh no, it's the betrayal of Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon. At this time, Kaiba Sito was already furious. The feeling of having his monster played by the other party was as if Li Yufeng had known that his newly married wife had several moles on her butt. It's really annoying. A green and lush smell filled the air around Kaiba Sito, causing Kaiba's face to change again and again. As the saying goes, the hatred of stealing a wife is different from that of a sworn enemy. Today, one of him and Li Yufeng must die. Especially when he saw Li Yufeng's smug look and the way he kept raising his eyebrows at him, Kaiba Sito felt as if a large green grassland was on top of his head. Guess what? Li Yufeng shrugged his shoulders in a smug manner, and his expression at this moment was extremely asking for a beating. My turn is not over yet. Hehe. Activate the effect of Vampire Baby in the graveyard, and this card can be special summoned from the graveyard at the end of the battle phase if it destroys a monster by battle. I special summon a Vampire Baby in defense position. Attack 700 defense 1000. After laughing twice, Li Yufeng showed another magic card from his hand. Next I'm going to unleash my vampire desire. This card can be activated by selecting a vampire in your graveyard as the target, and by releasing a monster on your field, special summon the target monster. I release Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon and special summon Minotaur Knight at the same time. Oh no, I said it wrong, it should be Vampire Red Baron in defense position, 2400 attack power, 1000 defense power. Swish! A burst of black air entangled the body of Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon. With a roar full of resentment, Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon slowly turned into white light and dissipated on the field. Kaibasito's eyes were also full of bloodshot because of extreme anger, just because he keenly noticed the expression of Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon when it left Li Yufeng's field. That extremely sad expression was like a woman in the boudoir who was abandoned by a yellow-haired scumbag after being used. At this time, the scumbag was standing opposite him with a mean smile. Although the scumbag's hair was not yellow, in Kaibasito's view at this time, there was not much difference between the two. That's why I hate yellow-haired people so much. Sito Kaiba almost squeezed out these words between his teeth, as if he was about to bite them off. Zhao Naoki, what the hell does it have to do with me? Without noticing Kaibasito's expression at this time, Li Yufeng continued his operation. Finally, I'm going to cover one more card. My turn is over. Looking at his backcourt and frontcourt, Li Yufeng was quite satisfied with his operation. A trap card reflects mirror power, 3 defense cards indicate that he can bully the opponent's monster during his turn, plus 2500 life points. What? With this defensive lineup, can you kill me in 1 second with just one card? Excessive anger has made Kaibasito forget his original intention, so that he didn't notice why Li Yufeng was more familiar with the battle process of the new game rules than himself. Yufeng! Bastard! I won't forgive you! In front of him, he snatched away his favorite Blue Eyes White Dragon, and after using him, he simply discarded him like garbage. All these things are deeply hurting Kaibasito's heart of pure love. Suddenly looking at Li Yufeng who was pinching his nose with a mean look on his face, a blue light flashed in Kaibasito's eyes. My turn. Draw a card. Reporter, regarding the fact that Kaiba President played Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon at the beginning, we invited Tian Meng, a card player who also participated in the Duel Kingdom competition but was eliminated because of his inability to talk nonsense, to interview him. Let's hear what he thinks. Tian Meng. What do I think? It's from the Kingdom of Words. What fish monsters can't go ashore? The opponent's monster with a few hundred points of attack power directly blew up my monster with 2000 points of attack power. I was out in one hand. Isn't this competition pure nonsense? What is the ultimate dragon? You lost 4 cards at the beginning and you combine such a thing? What is your card playing concept? Do you understand what resource difference is? Can you compare the ultimate dragon with the adjustment monster of Brother Crab? What is Brother Crab holding? That is Stardust Dragon, which can not only continue to synchronize, but also has resistance. Besides, have you played Duel Master? What is the environment of Duel Master now? Who doesn't take the initiative to start the game and then put a bunch of inexplicable things? Like the president, either the blank card or the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is on the field. Can this kind of thing stand? It can't stand. I don't have the ability to do it, you know. Reporter, but as far as we know, the president has been playing the White Dragon deck for many years. Tianmeng brother, oh, thank you. Thank you. Is the White Dragon deck played like this for so many years? I said before that he doesn't even understand the concept of playing cards. Do you think you can win by being loud? Sister Shui almost shouts her throat every time she plays cards, but she still doesn't win every time. A patient with late-stage dragon cancer of the second-year disease? If you shoot this thing, I will solve it for you. If I give you some face, I will send you to the graveyard directly. If I don't give you face, I will directly use the controller and then slap you in the face. There is no fun next. We can't play this kind of monster just because we have played it for a long time, right? Oh, don't even care about face. Chapter 21. With a roar that shook the world, Kaibasito reached out and drew a card from the deck. Such momentum made the confident Li Yufeng stunned instantly. Shit. Locked health? This shouldn't be the case. We're just getting started. The strong contrast made Li Yufeng swallow hard, and even a bean-sized sweat drop appeared silently on his forehead. Swish! Like a meteor in the dark night, a card emitting white light was drawn into Kaibasito's hand. Without even looking at it, Kaiba Sito directly slapped the card onto the duel disc. Li Yufeng, who saw this scene, shouted shit and even complained in his heart, that is this considered a printed card? Pot of Greed is activated, and I can draw 2 more cards from my deck. Angel's Charity is activated. I can draw 3 cards from the deck and then choose 2 to discard. Looking at the 2 cards in his hand, a bad intuition made Kaiba Sito's eyes shift to the vampire Red Baron who was in defense position. This monster gives me a very bad feeling, so all of you should disappear first. I activate a magic card from my hand, Lightning Strike. Destroy all the monsters on the opponent's field. Crack! A bucket-sized lightning bolt fell from the clear sky and hit Li Yufeng's field directly. An explosion sounded, and the 3 monsters on Li Yufeng's field were unable to resist at all, and were immediately smashed to pieces by the lightning. Numb. At this time, Li Yufeng said that he was really a little numb. In fact, in the last round, Li Yufeng had already considered the problem of blood lock when he set up the vampire. According to common sense, Li Yufeng actually wanted to let his bat hit the president again, but with the previous experience of Yanushi's blood lock explosion, plus the background and identity of Kaiba's president, how could Li Yufeng, who was afraid of not being able to control it for a while, take the initiative to touch this bad luck again? Anyway, my formation is ready, I can just deal with you next round. You know, I have a Minotaur Knight on my field, and the sacrifices are ready. Strictly speaking, this situation is a dead end. However, in fact, Li Yufeng, who thought he did not underestimate Kaiba Sito, finally underestimated the Kaiba president. Who could have thought that with 1700 health points the Kaiba president would suddenly explode so unreasonably? Kaiba Sito didn't know Li Yufeng's complicated mood at this time. The strong anger drove him to raise the last card in his hand again and roared, I activate the Gospel of Dragon Resurrection to revive a 7-star or 8-star dragon monster in my graveyard. Revive, White Spirit Dragon. Damn it! Damn it! He can really kill me with 1 card. Seeing Bai Linglong appear on the field, the expression on Li Yufeng's face instantly became wonderful. He lowered his head and took a look at the power of Hanoian knights he had placed on the backcourt. At this moment, Li Yufeng felt an inexplicable turmoil in his stomach. As for why he didn't place the exclusive trap card of the vampire clan, it can only be explained by the classic saying, if the bond is not enough, the red pit will make up for it. Activate the special effects of the White Spirit Dragon. When this card is normal summoned or special summoned successfully, you can banish 1 spell or trap card from your opponent's backfield. Bai Linglong, remove that covered card for me. This. Seeing that his place was cleared by President Kaiba in an instant, Li Yufeng immediately spread his hands helplessly and said with a smile, President Kaiba, we are testing new game rules. There is no need to play so seriously. As the saying goes, anger hurts the body. A duel is naturally to bring smiles and excitement to everyone. You shut up. Kaiba's face was ferocious at this time, and blue veins appeared on his iron face. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his right index finger towards Li Yufeng and shouted angrily, anyone can say this, but you, a bastard, are not qualified. Just accept your death, you shameless and despicable villain. Fight. Bai Linglong, for the glory of the dragon race and for the ultimate victory, please send this bastard in front of you into the abyss of hell. Destroy the Aurora. Following Kaiba Sito's order, the white dragon raised its head to gather strength, and a huge white aurora burst out from its mouth. White dragon, the light of Ariel bursts out. Why bother? I thought we could be friends, President Kaiba. Facing Bai Linglong's attack, Li Yufeng said, I didn't want to do this, but you forced me to do it. Get out of here. I'd rather make friends with a ghost than a bitch like you, go to hell and reflect on your actions. Seeing that the white shockwave was about to hit him in the face, Li Yufeng showed a meaningful smile, suddenly took a deep breath and shouted loudly, wife. Save me. Swish. As Li Yufeng shouted, a card in his hand turned into a red stream of light and flew to his dual disc. The blood-red mist quickly condensed in front of Li Yufeng, and a beautiful figure in a black classical dress appeared in front of Li Yufeng. This pale and thin girl had blood-red eyes, and her slightly melancholy and delicate face was inexplicably lovable. With the arrival of the white shock wave, the girl slowly raised the black umbrella in her hand. Bang! The sound of the explosion followed. Facing Bai Linglong's attack, the girl's thin body and the umbrella in her hand protected Li Yufeng firmly behind her like a solid barrier. I pay 2200 health points, wife, fight back for me. As Li Yufeng's health points continued to drop, the girl's ruby-like eyes suddenly glowed fiercely, and she shouted softly, and a shock wave of blood instantly dispersed the attack of Bai Linglong. What? This is impossible! With President Kaiba's angry and terrified shout, the blood light continued to move forward, and after passing through the body of Bai Linglong, it hit Kaiba Sito heavily. Li Yufeng LP 2500300. Kaiba Sito LP 17000. The blood-red smoke slowly dissipated, and President Kaiba, who was half kneeling on the ground, slowly saw the information of the girl standing in front of Li Yufeng. Vampire Lady. Attack 600 Defense 2000. Because this card is inhabited by the power of the elves, although Li Yufeng has shown mercy, Kaiba Sito, who was indirectly counterattacked and had his life value reduced to 0, still inevitably felt dizzy. Humph, I see, you are really a lucky guy, but you have to remember that not every duel can be won by luck. After taking off the duel disc on his arm and putting it in the briefcase beside him, Kaiba Sito glared at Li Yufeng fiercely and turned to walk into the castle. You performed very well in this test, but I am still not satisfied with many aspects. I will come back to you after I modify and adjust the program. Kaiba, are you kidding me? You were obviously serious just now, why don't you admit it? You haven't even asked me if I am willing to take the test with you again, don't play deaf and say something to me. Seeing that President Kaiba disappeared into the depths of the dual castle without looking back as if he didn't hear anything, Li Yufeng was immediately a little angry. However, when he was about to catch up with Kaiba to argue with him, he saw that the vampire lady who should have disappeared was still there. However, she pouted her cute little mouth and looked at Li Yufeng with dissatisfaction. Her blood-red eyes were full of resentment, as if her husband was having an affair outside and someone came to their house, and in the end it was up to her as his wife to come forward and send the person away. Just when Li Yufeng wanted to explain something, he saw a finger on his mouth. He could clearly feel the cold touch of the finger, and Li Yufeng swallowed the words that were on the tip of his mouth. In his previous life, when he came into contact with the game Duel Master, the first deck Li Yufeng started with was the Vampire Empire. Later, after mixing with the Golden Country deck, this deck was also strengthened. However, no matter how he modified the deck, he never gave up on this vampire lady, and it accompanied him for a full 15 years. As a fan of the Underworld Autism deck, Li Yufeng then matched it with heavy pit decks such as the Worm Demon deck and the Silver City deck. However, even so, this vampire lady was often placed in some specialized mixed decks of blood cutting and blood selling. After all, as long as your health is sufficient, the mechanism of the vampire lady that can change the numerical state at will, as well as the defense of up to 5,000 points, will definitely make some unprepared opponents hit their heads and bleed on the spot. Besides being able to bully the opponent's monsters, this card also has an extremely flexible mechanism for jumping to the field to survive, which has made it one of Li Yufeng's common survival traps. After shaking her head slightly, the vampire lady looked at Li Yufeng's face with a gentle smile, as if she was blaming her husband for deliberately messing with the opponent's mentality. After gently flicking Li Yufeng's forehead, she turned back into a card and returned to Li Yufeng's hand. Tisk. If I don't make the opponent's mentality, then why am I playing the autistic Hellflow deck? After smiling and shaking his head at the card that held the elf of the vampire lady, Li Yufeng casually inserted it into the card holder on his waist. At this moment, Li Yufeng suddenly realized that the card pendant on his chest was emitting a faint white light, and then Li Yufeng, with a look of surprise, quickly opened the layout frame that only he could see. Name, Li Yufeng. Level 3. Skills, Magic Trap Affinity, limited to 3 times per game, High Star Start, Low Star Start, Destined to Draw, limited to 1 time per game. Bonds, Atlas Worm Demon, Vampire Lady, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Unlock, Phoenix God of Nephthys. Note, due to the world rules limiting the number of Blue Eyes White Dragons, some cards in the White Dragon deck cannot be used, so it is changed to a specialized derivative deck. The Dragon Maid is waiting for your order. Nephthys? Dragon Maid. Seeing the 2 decks that had just been unlocked, Li Yufeng immediately fell into deep thought. To be honest, one of the 2 decks was a self-destruct deck, and the other was a pure resource deck. It wasn't that he couldn't play these 2 decks, but the combat style of this deck tended to be open, which was somewhat contrary to the Underworld style. Forget it. Anyway, these are the cards I collected in my previous life. It's better to have them than not. At the critical moment, these card decks may come in handy. Li Yufeng picked up his backpack from the ground and strode towards the Duel Castle. He didn't believe that Pegasus didn't see the duel just now since he had come to this place. However, the question that really puzzled Li Yufeng was why Pegasus would seek cooperation with Kaiba Sito, and why did he appear in the Duel Castle in advance with Kaiba Sito's skills? At the same time, why did the new duel rules appear in the story of the Duel Kingdom in advance? Is there a black hand behind this that I don't know about, pushing all this behind the scenes? After racking his brains and not being able to figure out the problem, Li Yufeng could only walk into the Duel Castle with the idea of making the best of it. However, what he didn't expect was that the person he thought was pushing the mastermind behind the story is actually himself. After arriving at the Duel Castle and showing his 10-star pieces, Li Yufeng was immediately escorted to the restroom by bodyguards. Here, Li Yufeng had a good rest after eating and drinking. It was not until the afternoon when the sun was about to set that Li Yufeng, who was drinking juice and relaxing on the wall of the Duel Castle, discovered that there were figures on the mountain road of the Duel Castle again. As the visitor approached, Li Yufeng recognized the sloppy man with the American headscarf at a glance. Yes, the visitor was the American strongman who stole Yanushi's entry card in the original book and lied and cheated in the duel, the thief Keith. Tisk, so I'm not the first one. When he reached the gate of the Duel Castle, the thief Keith naturally spotted Li Yufeng drinking juice on the wall. After spitting, he walked into the castle without looking back. Just a few minutes after the thief Keith entered the castle, a beautiful figure also came to the gate of the castle. Looking at the big golden waves, Li Yufeng immediately showed a smile like an old uncle on his face. Hi! Miss Peacock! Yufeng? Haha, I knew you would be the first one to come to the Duel Castle. Looking up, she saw Li Yufeng lying on the wall and waving at her. Peacock Dance quickly quickened her pace. After arriving on the wall, she didn't hesitate to pick up the juice on the dining table and drank it. Ha! Alive! After drinking the juice in her hand, Kong Kuo laughed happily. Looking at her current appearance, Li Yufeng knew that she had begun to accept Yanushi and regarded him and his group as companions. Yufeng, where are the game guys? You didn't come here by yourself first. In fact, I really came here by myself first, and I even had a fight with someone after I got here. After nodding and smiling slightly, Li Yufeng pointed to the mountain road of the Duel Castle and said, as for the game you mentioned, look, haven't they come already? Following the direction Li Yufeng pointed, several figures headed by Starfish Head appeared on the mountain road. That's right, the real battle is about to begin. Chapter 22. The setting sun slowly disappeared over the horizon. This chicken game with 40 contestants finally came to an end. The contestants who came to the Duel Castle were finally narrowed down to 5 people. That is, Li Yufeng, Yugi Muto, Yanushi, Peacock Dance, and Thief Keith. On the dining table in the living room, a delicious and sumptuous dinner was placed in front of everyone. Li Yufeng looked around and found that except for the thief Keith who was sitting alone in a corner, all the contestants present were his own people. What Li Yufeng didn't expect was that, unlike the plot in the original book, Kaiba Kaihei, who was supposed to be imprisoned in the castle dungeon, also appeared on the dining table, and judging from his complexion, this kid seemed to be living a pretty good life. Wow, delicious, this is real food. It's been 2 days and I finally had a proper meal. Yanushi, Honda, can you two pay attention to your image? You look like starving ghosts. Looking at Yanushi and Honda who were feasting on their food, Li Yufeng couldn't help laughing. He slowly cut the steak in front of him and couldn't help but recall the delicacies in his previous life. Things like the fragrant mapo tofu, the delicious and crispy sugar-crusted pork tenderloin, and the sweet and sour tomato scrambled eggs, these were all things he loved in his previous life. Unfortunately, it is definitely not so easy to eat here. Click. Just when everyone was having a meal, Kaiba Sito came to the restaurant accompanied by a black-clad bodyguard. Seeing that Kaiba was here safely, Yugi and others couldn't help but be surprised. In order to save time, I will make it short. After looking around at everyone, Kaiba Sito said in a proud tone, duelists who have come to the Duel Castle, what you will face next is the new duel rules that I have just revised and improved. I have arranged for people to put the specific matters and procedures to pay attention to in your respective lounges. In order to avoid the discomfort caused by the sudden change of duel rules, Pegasus, that bastard, will also provide you with a large number of cards for free to adjust your decks. Therefore, the official duel time is changed to 3 p.m. tomorrow. I hope everyone here will take it seriously. Now, Open the Millennium Eye in front of your table, and I will arrange the duel order. Oh, and I have to say one more thing, my number is B, and the unlucky guy who drew A, I advise you to give up as soon as possible, so as not to bring shame upon yourself in the duel tomorrow. Kaiba, you bastard, who are you trying to get to give up? Do you think you are going to win? As soon as Kaiba Laren finished speaking, Yanushi jumped up from his chair with his note in his hand, looking angry. Oh! It turns out you drew an A. Seeing the big A on the paper in Yanushi's hand, Kaiba Sito couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. Hey, I didn't expect my opponent to be a small fry like you, what a waste of my time. From this point of view, the first game tomorrow is destined to be an extremely boring battle. How dare you look down on me, Kaiba? I will duel with you now. Yanushi, calm down. You don't know the new rules of the duel now. If you rashly challenge someone, you will be asking for your life. I can't stand it anymore, let go of my Honda, I want to fight this bastard right now. Humph, after all, he is just a cannon fodder duelist who gives away his head. I still need to adjust my deck, so I am not interested in arranging the next game. Just send dinner to my room. Nissan. Wait for me. After saying this to the bodyguard beside him, Kaiba Sito turned around and walked out of the restaurant door. Kaiba Kipi, who ran to the door immediately after him, bowed apologetically to Li Yufeng and others, and then turned around and chased after him. This arrogant egomaniac who looks down on everyone. After punching Kaiba Sito's back hard, Yanushi picked up the bread on the table and started biting it with a look of resentment, as if he was biting Kaiba. Yufeng, what letter did you draw? Seeing that Li Yufeng had also opened his note, Kong Kuo, who was sitting next to him, quickly leaned over. I drew D, the second duel. That's great. Peacock Dance patted her proud chest with great relief, and her face was full of relief. The letter I drew is E. Fortunately, I didn't meet you, otherwise I would have started to consider giving up. Seeing Peacock Dance's expression, Li Yufeng asked with some shame, it's not that serious, am I that scary? I don't know if it's scary to duel with you, but I don't want to lose the duel and be upset by you, so it's better for you to stay away from me. Knowing that her opponent is not Li Yufeng, Peacock Dance's attitude immediately changed. She waved at Li Yufeng as if she was driving away a fly. Am I that much of a jerk? Yes. Peacock Dance nodded deeply and firmly, and it's quite excessive. Haha, Miss Mai, your opponent tomorrow is me. Yugi Muto, who was sitting across from the table, showed his note thoughtfully. The letter on it was F. Wow, it's a game. Hehe, that's great, maybe I still have a chance to enter the top 3. Seeing Peacock Dance so happy, Li Yufeng also smiled helplessly. After all, even he himself didn't dare to say that he could definitely beat this child of destiny, let alone Peacock Dance. But it's always bad to discourage others' enthusiasm, so he could only choose to keep silent. Seeing that everyone present had shown their own notes, the black-clad bodyguard who followed Kaiba Sito also turned on the electronic screen. Since everyone already knows their respective letters, the schedule for tomorrow's matches will be arranged like this: the first match is Kaiba Sito vs Yanushi, the second match is Thief Keith vs Li Yufeng, and the third match is Peacock Dance vs Muto Yugi. As Mr. Kaiba said before, we have put the new rules of the game in your lounge. Please take them seriously. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, we will not be responsible. Well, that's all I have to say. Please enjoy your dinner and have a nice night. Ah, I'm full too. Since there are new rules for the duel, I have to go back and adjust my deck quickly. After saying this, the black-clad bodyguard walked out, and with him went Li Yufeng's opponent tomorrow, the thief Keith. Li Yufeng was keenly aware of the resentful look that the thief Keith showed him when he left, and he kept sneering in his heart. Those who have read the original novel know that this thief Keith not only stole Yanushi's entry card on the eve of the duel, but also cheated in the duel. His behavior was simply extremely bad. It's just that this time the thief Keith's opponent has become himself. He must want to attack himself if he goes out so early. Although there is no such thing as an entry card in this competition, at this time, the decks that everyone is used to are all stored in their respective guest rooms. Humph, Thief Keith, hey? It's a pity that all my cards are stored in that mysterious space, and there is only a set of bowls and chopsticks and a few changes of clothes in the backpack in the guest room. This time, you are destined to return empty-handed. Without paying any more attention to Thief Keith, Li Yufeng turned around and started chatting and laughing with everyone again, especially Yanushi, who exaggerated how he defeated the Ghost Bone Mound and how he joined forces with Yugi to defeat the Labyrinth Brothers. However, he replaced the protagonist with himself, and with Honda and Enza's constant sabotage, everyone burst into laughter. Just as everyone was eating and laughing, a figure sneaked up to the door of Li Yufeng's guest room. Just as Li Yufeng guessed, the man who was unlocking the door was the thief Keith, who had left early. With his superb lock-picking skills, Thief Keith pried open the door of the guest room with only 2 thin iron wires. After entering the guest room, Thief Keith saw Li Yufeng's backpack on the bed at a glance. "Hey, kid, since you met me, you can only blame your bad luck. I heard that you have a Blue Eyes White Dragon in your deck. This card can be sold for a lot of money." Thinking that Li Yufeng's deck also has the Skeleton King with 10,000 attack points, the Thief Keith's heart was even more excited. However, what made him depressed was that he searched all over the back, and no card was found. How could this be? Did this guy always carry his deck with him? This doesn't make sense. I heard that he used 2 different decks in succession. How could he have enough decks on him? The Thief Keith, who looked unconvinced, searched the bed and cupboards one after another, and even searched under the bed. He finally broke through the defense at this time. "Asshole, this brat, you are cautious, but..." Humph. Glancing at the new game rule manual on the desk, a bold idea once again emerged in the mind of the Thief Keith. The Thief Keith, who thought he could disgust Li Yufeng, never expected that his every move had been clearly seen by a man hiding in the dark. Seeing that the Thief Keith walked out of Li Yufeng's guest room with nothing, the man's face flashed with disappointment, and then turned back to the darkness. That night, Li Yufeng, who had eaten and drunk enough, said goodbye to everyone and returned to his guest room. After carefully checking his backpack, Li Yufeng immediately found signs that it had been touched by someone. Thinking of the character of the Thief Keith, the corners of Li Yufeng's mouth also had a slight arc. "Humph, I was thinking that it was almost over, but since you dare to look through my things, don't blame me for giving you a whole life." Sitting in front of his desk, Li Yufeng opened the space deck layout. After carefully integrating the existing decks, Li Yufeng immediately decided to let the Thief Keith also taste the power of the specialized version of the Minotaur Empire. "I didn't expect that Kaiba guy to hold a grudge so much that he didn't even give me the dual game manual. He's so petty. Well, it won't be of much use to me anyway. The current game rules are still too crude. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll go to sleep." Pulling out 2 cards from the layout space, Li Yufeng immediately revealed a wretched pig brother look. "Hehe, who should I hug to sleep tonight, Atlas Worm Demon or Vampire Lady? Forget it, let's hug both of them to sleep. Turn off the lights." The next morning, Li Yufeng, who had a good sleep, didn't get up from the bed until about 10 o'clock. He wanted to find Muto Yugi to chat after washing up, but he didn't expect that except Honda, Anzi, and Bakura, who were strolling in the castle, everyone else was adjusting their decks in their guest rooms, and even asked someone to deliver lunch to the room. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yufeng, who had a short nap after lunch, came out of the guest room with his spirits restored. He was wearing a black casual windbreaker, which was also a piece of clothing he often wore when he participated in the world competition in his previous life. When he crossed over, the clothes were already tattered. Li Yufeng had no choice but to throw it into the trash can after working in his Aoi Keiru's game store. However, what Li Yufeng didn't expect was that in the backpack that Aoi Keiru prepared for herself, there was actually an identical piece of clothing packed in it. I guess it was because she noticed her reluctance to part with it that Aoi secretly picked up the clothing from the trash can and then made another one for herself in the same style. What a silly girl! Thinking of the boss who seemed carefree but was actually delicate and sensitive, Li Yufeng couldn't help but smile. "Hey? Yufeng-jun, you haven't gone to the duel venue yet." Just when Li Yufeng was thinking about the embarrassing incident when he was beaten for blackmailing 3 children when he first came here, the door opposite him suddenly opened, and the boy who appeared in front of Li Yufeng was none other than Yugi Muto, who lived opposite him. "Yes, I took a nap and just woke up. Let's go together now." "Ah, I envy you for being able to sleep so well." Seeing that Yugi Muto seemed to have dark circles under his eyes, Li Yufeng walked beside him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Yugi, did you have a nightmare?" Li Yufeng's words made Yugi Muto stop where he was. After a few seconds of silence, the cousin said tremblingly, "I dreamed of my grandfather last night. In a sea of fire, the card that sealed my grandfather's soul was pasted on top of a cross. Grandpa also kept warning me that Pegasus has a very powerful dark power and asked me to be more careful. At the same time, he also believed that I could definitely rescue those innocent souls who were also imprisoned by Pegasus, but with my current strength, can I really defeat Pegasus and rescue everyone? Chapter 23. Looking at the game that was in pain with its eyes closed, Li Yufeng suddenly smiled. You certainly can't do it alone. Ah! Hearing this, Yugi Muto raised his head in disbelief. However, before he could say anything, Li Yufeng immediately said, But Yugi, think about it carefully. Are you really fighting alone now? Am I right? Another Yugi. You know everything. Li Yufeng's words made my cousin's eyes widen instantly. Have you forgotten the game? You and I were comrades who fought together in the dark game. Am I right? Another game. Swish. With a flash of golden light, Wang Yang appeared in front of Li Yufeng with a smile on his face. Ah! Abo. Yufeng-jun is right. You are definitely not fighting alone now. See you again, another game. Well, we meet again, Yufeng-jun. This time, I have to ask you for help again. Yuxi, what are you talking about? Li Yufeng stretched out his right hand to an Yuxi and said with a smile, when I was most sad, you helped me. From the moment you smiled and stretched out your hand to me, you have been my best friend. Even in a duel, as long as I extend my hand, you will hold it without hesitation. Similarly, as long as you have difficulties, I will extend my hand to you without hesitation. It has nothing to do with anything else, just because you are my best friend. Reaching out and holding Li Yufeng's hand, An Yuxi also said with a smile, Ah, me too. Just because you are my best friend. Yufeng, no matter who of us makes it to the end of this duel, we are not fighting alone. We will carry the beliefs of another person and stand in front of Pegasus. You are wrong, the game. Li Yufeng smiled and shook his head, it carries the beliefs of the three of us. The other me, Yufeng-jun is right, is carrying the faith of the three of us. Hearing Xiao Biao's protest in his mind, An Yugi immediately showed a bright smile. Yes, you are right, it is the belief of three people. Duel Hall. Since they did not have to participate in the duel, Li Yufeng and Yugi came to the second floor of the duel hall to watch the battle. Just like the duel field in the original book, the entire first floor hall was not only gorgeously decorated, but also designed as a huge duel field. Such a handicraft demonstrated the amazing financial strength of Pegasus. Yanushi, who had been waiting on the other side of the duel field, was obviously a little nervous. Seeing that Sito Kaiba on the opposite side had not appeared at 2:55, he could not help but ask the bodyguard who had been standing aside as a referee, Kaiba hasn't shown up at this time. Has he forfeited? By the way, if he is late, will he be treated as a forfeit? Yes. He looked at his watch expressionlessly, then nodded and said, if a player does not enter the venue within 5 minutes, he will be considered to have forfeited. You don't have to worry about that. Yet. That's great. He snickered with some gloating, and Shiroma couldn't help but think of the scene when Kaiba overslept and lost the qualification. Hehe, that bastard Kaiba must have overslept and forgot the time. He can advance without a duel. My luck is really good. Wow, Yanushi, this idiot, can he really do this? Peacock Dance, who was also standing on the second floor, saw Yanushi was so spineless and immediately got a headache. Seeing their friend was so embarrassed, Li Yufeng and Yugi couldn't help laughing awkwardly. Who forgot the time? A slightly arrogant voice came from the opposite corridor, and Kaiba Sito, wearing a white windbreaker, appeared in front of everyone with a look of disdain. At the same time, as if knowing that Kaiba Sito would come on time, Pegasus also appeared in the audience seats beside the duel arena. If I have to be strict about it, fighting with a third-rate mortal player like you is a real waste of time. What did you say? Pudding. His deck on the electronic instrument table, Yanushi pointed at Kaiba Sito and said angrily, Kaiba, you arrogant guy, today I will let you experience the power of Uncle Yanushi. Are you ready to be beaten to a pulp by me? Tisk. What a joke. Do I need to prepare to fight against a fourth-rate duelist like you with a third-rate deck? Come on, you mortal. Duel. Yanushi LP4000. Kaiba Sito LP4000. Attack first and let Lord Yanushi take it. It's my turn, draw a card. I normal summon the legendary Black Stone. Activate the special effect of the legendary Black Stone, liberate this card, and special summon a Red Eyes monster below level 7 from the deck. I choose to summon Red Eyes Black Dragon. Ah! With a roar, the Red Eyes Black Dragon, attack 2400, defense 2000, appeared out of nowhere in the duel arena. Hehe, as long as I study the new rules carefully, I can do it too. How about it, Kaiba? Now you should recognize my strength, right? With a disdainful sneer, President Kaiba said indifferently, "Humph, it's just a real red-eyed black dragon, there's nothing to be proud of. If this is your strength, then you'd better give up and go home as soon as possible. After all, I don't have time to play childish games with you. Damn it, you actually dare to look down on me." Unable to bear Kaiba's sarcasm, Yanushi immediately played another hand card. I activate the special effect of Black Steel Dragon from my hand card. This card can be activated from the hand to target a Red Eyes monster, and equip it as an equipment card, increasing the ATK of the equipped monster by 600. Red Eyes Black Dragon's ATK up 3000. Hehe, what do you think? My Red Eyes Black Dragon can compete with your Blue Eyes White Dragon. Compete with my Blue Eyes White Dragon? Haha, stop making me laugh. Saying you are mediocre is a compliment to you, how can it be worthy of it? Seto Kaiba burst into laughter as if he heard something funny. Damn it, I'll make sure you never laugh again. Yanushi was already a little overwhelmed at this point, and immediately pulled out a magic card from his hand. I activate the magic card from my hand, Black Flame Bullet, and inflict damage equal to the base attack value of Red Eyes Black Dragon. As the magic card is activated, Red Eyes Black Dragon opens its mouth and fires a fireball at Kaiba Seto. Seeing this, Kaiba Seto frowns and secretly feels lucky that he modified his life points in advance. Kaiba Seto LP 40001600. Yoshi. Hehe, what do you think, Kaiba? You know how powerful I am now. Yanushi made a provocative gesture to Kaiba Seto with a smug look on his face. I cover one more card and my turn is over. Humph. Nothing more than that. After a cold snort, Kaiba Seto pointed at Yanushi and said, "John Aoki, I declare this now. I will kill you in one round." After saying this, Kaiba Seto looked up at Li Yufeng who was watching the battle on the second floor. Yufeng. Open your eyes and see clearly, this is the true power of being the strongest White Dragon Master. Damn it, Kaiba, are you crazy? I'm not fighting you, why are you staring at me? Seeing Kaiba Seto directing his firepower towards him again, Li Yufeng himself was also quite depressed. Humph, it's my turn, draw a card. Yanushi, you should feel honored, because you are about to witness and experience with your own eyes the powerful force possessed by the most perfect and ultimate creature in the world. Let its perfect figure be imprinted deep in your eyes. Fusion Summon. What the heck? You really haven't finished yet. These familiar words came out of Kaiba's mouth. Li Yufeng, who was standing on the second floor, couldn't help but swear again. While his teeth were sour, Li Yufeng couldn't help but cover his face. The scene in front of him was really too hard to accept. 40 cards, you really just started with 3 blue eyes and 1 fusion. Is this the awesomeness of the bond? How do you embarrass us ordinary bone players who get stuck at any time? Just when Li Yufeng was embarrassed and couldn't bear to look directly, except for him, all the spectators present were shocked by the scene in front of them. With the huge energy airflow, Kaiba's summoning was coming to an end. Transcend the boundaries of time and space. Show off your flawless figure. A fall. Blue eyes. Aludamo. Doragong. Extreme Dragon, attack power 4500, defense power 3800. AA. What kind of monster is this? Attack power 4500? No, it's impossible. How could there be such a horrible monster in this world? Is this the ultimate form of the Blue Eyes White Dragon? It's so scary. Yanushi, be careful, the attack power of this monster is definitely not something that the Red Eyes Black Dragon can resist. Looking at the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on Kaiba Seto's field, even Wang Yang on the viewing platform was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. As for Yanushi on the duel field, he had long been suppressed by the momentum of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and could not raise his head. What a terrible monster! I guess I can only survive this round. Round? Right. Suddenly thinking of something, Yanushi, who was sweating profusely, suddenly pointed at Kaiba. Kaiba, although this Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is powerful, you seem to have forgotten that the new game rules clearly state that you cannot attack when the fusion monster is successfully fused. Your turn is over. Hehe. Looking at the embarrassed Yanushi, Kaiba hugged his arms and sneered. Do you think I can't think of a question that even a nobody like you can think of? What? Masaka. So no Masakata. He suddenly shouted, and Kaiba Sito immediately showed the card in his hand. I activate the spell card Quick Attack, which allows a fusion monster to attack during the turn that the fusion is successful. How could this happen? Looking down at the Red Eyes Black Dragon on his field and the backfield he had built, Yanushi couldn't help but comfort himself. It's okay, I'm building the Red Eyes Soul in the backfield, even if he attacks me, I can still block it. It's not over yet. Raising his hand and showing the last magic card in his hand, Kaiba Sito pointed at Yanushi and said loudly, I activate the magic card Ultimate Explosion. Targeting the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon that you fusion summoned on your field, you can make 3 attacks this turn. At the same time, while the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is attacking, until the damage step is over, the opponent cannot cast magic, traps, or special effects of monsters. What? Stunned, Yanushi was really dumbfounded. Not even bothering to look at Yanushi, Kaiba Sito pointed at Li Yufeng who was standing on the second floor and said loudly, did you see it, Yufeng? This is the true power of the Ultimate Dragon. Under the crushing of true power, no matter your traps or the monsters protecting you, all of this is in vain. Fight! Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Pour out your anger on your opponents. Destroy all obstacles that stand in your way. Explosive Gale Bomb of Destruction. Bang! The powerful wind pressure bomb hit the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Under the crushing force, the Red Eyes Black Dragon was shattered into pieces almost at the moment of contact. Activating the trap card Red Eyes Soul can revive a Red Eyes monster in my graveyard. I special summon Red Eyes Black Dragon in defense position. Muda Muda Muda. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Launch your attack again. Double Explosion Gale Bomb of Destruction. With a loud bang, the Red Eyes Black Dragon in defense mode that had just been resurrected from the graveyard was immediately blown to pieces by the white shock wave. The game is over. Yanushi, this is the final attack. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack the player directly. The destructive Triple Blast Gale Bomb. Ah! Watching the last shock wave coming towards him, Yanushi, who was standing on the duel stage and was helpless, immediately protected his head with both hands. What followed was Yanushi's miserable scream. Ha ha ha! Smash! Die in glory! Cheer! Yanushi LP 25000. The winner. Kaiba Sito. Just as Yanushi's health points were reduced to 0, the referee also announced his defeat. Hehe. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon? It's a very good monster indeed. Looking at Sito, Kaiba turning away, Pegasus, who was sitting in the audience, looked up at Li Yufeng who was watching the game on the second floor while sipping wine. If I hadn't seen the previous match between Yufeng boy and you, I'm afraid I would really think so. With his head lowered, he came to the viewing area on the second floor and said with a frustrated look on his face, I'm sorry Yufeng, Yugi, I didn't expect that bastard Kaiba to be so strong. I was careless this time. It's okay, Yanushi-kun. Yugi, who had transformed into a small watch, smiled and shook his head, your strength is obvious to everyone, and you are growing very fast. I believe that in the near future, you will definitely become a true duelist. Well, Yugi is right. Li Yufeng also expressed his approval of the heights that Yanushi could reach in the future. It's already rare that you can adapt to the new rules in such a short time. What's left is to keep honing your dueling skills. Well, thank you. Although Li Yufeng and Yugi's consolation did soothe his wounded heart, he felt a pang of pain when he thought about his sister Shizuka still needing money for surgery. Chapter 24. The second duel is about to begin, please prepare to enter, Thief Keith and Li Yufeng. Okay, I'm going to prepare for the duel. Go ahead. Li Yufeng, who was keenly aware of the painful expression hidden under Yanushi's fake smile, and was familiar with the original plot, naturally understood why he was in pain. Speaking of participating in the Duel Kingdom competition, Yanushi did not simply want to help Muto Yugi save his grandfather. He wanted more to earn money for his sister Shizuka's eye surgery. Although this purpose may not be very pure, as long as you think about it carefully, you will understand that playing cards with Pegasus is to gamble with your soul. To put it bluntly, with Yanushi's current strength, even if he has the opportunity to fight Pegasus, it would only be giving away one more head. After all, he who can't even beat Kaiba, how could he be Pegasus' opponent? Walking past Yanushi, Li Yufeng smiled and patted his shoulder and said, Yanushi, I have asked my boss to do the surgery for your sister Shizuka. Through Kaiba Kipi, I believe you should also know what industry my boss's family is mainly engaged in, so you can rest assured. After saying this, Li Yufeng walked down the stairs without looking back. Your boss? Miss Xiaoxuan. Yanushi, who was secretly depressed, suddenly opened his eyes wide after hearing these words. He had never told anyone about his sister's affairs. How did Li Yufeng know? When he thought of the huge medical expenses needed for his sister's operation, hot tears instantly welled up in Yanushi's pupils. He hurried to the stairs and shouted loudly to Li Yufeng's back, Yufeng, thank you very much. Without turning around, Li Yufeng just made a very casual gesture of receiving, and disappeared at the corner of the stairs. When he arrived at the duel arena, the thief Keith also appeared opposite Li Yufeng. Looking at this man full of small movements, Li Yufeng really couldn't muster the slightest favor for him. Yufeng, come on. Seeing Li Yufeng appear on the duel stage, the game people standing on the second floor immediately supported him. To be honest, if Peacock Dance hadn't suddenly said with a grin, Yufeng, break that guy's mentality, Li Yufeng would probably be really moved from the bottom of his heart. After all, in his previous life, his card-playing style was really notorious. Even if there were some fans, most of them were just black fans. As for supporting himself? Don't be funny, it's good enough that they didn't scold him. Ha! Li Yufeng? I've heard rumors about you. After a weird sneer, Thief Keith shook his right index finger at Li Yufeng. Tisk tisk. You are a national champion at your age? It seems that the national competition held in Sakura country is just a child's play after all. Hey? What do you want to say? Li Yufeng folded his hands over his chest and stared at the thief Keith as if he were a clown. He. If you have never experienced despair, you don't understand the darkness of the world at all. You, the national champion of Sakura country, are just a flower in a greenhouse after all. Soon, I will let you experience what true despair is. Well, that's how it is. Li Yufeng nodded slightly, still keeping a poker face. Tisk. What an infuriating guy. Duel. Li Yufeng LP4000. Thief Keith LP4000. He. You little brat, now it's time for the adults to show off, if you attack first, I'll win. It's my turn, draw a card. I normal summon double pistol dragon, ATK 1700 def 200, in attack position. He. How about it, Yufeng? It must feel great to have someone pointing a gun at you. But don't be nervous, I'll let you taste the bullet in the next round. I cover 2 cards, my turn is over. Shrugged nonchalantly at the thief Keith, Li Yufeng then placed his hand on his deck. My turn, draw a card. Magic Trap Affinity has been activated, 2 times left in this game. Activate Angel's Charity, draw 3 cards from your deck, and then choose 2 to discard. Activate the magic card and seize it. The effect of this card is to equip a monster on the opponent's field and gain control of the equipped monster. At the same time, the price I have to pay is that every turn during the opponent's preparation phase, it will be activated to restore 1000 LP of the opponent's player. The monster I chose to equip is the double-barreled pistol dragon. What? The thief Keith's eyes almost popped out as he watched his double-barreled pistol dragon run to Li Yufeng's field without any attachment. Bang! Just when the double-barreled pistol dragon ran to Li Yufeng's field, Kaiba Sito, who was hiding in a corner on the second floor and peeking at the duel, couldn't help but slap himself in the face after seeing this scene. Yes, that's right, it's this familiar feeling, it's this shameless atmosphere, I'm so aggrieved. On the duel field, Li Yufeng, who had just obtained the double-barreled pistol dragon, laughed sinisterly. I summon a monster in face-down defense position. He. How about it, thief? It must be a great feeling to have someone pointing your own gun at you. But don't be nervous, this round I will let you taste the taste of a bullet. Double-barreled pistol dragon, attack directly. Li Yufeng, you bastard. Ah! Watching the double-barreled pistol dragon attacking him, the thief Keith almost died. He vomited blood, but without any monsters to block and protect him, he could only take the bullet. Hey, I covered 2 cards, my turn is over. Thief Keith LP 40002300. Li Yufeng, you wait for me, I won't let you go. Looking at Li Yufeng's end of his turn with resentment, the thief Keith suddenly showed a treacherous smile on his face. Haha, Li Yufeng, you are still too naive. Now I will let you see what a real duel is. My turn, draw a card. With a sneer in his heart, the thief Keith secretly pulled out a card from his sleeve. However, his little action did not escape Li Yufeng, who was staring at him closely. Hey, your name is Keith, right? Li Yufeng suddenly interrupted the thief Keith's actions and said with a smile, I don't mind hiding cards, but I will keep count for you. If the number exceeds the actual number of cards you have in your hand, don't blame me for exposing you in public. What? Li Yufeng's words not only stunned the thief Keith, who had just changed the cards, but also surprised Yugi and others standing on the second floor. However, after reacting, Yanushi was the first to protest. Referee, this guy committed a foul, don't you have anything to say? That's right, he should be disqualified. Such a person is not worthy of being called a duelist. Bastard! Hearing everyone's criticism, the thief Keith's face was instantly covered with a layer of cold sweat. He really couldn't imagine that even the veterans who had been hanging around in the casino for many years couldn't see through his card-changing skills. How did this seemingly young Li Yufeng see through him? Master Pegasus, what do you think? Turning to look at Pegasus, who was sitting in the VIP seat, the black-clad bodyguard acting as the referee asked respectfully. No problem. Pegasus smiled faintly at Li Yufeng while sipping red wine elegantly. After all, Yufeng boy doesn't mind, so how can I refuse his kindness? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too ungraceful? Yes. After getting Pegasus' answer, the referee in black turned around and said, the game continues. Haha, Yufeng, you will regret your arrogance. Wiping the cold sweat from his head, the thief Keith immediately planned to continue his operation. Wait a minute. The thief Keith, who had just drawn the card and hadn't held it firmly, heard Li Yufeng suddenly shouting again, and was so scared that his whole body trembled. In anger, the thief Keith stared at Li Yufeng with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth and asked, didn't you say you wouldn't pursue it? What do you want to do now? Looking at the thief Keith's expression as if he wanted to eat someone, Li Yufeng smiled and said, don't be nervous, I'm just going to activate the effect of the card. Open the face card. Activate the continuous trap card. Side effects of medication. While this card is face up on the field, the effect of restoring your opponent's life points will be changed to an effect of inflicting life point damage. Activate the effect of equipment card seizure. Restore 1000 LP to the opponent. Thief Keith's LP 2300 greater than 1300. Everyone, what? What kind of combo is this? There is actually such a chain. In the blink of an eye, the positive effect was transformed into a negative effect. Yufeng Jun is really too strong. Hehe, I thought that Thief Keith was going to be unlucky, luckily it wasn't me and Yufeng who were fighting against each other. Standing on the second floor watching the battle, Yanushi, Yugi and Peacock Dancer had no sympathy for Thief Keith's miserable situation. After all, he was the one who cheated first. Such a person could no longer be considered a duelist. Bang bang bang. Beautiful. So beautiful. Seeing this scene, Pegasus couldn't help but applaud. Yufeng boy, you always bring me surprises. Seeing that everyone present was amazed by Li Yufeng's operation, an indescribable feeling of frustration immediately surged into the heart of the thief Keith. Staring at Li Yufeng's face fiercely, the thief Keith gritted his teeth and said, damn bastard, I will make you stop laughing soon. Hey? Okay, then I'll wait and see. In response to the provocation of the thief Keith, Li Yufeng just raised his eyebrows with a smile. I normal summon double-barreled pistol dragon. Activate the special effect of double-barreled pistol dragon. When this card is successfully summoned, you can flip a coin twice. If both are heads, you can choose a card to destroy. Hehe, Yufeng, now I will let you see how terrifying the duel in the dark world is. Looking at the thief Keith throwing 2 coins from his hand, Li Yufeng sneered slightly. After all, everyone who has read the original knows that this guy used cheating means to throw the coins, and it must be heads up every time. Sure enough, as the 2 coins fell to the ground head up, the thief Keith sneered and said, I choose to destroy the double-barreled pistol dragon on your field. At the same time, open the cover card, the clan gathers. This card can special summon a monster with the same type but a different name from your hand or graveyard. I choose to special summon Revolver Dragon from my hand. ATK 2600 Def 2200. It's not over yet, I activate the equipment magic card 7. This card can only be equipped by a mechanical monster, and you can choose to increase the attack or defense by 700 points. I choose to increase the attack power and equip it to Revolver Dragon. Revolver Dragon's attack power 3300 UP. Attack power 3300. Oh no, this monster's attack power has surpassed that of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. If the double-barreled pistol dragon is added, Yu Feng will be in danger. Seeing that the thief Keith actually summoned such a monster, everyone present exclaimed, the only exception was Kaibasito, who was in the corner. Humph, Yu Feng has a face-down defense monster on his field. If we attack rashly, the consequences will be disastrous. Keith, how would you handle such a situation? In fact, just as Kaibasito thought, Thief Keith, who had heard that Li Yufeng liked to cover cards, also investigated his style in detail. After looking at the cover card on his field, Thief Keith laughed out loud. Activate the special effects of Revolver Dragon. I can throw 3 coins, targeting a monster on the opponent's field. If 2 of them are facing up, I can destroy that monster. Hey, Yufeng, wait for your death. A sinister laugh sounded, and the thief Keith threw 3 more coins from his hand. Seeing the 2 coins facing up appear in front of everyone again, Yugi and others who were watching the battle on the second floor of the duel arena could not sit still immediately. This is impossible. How could he get heads every time? He must have cheated. Yanushi, who lost his temper, was the first to protest. Yanushi-kun, calm down. Seeing that Li Yufeng on the duel stage was still calm, and Yugi quickly spoke up to stop Yanushi, Yufeng-kun didn't panic because of the coin tossing. It seems that he must have known this would happen. We have to believe Yufeng and just watch quietly. Yugi is right. Peacock Dance, who was lying on the railing on the second floor, nodded in agreement. Zhao Naoki, you have seen Yufeng's duels many times. Does he look unprepared now? I think he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 25. In the duel arena, looking at Li Yufeng's empty arena, the thief Keith couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Haha, how is it, Yufeng, how does it feel to be pointed at by 2 guns? Don't worry, I will let you taste the taste of guns soon. Seeing that Li Yufeng was still smiling under his threat, the thief Keith felt like a clown, anger filled every nerve in his body, he waved his hand and shouted suddenly, fight! Revolver Dragon! Attack directly, backslash! Death shot! Backslash at this moment. Just when the thief Keith gave the order to attack, Li Yufeng finally took action. I special summon my wife from my hand. Oh no, it's the vampire lady in defense position. This card can be special summoned from the hand when the opponent declares an attack. At the same time, I pay 1300 LP to increase the vampire lady's defense to the amount of life points I paid. Vampire lady's defense 2300 up. Li Yufeng LP 2700. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and as the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a delicate girl holding a black parasol and wearing a classic black dress appeared on Li Yufeng's field. The shells fired by the Revolver Dragon just now were also blocked by this girl. Tisk, 3300 defense points? Damn, I didn't expect you to have such a card. But don't get complacent, I'll let you live one more turn. My turn is over. Humph, is it really this monster? What a troublesome special ability. Seeing the vampire lady appear on Li Yufeng's field, Kaibasito, who was hiding in the corner of the second floor, couldn't help but sigh. When he thought about the winning blow yesterday that was blocked by the vampire lady and killed him, Kaibasito's eyes suddenly lit up. It stands to reason that Yufeng could have killed the thief Keith directly, so why did he just block this wave of attacks? Could it be that he wanted to? Killing people and destroying their hearts. Not only Kaibasito thought of this, but even Yami Yugi and Pegasus also thought of this. It's my turn, draw a card. As if to confirm his guess, Li Yufeng immediately launched his attack. Open the cover card. The Awakening of the Vampire. I special summon Vampire Crimson Scourge from my deck. The special effect of Vampire Scarlet Star is activated. When this card is successfully special summoned, you can pay 1000 LP to target a vampire other than Scarlet Star in the graveyard and special summon it in defense position. Li Yufeng LP 2700 greater than 1700. Resurrection, Minotaur Knight. Pa. It can't be changed, it should be Vampire Red Baron. Activate the special effects of vampires in the cemetery. While this card is in the graveyard, you can send a vampire monster from the field or hand to the graveyard and special summon it. I chose to send the vampire Crimson Scourge to the graveyard for special summoning. Activate the special effect of Minotaur Knight. Pay 1000 LP points to target a vampire on your field and a monster on your opponent's field, and exchange control between the two. Li Yufeng LP 1700 greater than 700. I choose Revolver Dragon. What? No. What the hell is this bat? Looking at his Revolver Dragon with 3300 attack points running to Li Yufeng's field, while his own field only had a small bat with only 500 attack points, the Thief Keith's mentality was a little broken. Revolver Dragon, big brother, I'm here to surrender. Look, I'm bringing my equipment card with me, this wave is definitely full of sincerity. It's not over yet. Before the Thief Keith could react, Li Yufeng immediately showed another magic card. I activate the magic card, 3 Wars Talent. This card can target a monster on your opponent's field, and gain control of it until the end of this turn. I choose the double-barreled pistol dragon. Yufeng. You bastard. He tore off his headscarf, and even the sunglasses on his face almost fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the Thief Keith was completely stunned. Double-barreled pistol dragon, big brother, wait for me, I want to join you too. Li Yufeng, who was quite satisfied with his operation, nodded slightly, and looked at the Thief Keith with a sinister smile. Haha, how is it, Keith? How does it feel to be pointed at by your own 2 guns? Don't worry, I will let you taste the taste of guns soon. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Too cruel. The duel has evolved to this scene, it is already a massacre. Looking at his backcourt, the Thief Keith was completely confused, because the trap card time machine can only be triggered by combat destruction. He hasn't even fired it yet and his guns have been confiscated, so how can it be triggered? Haha, I told you that Yufeng must be playing a trick, but you didn't believe me. How is it now? Oh, look at Keith's expression, it really made me laugh to death. The lively Miss Peacock Dance was the first to express her thoughts. He deserves it, haha. There is actually such a way of fighting, this is the first time I have seen it. They. Unkind Yanushi classmate was the second to express his opinion. Despicable. Despicable. Shameless. I never thought that the so-called Minotaur Knight would have such a special effect. They. Third comment from the Pure Love Party Kaiba Sito. Fight. Revolver Dragon. Double-barreled pistol dragon. Shoot this guy for me. Seeing his 2 monsters attacking him at the same time, and there was only a little bat on his field that kept acting cute to him, the Thief Keith was already in tears. You. Despicable. Shameless, sinister villain. Collapse. Thief Keith's mentality was completely broken at this moment. How can you duel like this? Do you have to destroy the heart after killing someone? This is not a duel, okay. Twice. Last time it was 1, this time it was 2. Really a Minotaur Knight, right? This is too bullying. The feeling of having your gun taken away as soon as you draw it is too sour. At this moment, Thief Keith even began to regret secretly, why did he have to provoke Li Yufeng, a sinister villain, for no reason? Thief Keith LP 20000. The winner is Li Yufeng. Seeing the Thief Keith being dragged away like a dead dog by 2 black-clad bodyguards, Kong Ku, who was standing on the 2nd floor watching the fight, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Oh. That's so scary. I told you, luckily I wasn't assigned to the same group with him, otherwise I might have ended up like the Thief Keith. No way, I don't think Yufeng would be so cruel to us. With a cold sweat on his face, Yanushi quickly persuaded, Yugi, what do you think about this matter? Ah? I think, probably, maybe, what Yanushi said is right. He laughed awkwardly, and the cousin who knew Li Yufeng's character well also showed a lack of confidence at this time. The third match is about to begin. Please invite Kong Keiwu and Muto Yugi to enter the arena. After hearing the referee announce the start of the third match, Kong Keiwu and Muto Yugi looked at each other at the same time. Both of them had a faint smile on their faces. They looked like opponents who were about to duel with each other, but in fact, it was not the case at all. Oh. Yugi, I didn't expect it would be our turn so soon. Please show some mercy in the following duel. After all, we are now companions. This is the peacock dance that appears to be sunny and delicate. Hee. Game, I knew from the first moment I saw you, this silly boy, that you, with your silly face, are not a master at all. Fortunately, my opponent is not Yu Feng. Now the top 3 are in my pocket. This is the peacock dance of the real world in my heart. Ah, my san, let's cheer each other on. This duel, no matter what the final result is, it will not affect our friendship. We are best friends. This is the seemingly harmless Muto Yugi who has a smile on his face. Humph, peacock dance, a mere nobody is not worth mentioning. This duel, after all, is just a springboard for me to challenge Pegasus. My final opponent can only be chosen in the duel with Yu Feng. Yu Feng, wait for me, I will catch up with you soon. This is the real inner thought of Yugi Muto. It's really realistic. After the two guys who said one thing and another smiled at each other, they walked to their respective contestant passages. Walking in the passage leading to the duel arena, Xiao Biao, who had remained silent, suddenly said the other me, can you leave this duel to me? Abo. Surprised by Xiao Biao's sudden request for a fight, Wang Yang asked in astonishment, do you have any grudge against Kong Ku? It's not like that, we are very good friends. Shaking his head at the image of Wang Yang in his mind, Xiao Biao continued, watching so many duels of Yu Feng has given me a lot of inspiration, and I know that if we don't make changes now, we will never be able to beat Yu Feng. I am very interested in Yu Feng's duel style. I have studied it carefully in the past 2 days. I would like to take this opportunity to verify it. There are more difficult duels waiting for us ahead. I don't want to be a burden to you, but I also want to help you at the critical moment. Sorry, another me, please forgive my willfulness. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiao Biao's words made Wang Yang's heart burst with warmth. In that case, Abo. This duel is left to you. After arriving at the duel arena, Peacock Dance had been waiting on the duel stage opposite for a while. Oh, you haven't come over for a long time. I almost thought something happened to you. I was so worried. This is the Peacock Dance that is smiling on the surface. Damn you, dwarf, why don't you just give up? You have to waste my time. This is the Peacock Dance of the real world in my heart. Ah, my san, I'm so sorry. I just had some things happen, so I was delayed for some time. I'm really sorry. This is a superficial game with a smile on the surface. Well, the new deck has been readjusted, let you, the pedal, try out the power of my deck. This is the real world of the inner world. Damn, there's something wrong with these two. Li Yufeng, who had already returned to the second floor stands, shuddered when he saw the two friendly people, because in his eyes, these two people were like two foxes smiling at each other. Duel. Peacock Dance LP4000. Muto Game LP4000. Yugi, you made me wait for so long, so attack me first and take me down. Peacock Dance smiled and winked at Yugi. Ah, it's okay, my san, please go ahead. The amiable Biao Yugi smiled and nodded. It's my turn, draw a card. I summon Condor Lady, attack 1300 defense 1400, in attack position. Next I cover a card and my turn ends. It's my turn, draw a card. I special summon the awakened Dark Knight Gaia from my hand. ATK 2300 Def 2100. This card can be special summoned without lifting when the opponent has more monsters on the field than you do. Next, I activate the magic card from my hand, Cyclone. Destroy a cover card on your backcourt. As the cyclone started, a whirlwind instantly rolled Peacock Dance's cover card into the sky. Looking at the silly look on his face, Peacock Dance realized that the boy in front of him might not be as harmless as he seemed. I put all the remaining 4 cards on the field. Fight. The awakened Dark Knight Gaia attacks. Spiral Gun Kill. Bang. There is no doubt that the Condor Lady with only 1300 attack points is no match for the Black Knight and was smashed to pieces. Peacock Dance LP4000 greater than 3000. My turn is over. When the game ended, Li Yufeng, who was standing on the second floor watching the game, was also shocked. 4 blocks in the backcourt? Table game? Damn, it really is. And this style of play really has a bit of my big hell style. What a capable game. A drop of cold sweat slowly fell from the brow of Peacock Dance. She glanced at the mirror wall of the screen that was sent into the cemetery by the cyclone, and her eyes even began to twitch slightly. It's my turn, draw a card. Oh, it's this card, Yugi, your luck is really bad. Peacock Dance smiled and showed his hand cards. I will activate the Harpy Witch's Feather Sweep from my hand cards to destroy all the covered cards on your backcourt. This won't do, my-san. He interrupted the Peacock Dance with a smile, and then opened a cover card. The trap card is activated and the revolution strikes back. This card can be activated when your opponent activates a monster effect that destroys 2 or more cards on the field, or when a spell or trap card is activated. The activation is invalid and the card is removed. I was dumbfounded. Yes. Because the style of the painting in front of me seemed a little different from what I had imagined. So Peacock Dance was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 26. You stinky dwarf, I really underestimated you. Secretly complaining about the game in her heart, Peacock Dance continued to start her own operation. I normal summon the Condor Queen in attack position. Attack 1900, defense 1200. This card can be used as the card name Condor Girl on the field. Next I activate the magic card, Kaleidoscope, Gorgeous Clone. If you have Condor Girls on your field, you can special summon the 3 Condor Girls from your deck. Come out. The 3 sisters of the Condor Girls. Attack 1950, defense 2100. I activate the magic card from my hand, Triangle Psychedelic Spark. This card can increase the attack power of the 3 sisters of the Condor Girls to 2700 points at the end of the round, and the effects of trap cards on the opponent's field will be invalid during this round. This won't do. Counter trap card activated. Bribe from the Demon Palace. This card activates when your opponent activates a spell or trap card, negating and destroying it, and your opponent draws a card from their deck. Chain Sequence Magic Palace's Bribe Triangle Psychedelic Spark. Yugi. You. Peacock Dance originally wanted to say Yugi, you've changed, but after seeing Biao Yugi's bright smile, she held back the words. With a distorted face, Peacock Dance glared at Biao Yugi with great resentment, and then drew a card from the deck. Haha, Yugi, your luck seems to be too bad. Showing the card he just drew, Peacock Dance said with a smile, I activate the magic electronic armor. And equip this card on the 3 sisters of the Condor Girls, so that their attack increases by 500 points. The 3 sisters of the Condor Girls attack 1950 greater than 2450. Fight. The 3 sisters of the Condor Girls attack the Dark Knight Gaia. At this moment, the trap card is activated. Seeing the 3 sisters of the Condor Girls launching an attack, Biao Yugi opened a trap card with a calm face. The Wall of Separation. This card can only be activated when your opponent's monster declares an attack. The attack power of all attack position monsters on the opponent's field is reduced by the number of monsters on the opponent's field times 800. There are 2 monsters on my-san's field, so the attack power is reduced by 1600 points. The 3 sisters of the Condor Girls 2450 greater than 850. Condor Queen 1900 greater than 300. Wow. No. Bang. With a wail from Peacock Dance, the 3 sisters of the Condor Girls, whose attack power had dropped significantly, rushed headfirst into the Dark Knight Gaia's spearhead, and the consequences were obvious. Dark Knight Gaia, chicken flavor. Crunchy. Peacock Dance LP300015550. Damn it. Has my little cousin become so evil now? Seeing his defensive tricks so flawless, Li Yufeng was also surprised. Damn it, I put my last card on the ground, and my turn is over. The Condor Queen, with only 300 attack points, couldn't attack at all. Peacock Dance could only put the last trap card in her hand, Attack Disablement, on the duel field with a look of resentment. It's my turn, draw a card. Fight. Dark Knight Gaia's attack. Spiral Gun Kill. Dark Knight Gaia, come on, Queen, my spear has been thirsty for a long time. Attack the Condor Queen. Condor Queen, I only have 300 attack points now, so don't come over here. Haha, Yugi, you're careless. The moment you attack, I activate the trap card Attack Disabler. I invalidate your attack and force you to end your attack turn from now on. After finally letting out a breath, Peacock Dance felt refreshed. However, before she could catch her breath, Xiao Biao's signature laugh came again. This won't do, my-san. Kong Kuo looked at Xiao Biao in confusion, only to see that he had also opened the last trap card. Counter trap card activated. Trap interference. This card can only be activated during the battle phase. When the opponent activates a trap card, it can be invalidated and destroyed. Peacock Dance was stunned. So, do you have to be so cruel? Peacock Dance, pawn. The winner is Yugi Muto. It's over. I've been fooled. The Peacock Dance, whose health points returned to 0, seemed to have lost her soul, and she collapsed directly on the ground of the duel stage. 2 lines of humiliating tears slowly flowed from her eyes. After the whole duel, the seemingly harmless Biao Yugi gave her the feeling of only one sentence. Dirty. It's so damn dirty. This thick-faced and black-hearted little bastard. I really misjudged you. Biao Yugi, since ancient times, great treacherous people appear loyal, and great falsehood appears true. Loyalty and treachery cannot be seen from the surface. Maybe you misjudged me yesterday, but today, you are wrong again, but I am still me, and I have never been afraid of others misjudging me. After returning to the second floor, the frustrated Peacock Dance looked up and saw Biao Yugi coming in front of her. Reaching out his hand to Peacock Dance, Biao Yugi showed a gentle smile. My san, it was a wonderful duel. What the hell is so exciting about this? I am being abused unilaterally, okay. Gnashing her teeth and cursing in her heart, Kong Kuo suppressed her anger and raised her hand to hold the watch game back. Oh. Hee hee. Yes, if your heart wasn't so dirty, this duel would definitely be more exciting. My san, don't say that. A duel is always supposed to bring smiles to everyone, right? Do you mean bring a smile to yourself? How could that be? I think my san must be very happy too. Is that so? Haha. That's right. Haha. Listening to the conversation between Biao Yuxi and Kong Kuo, Li Yufeng instantly got goosebumps all over his body. The strong aura emanating from the conversation between the two even made Yanushi, who once wanted to chat up Kong Kuo, stop in his tracks with lingering fear. Today's competition ends here. The 3 duelists who have advanced to the semi-finals, please have a good rest and stay alert for the round-robin tournament tomorrow morning. Everyone, round-robin tournament? Do you need to play it so clearly? Seeing Pegasus sitting in the VIP seat with a smile, Li Yufeng suddenly realized that the Millennium Eye has another more perverted special ability besides perspective. Because duelists will concentrate on building their own decks before participating in the competition, they will inevitably remember what cards are in their decks. In the original work, Pegasus made targeted tactics because he had insight into Kaiba Sito's thoughts. Of course, although there are many lies here, it still cannot change the fact that Pegasus has great power at this stage. After all, no matter how bad it is, he can still peek at the cards. At least the underworld flow will not work in front of Pegasus anyway. This bastard Pegasus, does he want to observe all of our dueling skills and then make targeted adjustments? It's hard to imagine, but with Pegasus's character, he might not do this. Oshio Yugi and Yanushi, who also noticed this, were furious, but Muto Sugoroka's soul was still in Pegasus' hands. Even if they were angry, they could only suffer this loss in silence. Pegasus, you despicable coward, do you want to see our cards clearly before you make a move? Just when everyone was at a loss, a figure in a white windbreaker appeared on the duel field on the first floor, and the person who came was Kaiba Sito. Pegasus, I've had enough of your boring shenanigans. I am going to exercise my rights now. Come down and fight me. Seahorse boy, why are you doing this? Pegasus smiled faintly and put down the wine glass in his hand. I wanted to use talents like you. Now I will be heartbroken if I destroy you like this. Stop pretending. With his face twisted by anger, Sito Kaiba pointed at Pegasus and said, what happened to Kipi? Kipi, who never sleeps late, suddenly fell into a coma this morning. Do you dare to say that it wasn't you, a bastard, who did it? Haha. Haha. Pegasus burst into laughter while covering his forehead at the seahorse's words. Kaiba boy, you are a smart person, and smart people are always difficult to control. However, we must admit that even the smartest people have their own weaknesses in character, and your weaknesses are now in my hands. He showed a card with the portrait of Kaiba Kaihei printed on it. Seeing this scene, not only Kaiba Sito was furious, but even Yugi and others on the second floor immediately changed their faces. Pegasus, you bastard who goes back on your word, this is not the agreement between us. Kaiba Sito was furious. Seeing the card that sealed Kaiba Kaihei's soul in Pegasus's hand, Kaiba Sito had completely lost his mind. Yes. But, our agreement doesn't forbid me from killing Keepy Boy. Smiling and shaking his head, Pegasus went on to say, as a person, the thing I hate most is being threatened. I am determined to get Seahorse Entertainment Group, and even the Big Five can't stop me. Since I have such a ready-made heir in my hands, why should I negotiate any agreement with them? So, Kaiba Boy, I can give you another chance. As long as you agree to work for me, I can release Keepy Boy. You should know that this is my kind advice. In fact, you don't have much choice. You're dreaming. He slapped the console hard, and the white fighting spirit emanating from Kaiba Sito was almost visible to the naked eye. I'm tired of being treated as a puppet. I'm no longer the same person I used to be, and I will never go back to the way I was before. As a duelist, I would rather die standing than kneel down and beg for mercy from you. Come on, Pegasus, since you also call yourself a duelist, let's solve this in a duelist's way. It's just right, let me see if your so-called legendary dueling skills are genuine. What a pity. While speaking, Pegasus slowly walked from the VIP seat to the duel stage. Looking at Kaiba Sito standing opposite him, Pegasus' eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of ferocity. Kaiba Boy, I don't like chess pieces that I can't control. In that case, then you should just accept your fate. Sorry, Pegasus. I never believe in fate. I only believe that fate is always in my own hands. Duel. Kaiba Sito LP4000. Pegasus LP4000. Duel field 2nd floor. Wow, they really started fighting out of nowhere. Now it's fun to watch, but what's with that card? I don't understand it at all. Mai-chan, let me tell you this, you may not believe it, but that card contains the soul of Kaiba Kaihei. Damn it, Pegasus is really too much. If I were Kaiba, I would definitely not be able to tolerate it. Yu Feng-jun, do you think Kaiba-jun can defeat Pegasus? Ignoring Kong Kei-woo and Yanushi beside him, Biao Yugi looked at Li Yufeng with a serious face. Well, given the current situation, I'm likely to lose. Holding his arms, Li Yufeng thought seriously. 80% chance of losing? I didn't expect Kaiba to have a 20% chance of winning. Hearing this, Yanushi immediately looked at Li Yufeng. No. Li Yufeng shook his head, I mean, 80% will definitely lose, 20% will definitely lose. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, this doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Duel. So it starts with me. I summon a monster in defense position. Next, cover a card. My turn is over. Okay, Seahorse Boy, it's your turn. Let me see your awareness. You will regret this, Pegasus. He glared at Pegasus fiercely, and just when Kaiba was about to draw a card, Biao Yugi suddenly shouted from the 2nd floor. Be careful, Kaiba-kun. Pegasus deck contains the dragon sealing pot, so you have to be careful. That's right. So, Kaiba Boy, what are you going to do? Pegasus, who was exposed by the watch game, was not panicked at all, but admitted it generously. I believe in my own cards. Putting his hand on his deck, Kaiba Sito looked up at Biao Yugi, but I still want to thank you for reminding me. I have been prepared for this duel. Even if I am not good enough, I will definitely test the strength of Pegasus. It's my turn, draw a card. Looking at the hand card he just drew, Sito Kaiba raised his eyes to look at Pegasus' backfield, although I have adjusted my deck in advance, but if his backfield is covered with dragon sealing pot, I can't attack rashly. It's safer to do a test first in this round. I cover a card and summon Alexandrite Dragon, ATK 2000 Def 100, in attack position. Fight. Alexandrite Dragon attacks that covered card. Chapter 27. Bang. As a breath hit the Gekka on Pegasus's field, a green crocodile monster was blown into pieces. Oh. No. Pegasus was very upset when his monster was defeated. My turn is over, Pegasus, it's your turn. It's my turn, draw a card. I summon this monster to defend, indicating that my turn is over. Seeing Pegasus cover another card indifferently, several veins appeared on Kaiba Sito's forehead. Pegasus, are you fooling me? In that case, I will make you pay the price. It's my turn, draw a card. Activate the magic card, Angel's Gift, draw 3 cards from your deck, and then choose 2 to discard. Activate the magic card to revive the dead. Special summon the White Spirit Dragon from the graveyard. Revive, White Spirit Dragon. No. This won't do, Kaiba boy. Pegasus suddenly interrupted Kaiba and said with a smile, open the face card. Activate the magic card Grave Designator, and you can choose a monster in the opponent's graveyard to banish. I choose to banish the White Dragon. What? After biting and glaring at Pegasus, the seahorse suddenly sneered. Humph, since your cover card is not the dragon sealing pot, then I don't need to be polite anymore. Pegasus, die. I normal summon Dragon Ruler. Then I activate the spell card, Dragon Flute. Come, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Attack 3000 defense 2500. Ah! With a roar that shook the heavens, a huge blue-eyed white dragon flapped its huge wings and appeared on the duel field. Fight, the Emerald Jade Dragon attacks. Destroy that cover card. Emerald Breath. Bang! Without any suspense, a frog monster that Pegasus had covered on the field instantly turned into pieces. Haha! Pegasus, there are no monsters to protect you now. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Give me a direct attack. The explosive gust of wind of destruction. Oh no! Pegasus LP4000 greater than 1000. Duel Arena 2nd floor. Success. Great. Haha, Pegasus is just like this, he is just like a novice. I think he is not as good as me, Yu Feng, I think you are exaggerating a bit. Seeing that Pegasus only has 1000 LP points left, Yanushi burst into laughter. That's right, this father of duel monsters doesn't look that powerful, the situation on the field is completely one-sided now. Unlike Kongqu and Yanushi who suddenly high-fived each other and laughed, Yami Yugi and Li Yufeng who had transformed into kings still looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yufeng Jun, Pegasus's operation is very strange. What do you think about the current situation on the field? Hey! How else can I see it? After taking a deep breath, Li Yufeng said helplessly, President Kaiba is about to be in trouble. Yes. From the perspective of the underworld. Although Pegasus's current fighting style is somewhat different from Li Yufeng's fighting style when he fought against Kajiki Yuta, the only difference is that they are both selling blood. It's just that Li Yufeng was selling blood while averaging his blood volume, while Pegasus was deliberately selling his own blood at this time. It looks like he is playing a trick on his opponent. On the duel field. Ha ha ha. Pegasus, you are nothing but this. Kaiba Sito, who had an absolute advantage, was laughing crazily at this moment. You damn bastard, I will make you pay the price in the next turn, my turn is over. Oh! Seahorse boy, your attack is too powerful. Pegasus suddenly changed the subject and sneered, but this is almost the end of the entertainment program. Now it's my turn to fight back. It's my turn, draw a card. Activate Pot of Greed, I draw 2 cards from my deck. I activate the magic card, Cartoon World. As long as this card is on the field, all the monsters I summon will become cartoon monsters. Next, I activate the magic card Spirit Operation. I can control one of my opponent's monsters until the end of this turn, and I choose Blue Eyes White Dragon. Due to the effect of the Cartoon World, when the Blue Eyes White Dragon comes to my field, it transforms into a cartoon Blue Eyes White Dragon. Since the Blue Eyes White Dragon has transformed into a cartoon Blue Eyes White Dragon, the negative effects of mental operations have become invalid, and the cartoon Blue Eyes White Dragon will remain on my field permanently. In the original story, cartoon monsters are so unreasonably strong. Gah! With a cute cry, a cartoon-like blue-eyed white dragon appeared on the Pegasus field. I normal summon Deathstalker, ATK 900, Def 800, in attack position. Fight, cartoon Blue Eyes White Dragon. Attack the Jade Dragon. Hearing Pegasus's attack order, the cartoon blue-eyed white dragon took a deep breath, but perhaps due to lack of strength, it only spit out a large mouthful of thick phlegm. Seeing this mouthful of thick phlegm sprayed on the Jade Dragon's face and directly sprayed the latter into slag, Kaiba Sito wanted to kill him. Jade Dragon, this mouthful of thick phlegm is not only extremely harmful, but also extremely insulting. Kaiba Sito LP40003000. It's not over yet, Deathstalker's direct attack. Pa! At the moment Pegasus gave the order, Deathstalker teleport to Kaiba Sito's face. The monster waved its right hand and suddenly slapped Kaiba Sito in the face. Kaiba Sito LP30002100. Pegasus, I will kill you. This is the first time in Kaiba Sito's life that he has been humiliated like this. After that, I will launch a whirlwind to destroy the cover card in your backcourt. Haha, but I guessed it a long time ago, your covered card is the Death Deck Destruction Virus. I cover 2 cards, and my turn is over. So, with only 1 card left in your hand, how are you going to fight back? I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at the dark clown shaky in his hand, Kaiba knew that his chain could no longer be used. Pegasus, I will not forgive you. Due to extreme anger, the blue light appeared in Kaiba Sito's eyes again. My turn, draw a card. Swish. The white meteor appeared in Kaiba Sito's hand again. He took a look at the card in his hand and slapped it directly on the console. I activate Pot of Greed and can draw 2 cards from my deck. Activate Angel's Charity, draw 3 cards from the deck, and then choose 2 to discard. 2 consecutive bans, worthy of the President's basic operation. I normal summon the Guardian of Dragon Mage. If this card is normal summoned or special summoned successfully, you can discard 1 card from your hand and add 1 fusion normal magic card from your deck to your hand. I choose to discard Dark Clown Shaky. Another special effect of Dragon Mage is activated. You can show your opponent 1 fusion monster from your extra deck, then select that monster from your graveyard and special summon 1 fusion material monster with the card name in face down defense position. I choose Blue Eyes White Dragon. Magic card fusion activated. I draw my cards from my hand and throw 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon from each side of the field into the graveyard. Fusion summon. Pegasus, this is my last fusion summon. Now, let you see the most perfect and powerful creature in the world. Come, and leave your presence deeply imprinted in the eyes of your enemies. Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. Attack 3000 Defense 2500. Pa pa pa. Well done. Kaiba boy. Seeing the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon descend on the duel field, Pegasus smiled and clapped his hands. But, unfortunately, at this moment, I activated the trap of the Dragon Clan Sealing Pot. All dragons will be sealed by this card, and gain the defense value of the sealed dragon monster. The original effect of the anime, the author is too tired to complain, those who have watched the animation, you all know it. How can I repair it? Seeing that the ace he just summoned was sucked into an inexplicable pot before it could stand firm, Kaiba Sito's eyes instantly turned red. Kaiba Sito, damn it, my wife. Why do I always encounter minotaurs when playing cards recently? He glanced at the other monster left by Pegasus on the field, and Kaiba Sito instantly locked onto the target. Fight! Dragon Mage Guardian, attack the Death Stalker. Oh! No! Hippocampus boy, you are too impulsive. Pegasus shook his head helplessly. Open another covered card, Copycat. This card allows you to select a spell or trap card in your opponent's graveyard and copy it to your side of the field. I chose the Death Deck Destruction Virus. What? Seeing his card appear on Pegasus's field, Kaiba Sito's eyes widened instantly. The effect of the Death Deck Destruction Virus is activated. By releasing a dark attribute monster with an attack power of less than 1000 points on our side of the field, it destroys all monsters with an attack power of 1500 or more on the opponent's field, hand, and deck. The effect in the original anime is so strong that it is abnormal. Let me explain here that such effect does not exist in the actual card. I choose to free the Death Stalker. Kaiba boy, as far as I know, except for the Dark Clown Shachi, all the monsters in your deck seem to have more than 1500 attack points, right? Oh! My god! What a cruel thing I have done! At the moment when Pegasus declared to activate the trap card, the only remaining Dragon Mage on Kaiba Sito's field was directly destroyed by the effect of the Death Deck's Destruction Virus. Looking at the empty field and the deck with no cards to draw, Kaiba Sito finally had to admit his failure. He slowly raised his head. There was no trace of fear on Kaiba Sito's face. Instead, he showed a relieved smile. Pegasus, don't be complacent. My failure is not the end. I believe that man can do what I can't do. Wait, he will definitely defeat you. After saying these words, Kaiba Sito suddenly looked up at Li Yufeng, who was watching the game on the second floor. Yufeng, I'm sorry. This is all I can do. The rest, I'll leave it to you. Although Kaiba's tsundere character is indeed unpleasant, it is undeniable that Kaiba, who has lost his dark heart, is definitely a true duelist in terms of both character and fighting spirit. After hearing Kaiba's last words, Even Li Yufeng, who already knew the plot, couldn't help but shed tears. Humph, what a boring last words. Pegasus took out a card from his arms and then showed his Millennium Eye, Seal the Mind. With a flash of dazzling light, a shadowy figure flew from Kaiba's body directly to the card in Pegasus' hand. Looking at the portrait of Kaiba Sito on the card, Pegasus sneered contemptuously. Yufeng boy, game boy. Looking up at Li Yufeng and Muto Yugi in the audience on the second floor, Pegasus smiled faintly and said, I had an agreement with Kaiba boy before that I would give him a chance to challenge me, so I don't mind playing a game as an afterthought. However, this duel competition is still held in my personal name. I don't want a similar situation to happen again. You have to know that this is my castle. You have to follow my rules in my castle. After all, you two don't want anything to happen to your companions, right? Pegasus, you bastard. Don't be impulsive, Yanushi, you are no match for him. Seeing an Yugi stopping Yanushi, Li Yufeng leaned on the railing on the second floor and said with a cold smile, Pegasus, right? Remember my words, tomorrow, you will pay the price for your arrogance today. Haha. As if he heard something funny, Pegasus turned and walked towards the corridor behind him, saying with a smile, okay, then I'm looking forward to your performance, Yufeng boy. Since his soul was sealed in the card, Sito Kaiba, who had fallen into a deep sleep, was carried away by two black-clad bodyguards. After such a thing happened, Li Yufeng was not in the mood to joke with everyone. After a simple goodbye, he went straight into his lounge. With a thought, Li Yufeng, who was sitting at the desk, opened his own layout space. Looking at the deck that had been unlocked to 15%, Li Yufeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. You must know that in the era when Li Yufeng lived, the summoning situation of duels was no longer limited to superior summons, fusion summons, and ritual summons. In that duel environment where links were flying all over the sky, pendulums were swinging everywhere, and excessive amounts of cards were randomly placed, its strength was definitely far beyond the current duel environment. So don't think that only 15% of the inventory has been unlocked now. The gold content of these cards has actually been able to meet Li Yufeng's current needs. If it weren't for the restrictions of the world rules that made many summoning methods unusable, Li Yufeng would at least let Pegasus taste the horror of being dominated by the battlefield. It seems that the mainstream now is the superior summoning and ritual summoning. What method should I use to fight the game in tomorrow's duel? The fighting spirit in his heart was constantly boiling. That night, Li Yufeng sat at his desk and pulled out carefully selected cards from the space deck at an extremely slow speed. Chapter 28. The next morning, a night passed quickly. Looking at the 40 cards on the desk, Li Yufeng finally smiled. The current deck system of the game consists of 3 main parts, Dark Magician, Ritual Warrior, and Exodia. Among them, the Dark Magic system is the easiest to deploy, followed by the Ritual, and Exodia is the last. After all, if you want to deploy Lao AI, you will have to draw a lot of cards, and speeding up the card draw means that resources will be tilted. Although it is not certain whether Yami Yugi will suddenly make a fool of himself because of his eagerness for quick success, it is always right to be prepared. Nodding with satisfaction at this deck, Li Yufeng immediately put the entire deck into the card holder. At the same time, Muto Yugi, who lived in the room opposite Li Yufeng, also stayed up all night. Another me, are you really going to add Exodia to the deck? I think with Yufeng's dual intuition, he will find this out, so I think our focus should still be on the black magic system. Abo. I've naturally thought of what you said. To be honest, I don't think Yufeng will let us collect all 5 sealed parts. This is not the purpose of my joining Exodia. Another me, are you trying to give Yufeng the illusion that you are going to summon Exodia? That's right. This is an open conspiracy, and Yufeng must be on guard against it. He must be very clear that in order to summon Exodia, a large amount of card draw resources are needed, but what if we use these resources on the Black Magician's system? Another me, do you want to? Yes, I wanted to create an illusion for him. Just like what you said, Abo, our deck will always be centered around the Black Magician, and I think Yufeng definitely doesn't know that we have a trump card monster like Super Warrior in our hands. After all, we have never used ritual summoning, and this last trump card will be the key to our victory. Well, another me, you are right. Besides, Yufeng is very skilled in using trap cards, so we must also be careful. Don't worry, I understand this. Well, the time is almost up, and we should set off. Abo, you don't have to be too nervous, as long as we try our best in this duel, just as we agreed before. The winner will carry the faith of the three of us and move forward. I believe Yu Feng also thinks so about this. Well, this duel will definitely be more difficult than imagined. The other me, let us join hands and fight Yu Feng with all our strength without any regrets. Duel Hall. The final championship match of the Duel Kingdom tournament, please enter the venue, Muto Yugi and Li Yufeng. As the referee's announcement sounded, Li Yufeng and Muto Yugi came to the duel arena from their respective player channels. On the second floor of the duel hall, Yanushi, Kongku, and others were waiting here early in the morning. This duel was not only the championship match of the Duel Kingdom, but also determined the honorary title of the first generation of Duel King. Hey, Mai-chan, who do you think will win between Yufeng and Yugi? Looking at the two people on the duel arena with a serious face, Yanushi was also very excited at the moment. After all, these two people were his good friends. He really couldn't think of who he should cheer for. It's hard to say. Originally I thought Yu Feng would definitely win, but after yesterday's duel, I suddenly lost my confidence. Peacock Dance, who originally thought that Yugi Muto was just a soft persimmon, found out after personally experiencing the former's strength that Yugi did not go all out when dueling with her. Such a big gap made Peacock Dance suddenly realize that this dwarf might not be as weak and vulnerable as he seemed on the surface, and his true strength was absolutely unimaginable. In the VIP seats, Pegasus had been waiting here for a long time. As the holder of the Millennium Artifact, Pegasus was actually more optimistic about Yugi Muto and knew the power of the Dark Force. That's why Pegasus set his sights on Yugi Muto's Millennium building blocks. Because of the obsession deeply hidden in his heart, Pegasus wanted to get other Millennium Artifacts, and in his opinion, the secret of the Millennium Artifacts would definitely not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Millennium building blocks on Yugi must have mysterious powers that he didn't know about. Humph, is this Li Yufeng who appeared out of nowhere more powerful, or is the holder of the Millennium Brick, Yugi Muto, better? Let me appreciate it. On the duel arena, looking at the transformed Yami Yugi standing opposite him, the duel spirit in Li Yufeng's heart began to stir at this time. As the winner of the World Duel Tournament for 5 consecutive times, Li Yufeng never thought that one day he would stand on the same arena with Yugi Muto. Slowly raising the deck in his hand, Li Yufeng showed a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth. That's right, this expression will only be revealed when he is extremely excited. Just like when he was fighting Kaiba, this is the expression that will be revealed when facing a strong enemy of equal strength. Game, are you ready? Of course, I have already. No, I should say we have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yu Feng-jun, this time, Abo and I will go all out. Hat. Are Ashich Yugi and Yami Yugi going to fight me together? Interesting. It's really interesting. Come on, let's get started. Duel. The game starts with me. It's my turn, draw a card. I summon this monster in defense position. 2 more cards covered, and my turn is over. My turn, draw a card. He looked at the 2 cards Li Yufeng had covered in the backcourt with a cautious look on his face, and then smiled slightly. I activate the magic card Pot of Greed. You can draw 2 more cards from your deck. Activate the Angel's Shelter, draw 3 cards from your deck, and then choose 2 to discard. This Nima really wants to use Lao AI to give me a big cunt. Yuxi, your heart is really dirty. Seeing that Yuxi began to pass cards continuously, Li Yufeng's pupils suddenly shrank. I activate a magic card from my hand. At this moment, open the cover card. Salute to kill. He suddenly interrupted Yami Yugi's operation and Li Yufeng directly activated a magic card on the field. Both players must put all the cards in their hands into the graveyard, and then draw the corresponding number of cards. Humph, it's true. Yugi smiled wisely at Li Yufeng's operation, and then threw all the cards in his hand into the graveyard without hesitation. Seeing Yugi's expression, Li Yufeng immediately reacted, especially when he saw that there were only 2 Exodia accessory cards in the graveyard. Li Yufeng realized that this was a conspiracy set up by Yugi for him. 2 Exodia parts, Black Magician, Black Fantasy Magician, and several magic cards of unknown meaning? Oh no, Yugi now has 8 cards in his hand, and his real purpose is not to summon old AI. Everyone who has played Yu-Gi-Oh knows that all card games are played with a difference in resources, and the number of cards in your hand represents how strong your combat power is in this round. After all, there is an old saying that cards are not omnipotent, but no cards are absolutely impossible. That's amazing, Mai-chan, Did you see that? The game that wanted to summon Exodia was interrupted by Yu Feng. This reaction speed is too fast. Standing on the second floor of the duel arena, Yanushi couldn't help but admire Li Yufeng's operation. No, Yanushi, have you noticed that Yugi is not shaken by this? They Peacock Dance, whose insight far exceeds Yanushi's, immediately discovered the abnormality. I'm afraid Yugi's goal is not Exodia, but a conspiracy to deliberately lure Yu Feng to waste cards. On the duel field, I normal summon Magician Staff in attack position. Attack 1600, defense 100. Oh no! Once the black magic deck is fully deployed, the advantage will be on the opponent. We must not let him draw cards anymore. Just when Dark Yugi was about to activate the monster effect, Li Yufeng opened another covered card. Open the covered card at this moment. The Pit of Chaos. This card must pay 2000 life points to activate, negating the opponent's light or dark attribute monster summon, flip summon, or special summon and removing it from play. Note, the counter trap Chaos's Pitfall does not take targets. In the same round, as long as it is a light and dark attribute summon, special summon, and reverse summon, it will be invalid and excluded. Li Yufeng LP 4000 greater than 2000. Although he lost 2000 points of life, Li Yufeng knew very well that once the game retrieved magic trap cards such as Magician Navigation and Black Magician, he would have no chance of turning the tables. Seeing his Magician Staff being removed by Li Yufeng, a smile appeared on Yami Yugi's face again. Another me, this card is the same type of cave trap card that Yu Fengjun used when fighting Kaiba. Well, yes, after all, the characters on the trap cards will not change. Abo, it seems that we both guessed correctly. This time, Yu Feng's deck must be his specialty, the Insect Fiend. However, Yu Feng's dueling style is still the same as always. Another me, be careful of that monster card in defense position. We must not attack rashly. I have personally witnessed Yu Feng's cunning duel tactics many times, so of course I understand that I can't attack rashly. Since I can't attack directly, I will use the effect to break it. After deciding on the battle strategy in an instant, Yami Yugi immediately played a magic card. I activate the Veil of Black Magic. By paying 1000 LP, you can special summon a sorcerer-type dark monster from your hand or graveyard. Yugi Muto LP 4000 3000. Hehe, Yu Feng, you are not the only one who knows how to pile up graves. We have also mastered this technique. I choose to special summon Black Fantasy Magician from the graveyard. ATK 2100 Def 2500. When the Black Fantasy Magician is face up on the field, the card name can be used as the Black Magician. Next, I'm going to activate the magic card, 1000 Knives. Destroy the monster on your field. Seeing the Black Fantasy Magician casting magic on the monster he was covering, Li Yufeng couldn't help but secretly complain, damn, you really are so arrogant with so many cards. You use 1000 Knives? I thought I was the only one who would do this, but I didn't expect that even you, Yugi, would start using cannons to kill mosquitoes. Bang! As expected, under the effect of the magic card 1000 Knives, the monster on Li Yufeng's field was directly destroyed. The special effect of the Black Fantasy Magician is activated. This card can only be used once when it is face up. When you activate a spell or trap card, you can special summon a Black Magician monster in your graveyard. Come out, my most powerful and faithful servant. Black Magician. Attack 2500, defense 2100. A black hole appeared on the duel field, and a green staff flew out of the black hole, and the figure of the Black Magician also appeared. It should be said that it is worthy of being a card that hosts the dual elves. Li Yufeng can even clearly perceive the extremely powerful elf power emanating from the Black Magician who appeared in the duel field. At this moment, let me activate the monster effect. Since the Black Magician has appeared on the field, Li Yufeng will definitely not remain silent. Activate the special effect of Flame King Beast Yasha. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can activate this effect, select a card in your hand and destroy it. The card I chose to destroy is this one. Nephthys Phoenix God. Attack 2400, defense 1600. Also, since Flamewoman Yasha is destroyed by the effect, I can activate Flamewoman Garuda Phoenix's special effect from my hand. This card can be special summoned from your hand when a monster named Flame King on your side of the field is destroyed by a card effect. Come out. Flame King Beast Garuda Phoenix. Attack power 700, defense power 1700. Seeing the Garuda Phoenix suddenly appearing on Li Yufeng's field, the smile on Yami Yugi's face instantly disappeared. Abo. We miscalculated. Yufeng only used the bug trap card and didn't use the bug trap monster. Well, and there are new monsters that we haven't seen before in the Yufeng field. What are you going to do with the other me? Looking at his current 5 cards, Yami Yugi's eyes suddenly became solemn. Abo. We have 2 Exodia parts in the 5 cards in our hand, and another magic card. Dark Mass Production Factory can recycle 2 parts in the graveyard, so I think, let's take a gamble. But if we fail to do so, we will probably lose control of the situation. Moreover, we are not familiar with the special effects of the monsters on Yu Fengjun's field. According to my judgment, Yu Fengjun will never destroy his hand cards and send them to the graveyard for no reason. Believe me. Abo. Looking at his own deck, Dark Yugi's eyes flashed with determination. Now Yufeng only has 1 card in his hand, and the chance to defeat Yufeng is fleeting. And I firmly believe that the deck we have put together with all our efforts will definitely respond to us. After a few seconds of silence, the table Yugi in Dark Yugi's mind suddenly laughed. Go ahead and do it, another me. I support your decision. Chapter 29. Thanks, Abo. After getting the agreement from the main game, the Dark Game's eyes suddenly became sharp. I activate the magic card, Dark Mass Production Factory, and add the left foot and right arm of the sealed person in the graveyard to my hand. Do you have 4 parts? As expected of Yugi Muto, he is going to collect all the parts so soon. Seeing that Dark Yugi had recovered the parts from the cemetery, Li Yufeng immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. I cover 2 cards. Without any pause, Dark Yugi continued his operation. Fight. The Magician of Black Fantasy attacks Garuda Phoenix. Black Magic. Under Dark Yugi's command, the Black Fantasy Magician raised his hand and shot a black light wave at the Garuda Phoenix. After being hit by the light wave, the Garuda Phoenix screamed and turned into pieces. At this moment, Li Yufeng's mouth corners also slightly raised. Garuda Phoenix's special effect is activated. When this card is destroyed by your opponent and sent to the graveyard, you can activate this effect to special summon a monster named Flame King from your deck. Come out. Flame King Beast Baron. Attack power 1800, defense power 200. Deck special summon. Seeing that Li Yufeng had special summoned another monster from his deck, Dark Yugi, who had no way out, launched another attack. Black Magician, attack Flame King Beast Baron. Bang! With only 200 points of defense, Baron was unable to resist the attack of the Black Magician and was directly smashed into pieces. Yufeng is indeed worthy of your name, the defense is so tight. After praising him, Yugi's expression began to become solemn, and a drop of cold sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. My turn is over, Yufeng, it's your turn. Duel Hall 2nd floor. What kind of duel is this? Seeing the subtle psychological game between the two and such a fierce offensive and defensive battle, Yanushi couldn't help but sigh. It's terrible, both of them are too strong. They are much stronger than us. Even on the viewing platform, Peacock Dance was sweating from excessive excitement. Mai-chan, who do you think is more advantageous in the current situation in the duel? I don't know. Now I really don't know. Their strength is not something I can comment on. It can be said that the transition between offense and defense is only a moment. A small mistake is likely to directly determine the entire battle situation. Duel ring. Hey! After taking a deep breath, Li Yufeng looked at Yugi and grinned. That was a close call. Although I know you are very powerful, you're actually more terrifying than I thought. The magic trap affinity is activated, and there are 2 remaining in this round. It's my turn, draw a card. At this moment, I activate the special effect of Nephthys Phoenix God, ATK 2400, Def 1600, in the graveyard. This card can be special summoned from the graveyard during your next standby phase if it is destroyed by a card effect. Sure enough, it's coming. Seeing Li Yufeng activate the effect of the Phoenix God, Yugi instantly became alert. Another special effect of Nephthys Phoenix God is activated. If this card is special summoned successfully, you can destroy all magic cards and trap cards on the field. What? Hearing such an outrageous special effect, Yami Yugi hurriedly shouted, open the cover card. Emergency food, you can send a trap card or magic card on your field to the graveyard, and then restore 1000 LP. I will send the attack power to the graveyard and restore LP at the same time. Muto Yugi LP 3000 greater than 4000. Haha, what a quick reaction. It's really a game, but of course this is also within my calculations. Not frustrated by the Phoenix God's failure, Li Yufeng raised his hand and slapped the magic card he had just drawn on the electronic instrument. Activate magic card, Pot of Greed. Magic Trap Affinity activate, 0 times remaining in this game. I draw 2 cards from my deck. Activate the magic card Angel's Charity. Draw 3 cards from your deck and then choose 2 cards from your hand to discard. Activate the magic card, Designator of Another Dimension. When this card is activated, you need to declare a card in your opponent's hand and confirm it before you can activate it. The declared card is removed from the deck. Well, this may not be detailed enough, so let me be more specific. Yugi, the name of the card I declare to be banished is the left foot of the sealed one you just got. What? After hearing the effect of this card, Dark Yugi's face changed instantly, and the table Yugi in his mind also looked extremely anxious. Oh no! My other self has lost the sealed left foot, so the 3 component cards in our hands are useless. Yufeng. Sure enough, am I too conceited? Turning his head to look at his own deck, Dark Yugi shook his head helplessly. Although he had not yet determined the next card, he had a hunch that the sealed Exodia must be not far away from him. Putting the sealed left foot into the exclusion zone, Dark Yugi said with a frustrated look, Abo. I'm sorry, I didn't accept your advice. This time it was my mistake. Another me. My attack has just begun. The opportunity to control the situation is right in front of him. How could Li Yufeng give up such a good opportunity? I activate the magic card, Nephthys' Reincarnation. Offer Chaos Nephthys in your hand as a sacrifice. Ritual summons. O raging fire that never goes out, show your burning heart of flame once again in the endless cycle. Come on! Nephthys' Blue Phoenix God. Attack power 3000, defense power 1000. Ritual summon. It's actually a ritual summon. Seeing the burning King Huang Shen descending on the duel field, not only was Yugi stunned, even the counterpart in his mind was also incredulous. I didn't expect that besides us, Yufeng also hid the ritual summons. Watch out, my other self. Yufeng Jun's attack is coming. Activate the special effects of Nephthys' Blue Phoenix God. Once per turn, you can destroy any number of your own cards with the name of Nephthys on them, thereby destroying a number of monsters on your opponent's field equal to the number of cards destroyed. The one I chose to destroy is this one. Dark Nephthys. Activate your special effects, King Huang Shen. Destroy the Black Magician for me. Breath of Fiery Flame. Bang! A stream of scorching flames burst out of the mouth of the Blue Phoenix God. The Black Magician screamed and was immediately reduced to ashes. Black Magician, Big Brother. Can you change the way? I'm still young and don't want to go into the furnace. Fight! Nephthys Phoenix God, attack the Black Fantasy Magician. Not giving Dark Yugi a chance to breathe, following the Black Magician, the Black Fantasy Magician also followed into the cemetery. Black Fantasy Magician, Big Brother, I was wrong to be so arrogant just now, but can you be gentler? Muto Yugi LP 4000 greater than 3700. Nephthys' Blue Phoenix God, attack directly. Take that, games. Breath of Flame. Ah! A dazzling flame spewed out from the mouth of the King Huang Shen, causing Yugi to quickly cover his face with his hands. Muto Yugi LP 3700700. Strong. Too strong. Is this the real strength of Yufeng Jun? After personally experiencing the power of Li Yufeng, even with the combined strength of 2 people, Dark Yugi and Biao Yugi became breathless at the same time. However, what Muto Yugi could never have expected was that even with the absolute upper hand, Li Yufeng's face became extremely solemn at this time. Only because the current Dark Yugi has already locked his blood. How terrifying is the Dark Yugi who has already locked his blood? I believe that people who have read the original anime know it very well. Based on the world rule that you can't play cards without low blood, how many extremely dangerous duels have been turned around by the protagonist's low blood body? Li Yufeng glanced at his graveyard very carefully, and after taking a deep breath, he slowly said, my turn is over. 2 Nephthys monsters, one with an attack power of 2400 and the other with an attack power of 3000. Although he has 3 cards in his hand, these 3 cards are almost useless waste paper to the current Dark Yugi. Damn it, it's all my fault. I was too arrogant and underestimated Yu Feng's strength. He lowered his head with a look of dejection, and pounded the console with his fists. He looked frustrated, as if he had given up resistance. In the VIP seats, looking at the desperate Tang Yugi, Pegasus's face also became ugly. Yu Feng boy, it seems that I really underestimated you. It seems that it is still unknown who will win this duel. As the holder of the Millennium Artifact, Pegasus certainly believes in the magical power bestowed by the Millennium Artifact. However, when he saw that the holder of the Millennium Building Blocks was suppressed to such an extent by Li Yufeng, in addition to doubts about the Millennium Building Blocks, Pegasus's evaluation of Li Yufeng also went up a level. As the father of duel monsters, Pegasus can of course see how high the gold content of this duel is. As for Muto Yugi's duel level, although Pegasus is confident that he can surpass himself, but when he thinks that the holder of the Millennium Artifact will actually lose to an ordinary person, this is something he can't accept anyway. On the duel arena. Another me, cheer up, we haven't lost yet. Abo. Another me, I also agree with your decision, so you don't need to blame yourself at all. Just like we said before the duel, no matter what the final result of this duel is, we can't give up easily, and the other winner will continue to move forward with the beliefs of the 3 of us. Another me, have you now betrayed the agreement between the 3 of us and given up on moving forward? Biao Yuxi's words instantly reminded Wang Yang of the scene of shaking hands with Yu Feng yesterday. Yes, no matter what the result of this duel is, the winner between us will carry the hopes of 3 people and risk his life to challenge Pegasus. This is not an honor, but a burden. Now Li Yufeng is using his true strength to prove that he is capable of carrying everyone's hopes. Yu Feng Jun. He. Finally remembering the promise made at that time, a confident smile returned to Yami Yugi's face again. No. I will never give up the agreement between us. I will never give up so easily before the last moment. Abo. Thank you. At the moment when Wang Yang was relieved, a golden flame suddenly emerged from the surface of an Yugi's body. Seeing this scene, Li Yufeng shouted in his heart, damn it. As expected, just when Li Yufeng couldn't help but sweat, an Yugi suddenly raised his head. The golden flame of the king wrapped around his whole body, and the soul of the game appeared behind the king, and all of this fell into the eyes of Li Yufeng, who could see the power of the elves. I believe in my own cards. I believe in my own cards. The rich power of the king seemed to have merged the souls of Yami Yugi and Omi Yugi together. That classic line was spoken by Yami Yugi. In Li Yufeng's eyes, the souls of these 2 people had almost overlapped, and they touched the card deck placed next to the instrument at the same time. It's my turn, draw a card. Boom. The golden flame symbolizing the power of the king burned fiercely on the fingertips of the pharaoh, and between the king's fingers, the card that had turned into a brilliant golden color was like a morning star that illuminates the endless darkness. Li Yufeng was almost scared to death when he saw this scene, and kept begging for mercy in his heart. I am just an ordinary man, why do you need to be so desperate? Where is the fairness of this duel? Where is justice? You are no longer destined to draw, but destined to print the card. As Li Yufeng expected, an Yugi, who had drawn the card in his hand, waved his hand and slapped the card directly on the controller. Magic card activated, Maul. The effect of this card is that you can put any number of cards in your hand back into the deck and shuffle them. After that, you can draw the number of cards that have been returned to the deck. I choose to put 3 cards back into the deck. Swish, swish, swish. After putting the 4 Exodia parts in his hand back into the deck, Yami Yugi shuffled the deck at an extremely fast speed. Then, after pulling out 3 cards from the top of the deck, Yami Yugi checked his hand and looked up at Li Yufeng. Yufeng, the pieces of victory have been gathered, let's decide the winner in this round. Li Yufeng was already in tears, and a classic curse instantly emerged in his mind. Damn it! You're using tricks. Chapter 30. You 2 are cheating when you fight one person? How much hatred do you have? Hearing this, Li Yufeng was so scared that his hair almost stood up. You are not done after printing the card, and you also draw 4 times in a row? As if to confirm Li Yufeng's thoughts, an Yugi casually played a magic card. Activate Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards from your deck. Magic card, Super Warrior Ritual activated. This card can sacrifice monsters with a total of 8 levels to summon a powerful Chaos Warrior. Activate the special effects of the Dark Knight Gaia awakened in the graveyard. When this card is in the graveyard, it can be removed as a tribute when ritual summoning a Chaos Warrior. In addition, I send the Knight of the Opening in my hand to the graveyard as a sacrifice. Ritual summons. Fearless warrior born from chaos. Answer my call, dedicate your loyalty to me, and fight for me. Come on. Chaos Warrior. Attack 3000, defense 2500. It's not over yet, I will equip the equipment spell card Demon Axe to the Chaos Warrior. According to the effect, Chaos Warrior's attack power increases by 1000 up. Chaos Warrior's attack power 3000 4000. Attack power 4000. What kind of monster is this? It's so scary. It's hard to imagine that the seemingly harmless dwarf actually has such a powerful monster in his hands. Okay, Yugi, come on. Go and defeat Yu Feng. Yanushi, Anzi, and Honda, who were watching the battle on the second floor of the duel arena, cheered immediately after seeing the powerful figure of the Chaos Warrior. Don't be happy too soon. Suddenly a pleasant voice interrupted Yanushi and the others. The three turned around and saw Peacock Dance staring at the Chaos Warrior on the duel arena with a serious face. After observing for a few seconds, Peacock Dance suddenly sighed and said, I admit that the Chaos Warrior is indeed a powerful monster, but don't forget that there are two monsters on Yu Feng's field. It is impossible for a Chaos Warrior with only 4000 attack points to defeat Yu Feng and win in this round, unless... Unless what? Unless that Chaos Warrior has hidden special abilities. But since Yugi has already declared his victory, let me wait and see. As if to confirm what Peacock Dance said, Dark Yugi waved his hand and directly activated the Chaos Warrior's special abilities. The Chaos Warriors that use the Knight of Opening as the ritual material will gain a special ability. Once per turn, they can banish a monster on the opponent's field. I choose to eliminate Nephthys' Blue Phoenix God. As Dark Yugi spoke, the Chaos Warrior pointed the Demon Battle Axe in his hand at the Blue Phoenix God. A dark black hole suddenly appeared in front of the Blue Phoenix God. Unable to resist this powerful force, the Blue Phoenix God wailed and turned into a little fire and disappeared on the duel arena. The excluded King Huangshen could not use his special ability to return to the field, which meant he was directly useless. As a transmigrator, Li Yufeng was of course very clear about the abilities of Chaos Warriors, so he didn't say much. At the moment when King Huangshen disappeared, An Yugi launched his offensive again. Chaos Warriors, attack the Phoenix God of Nephthys. Chaos Slash. Because the strength between the two monsters was too great, Phoenix God followed in the footsteps of King Huang God. Phoenix God, which was damaged by the battle, lost the ability to revive and had to return to the cemetery again. Li Yufeng LP 2000400. Look, I told you so. Seeing that Yufeng only had 400 health points left, Peacock Dance, who was watching the battle on the second floor of the duel arena, immediately spread out his hands. Such attack power cannot defeat Yu Feng, so... Another special effect of Chaos Warrior is activated. As if to slap him in the face, before Peacock Dance could finish her words, Dark Yugi's voice came over from the duel arena on the first floor again. Once per turn, Chaos Warriors can make an additional attack while destroying the opponent's monster in battle. Yu Feng Jun. Everything is over. I will carry on the promise between the three of us and move on. Take it, this is my final attack. Chaos Warrior. Directly attack the opposing player. Chaos Slash. Raising the Demon Battle Axe in his hand, the Chaos Warrior threw it at Li Yufeng without mercy. Seeing Li Yufeng with his hands hanging down without any movement, An Yugi couldn't help but clenched his left fist and said, "We won." Is that really the case? With a slight smile on his face, Li Yufeng spread his hands and said with a smile, "You are really good at playing games." Bang! As if to confirm Li Yufeng's words, a kite-like robot suddenly appeared and blocked Li Yufeng. The demon axe hit the robot monster fiercely, and it bounced back into the hands of the Chaos Warrior in an instant as if it was not affected by the force. Everyone what? They were shocked. This time, not only Yanushi and others who were watching the battle on the second floor were shocked, but even Pegasus stood up from his chair because he was too surprised. After all, in their opinion, this situation was already a dead end. How could this happen? Yan Yugi, who had declared victory, had never expected such a huge change to happen. He looked at Li Yufeng with a puzzled look on his face. Because I excluded the kite robot from the graveyard, the special effect of this monster is that it can be removed from the graveyard and activated when the opponent directly attacks, and the combat damage caused to us only once will be reduced to 0. When did you put this monster in the cemetery? Could it be? Suddenly, remembering something, Yami Yugi suddenly opened his eyes wide. That's right, it was when the Angel's Charity was activated in the last round. Nodding. With a smile, Li Yufeng's face instantly became serious. Game, your round is over, and next, it's my turn. Haha. Yufeng Jun, you are amazing. Hearing this, Yugi was not afraid at all, but laughed heartily. Come on, if you can defeat my Chaos Warrior, then just come at me, my turn is over. My turn. Putting his hand on his deck, Li Yufeng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Due to the blood lock, the extremely harsh activation condition of the destined draw became available at this moment. Li Yufeng, who had used up the 3 magic trap affinity, could only rely on this destined draw to turn the tables. However, what Li Yufeng didn't know was that just as he was about to activate the destined draw, a white flame slowly emerged from his body. This white flame was not as overbearing as Kaiba Sito's, but was full of light and warmth. Draw a card. As a card burning with pure white flames was drawn out from the deck by Li Yufeng himself also entered a very trance state. The feeling was as if he heard a touching song. This wonderful feeling came and went quickly. For Li Yufeng himself, these abnormalities were completely unknown. When he came to his senses, it was as if he had forgotten something. Looking down at the card in his hand, Li Yufeng could not help but almost laughed out loud. It turned out that this was the feeling of a godly draw. If he had this cheating skill in his previous life, wouldn't he have beaten anyone he caught? Looking at the solemn face of Yugi, Li Yufeng shook his head slightly. Speaking of which, it was you who started it, Yugi, so I am just giving him a taste of his own medicine. I activate the magic card, Pot of Greed, and draw 2 cards from the deck. As the 2 cards were drawn into his hand, Li Yufeng laughed again without realizing it. After all, the feeling of Greedy Angel was really known to everyone who used it. I activate Angel's Charity, draw 3 cards from the deck, and then throw 2 cards into the graveyard. The monsters I choose to throw into the graveyard are Angel Chestnut Ball and Death Guardian. Li Yufeng, don't ask me why I choose these 2 cards, the underworld style. Bring a few more cards to survive. Not shabby. I normal summon from my hand, Nephthys Prayer in attack position. ATK 0, Def 2000. Everyone a monster with 0 attack points, what's the use of it? Looking at Yami Yugi who was puzzled, Li Yufeng immediately showed the last card in his hand. I activate a magic card from my hand, Nephthys Hope. This magic card can be activated by targeting a card with the word Nephthys on it on your field and a card on your opponent's field, destroying all of those cards. I choose to destroy Nephthys' Prayer and Demon Axe. Boom! As the sound of the magic card was activated, 2 flames instantly wrapped Nephthys' Prayer and the Demon Axe in the hands of the Chaos Warrior. Unsurprisingly, Nephthys' Prayer and this equipment card turned into Mars and entered the graveyard at the same time. Chaos Warrior's attack power 4000 greater than 3000. Everyone what? Surprised by Li Yufeng's mysterious operation, not only Yanushi and others who were watching the game were stunned, even Yami Yugi himself was also stunned. Yufeng, what are you doing? Confused, Yugi looked up at Li Yufeng. As you can see, your equipment is destroyed. Li Yufeng shrugged naturally. Are you crazy? In this case, there will be no monsters on your field, right? Looking at Li Yufeng who had no cards left, Yugi said with a cold sweat on his face, somewhat uncertainly, how are you going to attack in this round without monsters? You know, I have Chaos Warriors on my field. Once your round ends, how are you going to resist my attack in the next round without any cards left? Unfortunately, you don't have the next round. As if to confirm Li Yufeng's words, a blood-red flame as big as a candle suddenly appeared on Li Yufeng's field. I activate the special effect of Chaos Phoenix Goddess Nephthys in the graveyard. This card cannot be normal summoned, and can only be activated when it exists in your hand or graveyard. When a card on the field is destroyed by an effect, you can banish 1 light monster and 1 dark monster from your graveyard other than Chaos Phoenix Goddess Nephthys. This card is special summoned. I choose to exclude Angel Kurugi and Dark Nephthys. Phoenix God reborn from chaos, spread your wings, listen to my prayers, and respond to my call from the endless chaos. Come, Chaos Phoenix God Nephthys. Attack 2400, Defense 1600. Duel Arena 2nd floor observation deck. It's strange. The attack power of this monster is obviously not as good as that of the Chaos Warrior. Why does Yu Feng say that there will be no next round in the game? That's right. Although I didn't expect Yu Feng to hide such a monster in the cemetery, how could this monster alone defeat the Chaos Warrior? Yu Feng is in real danger this time. There are no monsters on his field that can attack, and he is simply unable to withstand the next wave of attacks from the Chaos Warriors. Not necessarily yet. Peacock Dance, who had noticed some clues, suddenly brightened up her eyes. Yu Fengjun looks relaxed on the surface. Could it be that he has some backup plan? Backhand? Could it be that the monster summoned by Yu Feng has some special effect? After hearing what Kong Kuo said, Yanushi looked at the duel field with a puzzled look. In the VIP seat, Pegasus, who had already stood up, also looked at Muto Yugi with a gloomy face. Game Boy, you have kept it from me. From your eyes I can see that you still have fighting spirit. Let me see how you can turn the tables. Just as everyone expected, although Dark Game did not show anything on the surface, in fact, in his inner world, he was already having a heated discussion with Biao Game. Another me, be careful, Yu Feng will not summon such a monster for no reason. Ah, I can feel the powerful force contained in that monster. The Chaos Warriors may not be able to stop it. It's okay, other me, don't you have a hidden trick up your sleeve? That's true, but Abo, do you think Yu Feng will be fooled? I'm not sure, I can only say that the chance is very slim. Do you think he can see through our ambush? It's most likely. After all, Yu Feng is a trap master, and I learned these strategies based on his tactics. Haha. Actually, to be honest, I was also uncertain in my heart, but we can do our best and leave the rest to fate. We have tried our best, so even if we lose, there is nothing to regret. Well, my other self, you are right. Yu Fengjun is a real duelist with great strength. Even if I lose to him, there is really nothing to regret. Hey, game! This is the final blow. After taking a deep breath, Li Yufeng raised his hand to lift the strands of hair on his forehead, but before that, let me clear the way forward and the traps you set. Haha, you are really Yu Feng, it seems that I really didn't hide it from you. Hearing Li Yufeng's words, An Yuxi knew that his backhand had been exposed. At this time, he was not nervous at all, but surprisingly relaxed. I activate the special effect of Chaos Phoenix Goddess Nephthys. If this card is special summoned successfully, you can activate this effect by targeting one card on your opponent's field and two cards in your opponent's graveyard. Sorry. Game, I admit that Chaos Warrior is indeed very strong, especially the combo exclusion effect of this monster can definitely kill most players in seconds, but the fact that it has no effect resistance is also a fatal weakness of Chaos Warrior. I choose to exclude the Chaos Warrior, and I also want to exclude the Super Electromagnetic Turtle and the Black Magician in your graveyard.